Grandpa 15's eyes carried tears. He found it hard to suppress his emotions. Originally, he was feeling incomparable sorrow and loneliness, but he never expected that he would actually meet his grandson alive. During these past 2 years, he always carried a type of misery, but today he reunited with his grandson, alive no less. It immediately swept away the haze covering his heart. This was the best present he received in this life. Ha ha! He couldn't stop laughing. Tears slid down the side of his face. He felt incomparably carefree. Who cares if you don't have a supreme being bone anymore? You can still travel unhindered throughout the 3,000 provinces and turn the higher realms upside down. When he said this, the surrounding people were all shocked. A single person lost his supreme being bone twice, surviving after both times. This was already enough to prove something. This was definitely horrifying. A young supreme being who will inevitably shake up the higher realms. Whether or not he has an immortal bone might not be that important anymore. Someone like this, being able to stick it through after losing his supreme being bone and still live in this world, already proved everything. He would not be ordinary and will definitely shine with glory. Meanwhile, this person was precisely their enemy. Who among them didn't feel uneasy? Impossible! Someone cried out loudly. They refused to believe this. Many people knew about Xianxia's rumors. He clearly died in battle, so how could he have revived? One has to understand that a year ago, they received concrete evidence that Xianxia died under the curse. All of his bones were infected with the green rust symbols. He was powerless to defy this. Moreover, at the crucial point, he even pulled out his own supreme being bone and gave it to Xianxia, leaving him even more powerless to deal with the curse. There should have been no way for him to survive. Only Grandpa 15 believed that this was his own grandson. The more he looked at Xianxia, the more convinced he became. He roared with laughter, tears sliding down his face the entire time. It was clear that this elder became happy to the extreme. Your eyes are just like how they were when you were younger, still so big and bright. Your eyebrows are the same as your grandfather's, and your face is also similar. You are my grandson after all. During all these years, he had always been praying to meet his grandson. From the moment he broke out from the Black Forest's restricted land, the first thing he did was bring the divine pill back to Stone Capital. However, he was disappointed again and again, feeling regret each and every time. In the end, he even heard of his grandson's death. How great of a shock was thick. They were separated for more than 10 years. The last time they met, Xianxia was still little and inside swaddling clothes. Today, they reunited again, a young supreme being standing in front of him, making the elder feel satisfied down to the bottom of his heart. All of his gloominess disappeared. Grandpa, there are so many wrinkles on your face now, and your hair turned white. I've made you suffer. Xianxia choked with emotions. He vowed that he would definitely use spiritual medicines to refine a furnace of precious pills for his grandfather, restoring him to his previous majestic appearance. He then touched Grandpa 15's arm, and then even more tears fell. Grandpa, I have holy medicines that can help you recover. Your broken arm will grow again. Everything will be good again. Ha ha! Grandpa 15 roared with laughter. He quickly wiped away his tears and said, After meeting you again, all of Grandpa's injuries and illnesses are no problem. I will become as strong as a young fella again. Who am I? I am the great demonic god. This type of confidence, this type of attitude was simply the same as Xianxia's. Even if no one else said too much, these two were definitely grandfather and grandson. They were of the same sort. Xianxia nodded fiercely. He was going to help his grandfather completely recover. Suddenly, his mind was shaken, and his face fell, because when he touched his grandfather's back, he detected a terrifying injury. It was extremely large. He suddenly arrived at his grandfather's back, and after carefully inspecting that area, he released a cry of alarm, feeling incomparably anxious. This wound was created by a sharp weapon, extending from the back of his head all the way down to his back, almost hacking Grandpa 15 apart. His body was currently held together by his powerful cultivation, and that was why it didn't fall apart. However, this type of wound was truly there, serious to a point where it couldn't get any worse. "Grandpa!" Xianxia shouted loudly. This was an injury that even cut open his head. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't be alive. Killing intent long erupted in Xianxia's mind. As soon as they met, he saw this scene. It was grievous news, leaving Xianxia feeling fearful and draining his face of color. He quickly brought out the heaven and earth pouch, bringing out a half-foot-tall holy medicine that had crescent leaves and sparkling with purple radiance, having Grandpa 15 take it. "Don't worry. Grandpa has been surrounded by them many times already, but haven't I still managed to survive just fine? This is even more not a problem." Grandpa 15 looked extremely calm. But Xianxia's heart trembled. This wound was no joke. It was too serious. "If you didn't come, did you think your grandpa would be killed by them? How could this group of idiots kill me?" Grandpa 15 was just as unyielding as before. He looked at the people in front of him with disdain. The 8 experts were so angry their eyebrows stood vertically. After being pursued like this and long being seriously injured, he was actually still carrying this kind of attitude, daring to speak about them like this. It was impossible for them to endure. Xianxia was speechless. From a certain standpoint, the grandfather and grandson really were alike. Even at such a crucial point, his grandfather still taunted and showed contempt towards this group of experts. "Something like you who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Since you are both here, I'll just get rid of you both in one go." The purple-robed elder's expression was malicious. He had silently adjusted himself for a bit, but with half his body blasted apart, even with his powerful divine abilities, he could only recover a bit of his foundation energy. However, as experts that ignited their divine flames, it was enough to deal with these 2 supreme experts. Now that they were attacked once, they would definitely not tolerate a second. As for that old woman, a light green flame jumped about her body. The part of her right arm that was broken stopped bleeding, and her breastbone even more so already reconnected. Her face was covered in a dark shadow, and killing intent surged. "I admit your talent, which is astonishing, and your survival was truly a miracle. However, you shouldn't have appeared in front of our faces," she sneered. So what if he was a young supreme being? He encountered experts like them before he grew up, so he still wasn't their opponent. If he chose to fight them head-on, then only death awaited him. "I've killed 6 or 7 trash like you 2 in the lower realm already. 2 more isn't that big of a deal." Xianxia's voice was calm. Towards his grandfather, he would reveal true and sincere feelings, but against these people, he would only treat them coldly. "Just the jokes of a youngster. You will pay for your recklessness. Even though you have talent, I am going to kill you first, not allowing you a path of life," the old woman coldly said and rushed over. Since they met again and stood on opposing sides, how could they give him another chance to live? Killing him now was definitely the best choice. "Demon-slaying formation, suppress and kill," the old woman shouted. She activated the formation on the ground. It had trapped Grandpa 15 here a long time ago, and now Symbol's light rushed into the heavens. "This rotten plaything can even be called a demon-slaying formation?" In Xianxia's hair, the divine striking stone tumbled out, full of disdain, turned into a streak of lightning. Ka-cha-ka-cha. Noises rang out continuously. It fiercely chewed about, devouring all types of precious materials that were used to set up this formation. For it, this type of formation truly wasn't worth much. When the old woman saw this, she was so angry she began to shake uncontrollably. Then killing intent surfaced. "You are quite ignorant, revealing your true selves in front of us. Even if you flee by a fluke this time, in the future, there will still be no place in the higher realms for you. Those great sects won't let you go." The purple-robed elder spoke in mockery and with cold intent. Suddenly, his face went rigid, because he heard an abnormal sound. He felt as if cold air was rushing through all the fine hairs and pores of his body. "If I kill you all, who will leak out the secret?" Xianxia said calmly, but his words carried a type of coldness. Even the old woman who was about to attack was horrified, standing rigidly there. She quickly looked towards the distance. Everyone became on guard. They gazed toward the heavens, and then their scalps all became numb. The night sky was covered in endless golden armored bugs. There were just too many with no end in sight. Golden light poured down like a great rain, flooding this place. Golden armored bug, a creature known to devour stone and metal. It could swallow any type of tough material and break it down, let alone the flesh of humans. This was a type of irregular ancient bug that liked to move in groups. Once they became deities, that would be a heart-shaking thing. They would engulf the skies, easily capable of bringing about the demise of a great sect. Fortunately, there were no deities among the golden armored bugs in the sky. However, there were so many, making them feel cold from head to toe. With so many here, it was enough to even slaughter a deity. When Xianxia was enduring silently and waiting for an opportunity, he already had the Emperor Butterfly call the bug hordes here. At the crucial moment, they could surround this place. He purposely dragged things out, waiting for this terrifying army to assist him. This was checkmate. At this moment, everyone's reactions were different. The purple-robed elders' reactions were quite decisive, directly rushing towards Xianxia to defeat the enemy by capturing their leader. He wanted to eliminate the primary target first. Meanwhile, the old woman quickly backed up to flee into the distance. The other 6 supreme experts were even more panicking and fleeing. Hong! As Xianxia brought Grandpa 15 in retreat, the ground broke apart. An endless, innumerable number of strange bugs, earth silkworms, poured out like a sea. They all spewed out sparkling silk to form an enormous web. It was accompanied by blazing lighting as well, blocking the purple-robed elder. There were these types of creatures too. The earth attribute silkworms became one with the great earth, able to move mountains and shift seas. Their divine might was world-shaking. This type of creature definitely lived together in the hundreds of thousands, the most terrifying type. The purple-robed elder turned around to leave. He didn't want to fight to the death. He still wanted to continue living. Ah! The old woman cried out miserably from the distance. Her body was tattered, forcibly dragged back. She was covered in blood, her body in tatters. Heavens! Those are silver butterflies? Those supreme experts all ran back as well. In the distance, there were several tens of thousands of butterflies moving their wings and sparkling with silver radiance. They glistened with brilliance like stars in the sky. They were all of a uniform appearance, their symbols combining together. That one strike alone almost killed the old woman. Fiend Island's creatures were all ridiculously powerful. They all grasped lightning. Meanwhile, this type of race population was even more terrifying. Even though no deities were born among these creatures, they could still sweep through an area. Their symbols could overlay on top of each other, mixing together. This was an unimaginably great divine might. Grandpa 15 roared with laughter. The situation changed so quickly, leaving him completely surprised. Being reunited with his grandson brought him so much joy, and now, there was even this surprise. As for the purple-robed expert, old woman, and 6 supreme experts, their faces were all pale. They were aware that they had fallen into quite the predicament today. Things were looking very, very bad. In the sky, the Emperor Butterfly floated down, landing in Xianxia's hair. It was the true Bug Emperor. Kill! The purple-robed elder shouted, activating precious artifacts to break out from this enclosure. However, endless golden armored bugs flapped their wings in the skies, releasing caw-caw sounds like that of metal plates grinding against each other. It was extremely ear-piercing. Endless golden light and lightning descended. The golden armored bugs that hid the sky and covered the earth formed a great sea of symbols. They all swept over, suppressing the seriously injured purple-robed elder, immediately blasting his body apart until only a head remained. Ah! The old woman cried out miserably. On the other side, silver butterflies shook their wings. Dazzling and beautiful symbols scattered down, causing the lower part of her body to break apart inch by inch. The bug race army was vast and unbordered. This was a huge disaster. Even if a great sect encountered this, they would still feel restraining fear, unable to keep their cool. So how could these people resist? Even with two powerful experts that ignited their divine flames, it wasn't enough at all. They immediately had their bodies shattered. These people's faces were as white as snow. Their current situation was not good at all. My true battle in the higher realms will definitely not begin on your bodies, Xianxia calmly said, leaving these people shocked and furious. This was clearly humiliation, looking down on them. Xianxia's figure vanished, moving like a powerful wind. With the demonfall pestle in hand, he attacked outwards. Qila, lightning radiance extended outwards, landing on the old woman's body and hacking at the remaining half of her body, blasting it until it was scorched black and bones that were spotlessly white but cracked were revealed. Her eyes were gloomy and cold. She berated loudly while stirring up her divine flame to retaliate. I have a few questions to ask, Xianxia said calmly. He held the precious pestle in hand while looking down on her. Little bastard. Keep dreaming. The old woman didn't comply and replied viciously. Is that so? Then you can just go on your way. Xianxia was quite direct, not speaking too much. The sparkling white bone material demonfall pestle flew out, and then with a hong sound, it smashed downwards. The old woman released an angry roar, and all of her hair stood on end, but she couldn't change anything. Her body was blasted apart by the true deity magical artifact, and her divine flame was extinguished. Meanwhile, Xianxia turned around, and then like a ghost, he rushed towards the 6 supreme experts. His palm was like a blade as it sliced towards them. Stop! I'll talk. We are from the Qin clan, the ones that operate in the darkness. We deal with a few tricky and complicated problems that cannot be brought to light. We protect and obey Qin Kunlun's commands. We were assigned to kill your grandfather and avoid him from meeting Qin Hao, preventing him from affecting his use of the 2 supreme being bones. Before Xianxia even asked them anything more, these people began to fight over each other to speak up. It was because Xianxia was too decisive, immediately killing the divine-level old woman, leaving them terrified. Xianxia shook his head. This information was useless. He could have guessed these things even if they didn't say it. He immediately released killing intent, making these supreme experts tremble in fear. They hurriedly added information. Apart from us, there is another group that is searching for your grandfather. They are led by an angel of light. Xianxia was a bit confused. What was an angel of light? He had never heard of this term before. They came from Heavenly Country, a supreme expert explained from the side. Heavenly Country's disciples moved in the darkness, acting under orders to assassinate their targets. Meanwhile, because assassin who had ignited their divine flames had light shining brightly around their bodies, they were called angels of light. When Xianxia heard this, his eyes burned furiously. The Qin clan truly did know how to scheme against others. For the sake of killing his grandfather, they even released Heavenly Country's assassins. He did not forget about Heavenly Country's blood sacrifice in the lower realm. He loathed and despised this inheritance greatly. Meanwhile, in the ancient era, Ghost Grandpa also died because of a goddess from this sect. Revealing secrets like this, it is equal to all of you betraying the Qin clan. The power of the Heavenly Sovereign is endless, and it will inevitably kill all of you. You all don't have any bit of integrity. Revealing the clan's secrets like this, none of you will be able to continue living. All of you will be dealt with by the clan's laws. Not everyone yielded. 2 individuals berated outwards with red eyes, threatening and warning those other individuals. Their voices were extremely strict. Qi. Xianxia waved his hand. A streak of blade energy hacked across, and 2 heads dyed in blood flew off. The headless corpses fell onto the ground. He did not feel any mercy towards enemies. The remaining people were horrified. They all kept quiet out of fear. Xianxia continued to interrogate them. Apart from this, he wanted to find out more about Amon, as well as his parents' current whereabouts. Unfortunately, these people didn't know that much because they were only Immortal Mountain's hidden force. They didn't cultivate in Qin clan's holy land and were instead situated in another secret place. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Xianxia asked the purple-robed elder. Right now, there was only a head remaining, but he still wasn't dead. The loser is always the one that is wrong. This time I have fallen, but you should forget about finding out secrets from my body. That is just wishful thinking. He was quite unyielding as well, not compromising at all. A wong sounded. Suddenly, this elder's head erupted with light, producing endless symbols. It was as if a heavenly flame was blazing. Sure Hao brought his own grandfather away quickly in retreat, departing from this region. A tremendous sound erupted. That head self-destructed. Rays of light rushed high into the sky, creating a storm of energy, flattening a radius of 1,000 zhong. All of the mountain stones were blasted into powder. As for those supreme experts, they all cried miserably, breaking apart in the raging flames and turning into ashes. Grandpa, what is wrong? Sure Hao carried the old man as they left this place. When he wanted to refine precious medicine for him, he noticed that the old man's vitality was quickly declining, almost unable to hold on anymore. This was just too sudden. They were still laughing loudly just now, so why did he immediately lose his vitality? This made Sure Hao fearful, his face becoming incomparably pale. He cried out loudly, "Grandpa, you have to persevere." He quickly took out a stalk of holy medicine, purple redbud moon. It was a foot tall, the entire plant sparkling with purple light. Spiritual mists curled up around it. Every single leaf shone, looking like purple moons. "Grandpa, I will help you refine it. Don't give up." Sure Hao was so anxious that tears even flowed out. They had just reunited, so how could this type of tragedy happen now? The old man's life flame grew weak, and his aura declined. This was clear a sign of a lamp running out of oil, about to leave this world. This was undoubtedly like a strike of thunder from a clear sky. The thing he wished to do the most after entering the higher realms was to find his grandfather. They had just reunited, both of them full of joy and emotions. But was it all going to end in sorrow? "Child, don't cry, Grandpa is fine." Grandpa 15 was extremely weak, and his complexion was a dull gray. He grabbed Sure Hao's hand and tried to reveal a smile. "Who am I? I am the great demonic god. So how can I die?" "Grandpa, nothing can happen to you." Sure Hao became extremely anxious. He wanted to refine the holy medicine for his grandfather, helping him absorb the medicine's essence. It was because right now, Grandpa 15 became even weaker. That wound on his back split apart, extending from his head all the way down his back. It was incomparably terrifying, and murderous energy was seeping out. This injury was cut open by a sharp blade. It originated from Heavenly Country's Angel of Light. Earlier, Grandpa 15 had been wounded, but the injury didn't flare up. Now he couldn't hold on any longer. Heavenly Country's assassins are formidable after all. "I fear that this body might not be able to hold on." Grandpa 15 sighed and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I won't let you die." Sure Hao's entire body shone. He sat here, surrounding Grandpa 15 and the holy medicine in symbols. He was going to transfer the medicinal effects into the elder's body. Only he didn't have any confidence because Grandpa 15 had already been hacked through by someone, almost turning into two halves. Right now, his essence energy was already about to burn out. However, Grandpa 15 didn't look like he was about to die at all. As if he was a great demonic god, he laughed loudly and said, "Child, don't be so worried. Listen to me. Grandpa is fine, and at most another spiritual body will die. Even though it will harm my foundational source, it can still be recovered." "Ah!" Sure Hao blinked his eyes. He suddenly felt like his grandfather was truly like himself, having a bit of savageness, giving him a false alarm. "Who is grandfather?" "I am the great demonic god. Could it be that I have to wait for my grandson to save me? I already said that those idiots couldn't deal with me." The great demonic god laughed loudly. This was one of Grandpa 15's spiritual bodies and not his real body. Sure Hao suddenly understood. No wonder the Qin clan's people had also doubted whether this was his true body. Heavenly Country's assassins aren't ordinary. Their methods strange. This spiritual body of Grandpa 15 received a deadly injury from the blood sword of one of Heavenly Country's Angels of Light. "Heavenly Country, I will pay them a visit sooner or later. Sure Hao clenched his fist. Then, he revealed a look of worry and said, Grandpa, where's your true body? Nothing bad happened to it, right? Probably about to leave this island, Grandpa 15 said. He gazed into a direction and lightly said, I am a bit regretful, however. How great would it be if my true body was still here? Grandpa, I will catch up and see it soon, Sure Hao said. The grandfather and grandson's reunion was one with too much emotions and joy. Tears flew everywhere. The two of them had endless things to talk about. The two of them talked about their experiences over these years, sobbing endlessly through this process. Grandpa, did you break through recently? Not even an expert that ignited a divine flame could catch you. Qin clan's people sent me into the ancient mine with the greatest curse power, wishing to tire me to death. Ha! This life of mine really is quite great. Digging up a strange crystal. Grandpa 15 dug up a dazzling crystal that shone with scarlet multicolored light from the ancient mine. There was forbidden true blood sealed inside, as well as rich medicinal fragrance. He swallowed it and then erupted with power, allowing him to flee. It might be blood left behind by the demonic sovereign. Its medicinal characteristics were too great. I only refined a small portion and already almost couldn't endure it. Grandpa 15 sighed in amazement. He also comprehended a type of symbol from inside of it. Grandpa 15 was already close to lighting his divine flame. He was just missing the final step. Only recently he had always been chased after, so he didn't have the luxury of comprehending and breaking through. Grandpa! Sure Hao cried out. Grandpa 15's time was running out. He became increasingly dim, about to break apart. Sure Hao was full of reluctance. Even though he knew that this was only a spiritual body, he still felt extremely sad. What a pity! This body can't continue on much longer, or else his grandfather and grandson would be able to continue together. Grandpa 15 was quite regretful as well. He rubbed Sure Hao's head, and then with a pung sound, his body scattered, turning into a beautiful rain of light, thus disappearing. Sure Hao was disappointed and frustrated. His fists clenched soon after. His grandfather was just up ahead. He had to hurry and catch up. Great mists sealed the skies within Fiend Island, making it incomparably dusky, and at the same time full of dangers. There were all types of strange creatures and no lack of divine-grade beasts. Sure Hao chased along in the direction Grandpa 15's spiritual body told him. He turned into a streak of lightning and moved quickly. In addition, he asked the Emperor Butterfly to call the various bug races again to help him search. 2 days later, he arrived at the outer region of Fiend Island. He received a piece of information. There was a bug horde known as black crystal bugs that specially devoured all types of spiritual rocks underneath the ground. Every single one was as long as a chopstick. They were as fast as lightning, moving about like wind. A few black crystal bugs had met Grandpa 15 before. They saw him leave Fiend Island. He left. Sure Hao frowned. His grandfather's original body didn't know that he was behind him. Now that the spiritual body disappeared, there was no way to send the message back. This was a bit troublesome. Once one left Fiend Island, Sure Hao couldn't recklessly call on the bug hordes, or else it will definitely catch the attention of a few great sections. If that happened, it would definitely lead to a huge disaster. This type of ability would make many inheritances feel great restraining fear. This young Emperor Butterfly would immediately be targeted by jealousy. Are there any other clues? Sure Hao wanted to find out a bit more so he could predict his grandfather's destination. There were so many black crystal bugs, hollowing out an entire enormous mountain. This was their nest. There were several 100,000 of these bugs. In addition, there were still quite a few black crystal bugs outside. When all of them returned, a small group of these bugs brought back extremely valuable information. However, the information didn't seem that good. There was a group of black crystal bugs who heard a few people talking. I have to ask you to please explain to me in detail. Sure Hao's expression became serious. A leader from the black crystal bug race flew over. It was the length of a chopstick and shining with dark light. It looked like it was carved from black jade. His body was hard, able to easily tear through metal. It radiated spiritual fluctuations, communicating through its divine senses, transmitting sure how astonishing scenes one after another, as if he was truly there. There was a middle-aged man who wore gray clothes. He looked ordinary, but when his pupils opened and closed, there would be blazing radiance shining, indicating that he was an expert that ignited his divine flame. Angel of Light. Shurhao was shocked. He immediately deduced that this should be Heavenly Country's assassin. At his side were two young individuals, one male and one female. They looked to be around 20 or so years old. Their natural talent wasn't ordinary. They were extremely powerful. The Angel of Light was currently imparting onto them his assassination experience, explaining various factors, how to pursue others, and pointing towards some traces on the ground. He even included the surrounding terrain and creatures. He left the island. This is good news, but also a bit troublesome. Do you know what the next step in this pursuit should be? The Angel of Light asked. Based on what we currently know, this person is feeling sorrow. He cares a lot about the dead grandson in the lower realm. If we find some youth, orphans, or other individuals, we can use them to our advantage. Since he is sentimental, this will definitely bring some past memories. A few special environments around him would easily expose his real body. The male and female young geniuses expressed their respective viewpoints. The Angel of Light looked somewhat satisfied. He then added to their discussion. You two associated human attributes with assassination techniques, which isn't bad. However, it is still not enough. This type of assassination is a bit passive. If you could take it a step further and set up a killing trap, then you two would have truly matured, said the Angel of Light. Heavenly Country's two geniuses humbly asked for guidance. He is not feeling mournful, but instead longs to meet his grandson. We will forge an environment to draw him in, and then have him walk in the trap himself. Shurhao saw these scenes through the black crystal bug's memories. He immediately frowned, feeling a wave of worry. However, he didn't say anything and carefully continued observing. Geniuses contend for supremacy. 100 rivers converge into the sea. A great distinguished meeting was about to start. The genius selection great battle will be like an unstoppable wildfire. The 3,000 provinces' young supreme beings will all stand on the stage and carry out an incomparably great showdown. In 5 Elements Province, Immortal Heavenly Deity will be paying close attention to this event, because his clan's Xianxia has 2 immortal bones. He wanted Xianxia to rise up in this 3,000 province power struggle and obtain the final great natural opportunity. That was why Immortal Mountain invited each sect's geniuses to come and learn from each other, using this to sharpen Xianxia. There were no lack of exceptional talents among them, and this would be a minor showing of this ultimate event. Doing this was also a type of training and encouragement for Xianxia. It was to help him understand how extraordinary the higher realms' heavenly geniuses truly were before the major decisive battles. Exceptional talents usually had undying inheritances behind them. Normally speaking, they wouldn't accept this type of invitation and would be protected by their province's greatest power. However, the 5 Elements Province's secret realm was about to open. Immortal Mountain thus informed the other sect that this most recent minor genius selection great competition will be held in that mysterious realm. What did this mean? It meant that there was tremendous natural luck. That secret realm was quite special. Legend had it that an archaic supreme being left behind 1,000 small words after his rebirth failed. There were many natural opportunities hidden within, including holy medicines, supreme being precious blood, inheritances, and others. Only this secret realm was too unique, only able to open once every 1,000 years. In addition, time was quite limited as well. It also prevented sect master-level figures from exploring inside. Every time it opened, 5 Elements Province's sects would all flock over, sending their disciples to enter. It was because this secret realm belonged to the entire 5 Elements Province. This time, Immortal Mountain paid quite the price, and only then did they convince the other sects of this province to allow a genius selection great battle in this mysterious realm. That was why at that time, those sects would inevitably gather. No matter what, Xianxia is still his grandson. We can release rumors and boost interest, stating that this is Qin Hao's battle, how his brilliance will rush into the heavens after this battle between other provinces' exceptional talents in the secret realm and rise in one battle. I believe that he will go there. Bright and beautiful sunlight descended from the azure skies. There were also fresh and green plants releasing the smell of nature. They were full of life, making sure Hao who departed from Fiend Island feel greatly refreshed. During these past few months, he had always been inside Fiend Island, surrounded by electromagnetic mists. The world had always been dusky and black, giving people a rather stifled and gloomy feeling. Today, he finally broke free from that dangerous place, once again bathing in the sunlight of the outside world. He breathed freely, allowing the heaven and earth spiritual essence to nourish his flesh. His entire body relaxed. Only, after resting for a bit, Hao immediately got up, quickly heading in the direction where his grandfather departed. Grandpa is definitely okay. Heavenly Country's angel of light, I will let you experience the feeling of being assassinated, he said quietly. Sure enough, as soon as he got out, he heard from a city that Immortal Mountain invited all provinces' exceptional talents into 5 Elements Province's secret land to swap pointers. This truly is great news. This should be a smaller-scaled, distinguished gathering. Origin Sky Secret Realm is going to open. The place where the archaic supreme being underwent nirvana is going to appear in the world again. Hao entered a restaurant, and before he sat down for a long time, he heard all types of discussions. This was precisely what he needed. This time is different from the past. Not only are the disciples of various sects going to head there, a few legendary supreme being youths are going to reveal themselves as well. They will definitely carry out an intense power struggle. Many people were discussing among themselves, feeling great excitement for this distinguished meeting. This was a major event in 5 Elements Province. The most powerful inheritors from many great sects would arrive, and the clash between these individuals would inevitably bring about great sparks. By now, everyone knew that the 3,000 provinces were going to have a great distinguished meeting. 100 rivers would converge and outstanding individuals will contend for power. Endless numbers of young experts will rise up and carry out great battles. Meanwhile, this gathering to learn from one another was the same as the flames of battle about to burn. It made the mood even more excited, drawing the attention of everyone in this world. Unfortunately, my cultivation isn't enough, or else I would definitely join in on this excitement, seeing just how powerful those supreme being youths and heavenly ladies are. Immortal Mountain gathered so many people all for the sake of sharpening Qin Hao. It seems like they truly are favoring him. I just wonder if he really can produce the most resplendent results. Qin Hao was not unfamiliar to most people. He left his name on Fiend Island's divine monument, becoming rank 1 in talent, overlooking the 10 provinces and raising up a great commotion. A single person had 2 supreme being bones. This was enough to shock the world. It was impossible for him not to attract everyone's attention. Rumors had it that this will be the battle where Qin Hao will make his name known. He will fight the young exceptional talents and establish his unrivaled position as a supreme being youth with 2 bones. For a single person to have 2 immortal bones, what kind of natural talents is this? It had never happened since the ancient times, at the very least not in my 5 Elements province. He will definitely shine brilliantly. Immortal Mountain really has invested quite a lot into this. For the sake of holding this exchange of pointers distinguished meeting, they paid a tremendous price to convince the other sects of this province. This is all for the sake of finding worthy opponents for Qin Hao. Hao frowned. Everything really was as how he had heard it in Fiend Island. He felt deeply worried, fearing that his grandfather would hurry over there and walk into that death trap. He already heard a few rumors. People were adding fuel to the fire, pushing this great battle between geniuses to the peak, continuously broadening its influence. Wu, I heard that this is the first time Qin Hao will display his 2 bones to the world. I wonder exactly what type of unrivaled power he will produce. When this information was released, it naturally brought about a huge commotion. Many people wanted to know how extraordinary these 2 supreme being bones were. Even a few exceptional talents wanted to understand this. I only know that he has an innate supreme being bone that has reincarnation power. Those that are swept by its symbols will not be able to free themselves. I heard this piece of information as well. His immortal bone was obtained from his older brother and not innately produced. It was just something presented to him. Don't speak randomly. Who would willingly give others their supreme being bone? How can you even believe those types of rumors? In addition, things like this have raised Immortal Mountain's anger, and they had even executed others. Be careful not to speak randomly. This type of thing can't be concealed. The truth will be exposed eventually. After all, there are some people who have visited the lower realm and understand the secrets. Rumor has it that bone's true owner is a young supreme being that moved unhindered through heaven and earth. His natural aptitude unrivaled. Unfortunately, his died an untimely death. Otherwise, the true reincarnation precious technique would be even more glorious and brilliant. The people in the restaurant already began to argue over this matter. Some of them believed that Xianxia's supreme being bone didn't belong to him and that it was someone else's. Xianxia frowned, quietly listening to their discussions. In the end, his mind fell. Heavenly Country's Angel of Light did a few things as expected, stirring up a commotion to release some information that might attract Grandpa 15. Origin Sky Hidden Realm was located in the eastern region, not too far from Origin Sky Ancient City. Xianxia went on his way, heading in that direction. Along the way, he heard some more information. His parents would also appear, proceeding together with Xianxia to watch him achieve greatness with his two bones. Apart from this, there might be a marriage proposal during this great battle, one that will select a heavenly woman for Xianxia. Was this something Heavenly Country was spreading around? Xianxia frowned. Perhaps his grandpa would truly appear to meet with Xianxia. Even if they didn't meet, he would still silently watch from the crowd. His own grandfather was feeling extremely great emotions. With Xianxia, his wife, and the other grandson there would definitely be concern within his heart. This old man had gone through a lot these past few years, feeling spiritually weary and physically exhausted. He felt great sorrow inside, valuing familial love greatly. After losing Xianxia, he felt extremely grieved. He was most likely going to pay that place a visit to silently observe his loved ones. When he thought of this scene, Xianxia felt sadness. His grandfather wasn't willing to interact with the Qin clan, but there was no way he could give up on Xianxia and the others. At the same time, he felt a wave of shock. This was extremely dangerous. He had to stop his grandfather ahead of time. No, I have to release some news to let my grandfather be careful. The Angel of Light was plotting against his grandfather, adding fuel to the fire, releasing some news that he had to eliminate. That day, he used the 72 transformations to turn into various types of cultivators of varying ages. He entered several well-known large cities to spread rumors. Qin clan is undergoing an internal struggle. They imprisoned the Supreme Being Youth with 2 Immortal Bones' grandfather, sending him to Fiend Island to dig ores. Truly merciless. When news of this was released, it created quite the sensation. Then, news came from another ancient city. Big news. A great rebellion has broken out in Fiend Island's black prison. Many people broke out. Xianxia escaped Fiend Island, triggering the Qin clan's fury. They had Heavenly Country send out assassins in pursuit to eliminate him. Secret information, this time, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others will appear in Origin Sky Secret Realm. If Xianxia heads there, Heaven Country's assassins will most likely use that chance to eliminate him. When this information was released, many people were stunned, feeling as if things were quite chaotic. Everyone didn't believe this at first, but they felt a bit of interest. After all, it was related to an undying inheritance, Immortal Mountain. That was why this type of random rumors seemed quite interesting. In the end, what was shocking was that soon after, people verified it. Chaos did break out in Fiend Island, and a portion of the prisoners broke out. They even verified that Xianxia's grandfather Xianxia had previously been imprisoned. This triggered an uproar. For Immortal Mountain, this was a scandal. It was clear that for the sake of this event, They immediately carried out a secret investigation. They were badly burned from head to toe. These were definitely not positive rumors. Sure Hao didn't care about these things. He just wanted his grandfather to be on his guard in hopes of preventing him from falling into Heavenly Country's assassins' hands. The Origin Sky secret realm is about to open. Ambitious people of talent, do not miss out on this chance. There is a secret realm terrain map that has been passed down from ancient descendants for sale here. As soon as he entered Origin Sky City, Sure Hao heard this type of shouting, peddling some so-called mysterious terrain diagram. Secret Realm Vicious Beast Explanations. This is a great secret recorded in an ancient bone book. If you want to survive inside, you have to understand a bit about the terrifying vicious beasts inside. Sure Hao was stunned. Origin Sky Ancient Cities people were too formidable. They were selling all types of maps, bone books, and other items, really knowing how to do business. I have an archaic testament booklet here about the Origin Sky Supreme Being's life. If you want to find natural luck inside, this is an indispensable bone book. You have to read this carefully. The city was bustling with activity. Many people came during these past few days. It was packed with people from all trades. All types of clans from different provinces could be seen here. There were Taotai, Pishio, Truho, and others on the street, yet they didn't look out of place at all. Many old powerful races appeared. There were even great golden-winged pungs spreading their wings and green luans soaring in the skies. What a pretty butterfly! A young girl said softly, looking at a beautiful butterfly not too far out. Her eyes shone with radiance. However, her companions' faces immediately became completely white. They pulled her away and said, "Don't speak randomly. That's a demonic crack butterfly, a heavenly ranked divine bug. Once it matures, it can tear apart the heavens." The city was incomparably bustling and full of activity. Many rare races showed themselves. This was a distinguished meeting. Undying inheritances from every province obtained an invitation, and heavenly geniuses came from every clan, making others feel a great sense of admiration. Sure Hao maintained a low profile. After entering the city, he carefully observed his surroundings and listened to the discussions of the people around him to secretly search for his grandfather. Heaven-mending sex fairy Yu-chan unexpectedly came. When these news were released, it raised a huge commotion. Everyone looked over. A group of people flew into the city. This was precisely heaven-mending sex people. Among them, there was a beautiful woman with white clothes fluttering around her. It was as if an immortal entered a world of mortals. Her eyes were full of unspeakable intelligence. Her temperament was outstanding, untainted by the flames of mortals. Who is that youngster? Soon after, everyone noticed someone at the fairy's side. There was no way to hide his brilliance. His long hair scattered about, and the light from his eyes shot out like lightning. His body was covered in symbols, appearing indistinct. His gait was powerful, as if he was a deity in a lower realm. "It's quite likely Immortal Palace's young great one." When these words sounded, many people gasped. Even he came. Who could be his match? Truly a perfect match. Someone said enviously. Fairy Yu-chan and Immortal Palace's inheritor moved side by side, making many cultivators release light's eyes. Ka-cha, a resplendent streak of lightning shot through the heavens. That was actually a radiance produced by a person's fist. A young supreme being arrived. Child of lightning. He came as well. Things are gonna get crazy now. There will definitely be a fierce battle between giants. Everyone became extremely excited. The Child of Lightning was incomparably terrifying and quite eager to fight others. He might challenge Immortal Mountain's inheritor. The next day, a commotion broke out in the city again. A green-clothed young lady descended. Her entire body wafted out a lotus fragrance, and her appearance was rather hazy. Many people cried out in alarm. Lotus Clan's supreme being young Lady Xianxia has come. Then, Firegold Clan's Tung Yi, Spirit Clan's Jinggu, and a few other well-known exceptional talents also appeared. They hurried to his ancient city. Around noon, Sky-Severing Sex Witch appeared. She was dressed in black clothes, elegant and enchanting. Her entire being was beautiful to the point of making others feel suffocated. In addition, when her large eyes drifted about, there was a unique type of emotion behind them. Everyone was shaken. Many young, heavenly geniuses came at once. There will definitely be a great clash of power. I know what happened. Lightning Province had a natural opportunity. Many of these young supreme beings had previously chased after that silver-haired girl, but they ended up with nothing. They hurried here from that place. Someone commented. 5 Elements Province was close to Lightning Province. Upon receiving this information, the supreme being youths that were hovering around that area came here one after another. Then, a few other heavenly geniuses appeared. They were all heroic representatives who overlooked their peers. This created quite the commotion. The great confrontation this time would definitely be one of the highest caliber. Supreme being youths appeared one after another. Any one of them were formidable and stunning individuals. Heavens! They have all gathered together. Will they really clash for dominance? Once Origin Sky Secret Realm is opened, for the sake of divine medicines, archaic supreme being true blood, forbidden inheritances, and other things, there will definitely be shocking battles that will take place. Everyone was looking forward to this event. This place became more and more bustling with activity. Someone else came. Goddess Province's Huang Wu came. Everyone was stirred up. Another extraordinary supreme being young lady came, stirring up quite the reaction. That same day, Immortal Mountain's people came as well. This made Shi Hao's eyes narrow. He saw Shi Xiling, his wife, and Qin Hao. When Shi Xiling, his wife, and Qin Hao walked over, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes focused on them. Many people were calling out loudly. Everyone's eyes gathered on their bodies, making them the focal point of all attention. Everyone flocked over to see what the youth with 2 immortal bones looked like and what parts of him were extraordinary. Qin Hao was quite attractive, his appearance divine like jade. He wore magical clothes that flickered with incomparable brilliance, as if he was a young heavenly deity. His aura was outstanding. That's Qin Hao, the innate supreme being. One that will definitely rise up in this battle and become one of this era's most powerful heavenly geniuses. His eyes were shining brilliantly. He stood on the carriage and proceeded through this place, triggering everyone's heated debates. A few young ladies even directly screamed out, crowding forward to get a closer look. He really is quite the supreme being youth. His temperament is steady, and he has a self-confident bearing. Many people sighed in praise. A single person had 2 immortal bones. Even though he hadn't produced any battle accomplishments yet, everyone knew that this individual was fated for glory. Along the way, everyone raised their heads and looked over, all of them watching the youth in that carriage. He was too special, drawing everyone's eyes. Even Shi Xiling and his wife became the focal point of everyone's attention. Being able to have this kind of child that could overlook 10 provinces, it was proper and to be expected that they became a hot topic of discussion. The carriage flowed with mysterious symbols. Qin Hao stood there, appeared quite dazzling. Shi Xiling and his wife looked at Qin Hao, their faces carrying a bit of doting and a trace of smile. Their second son truly was unordinary, and being focused on by everyone like this left them feeling quite gratified. I am looking forward to seeing the 2 immortal bones display their power. Just how powerful will they be? We'll find out soon. In this clash between exceptional talents, the most dazzling sparks will definitely be produced. The brilliant carriage departed into the distance, but the discussions continued. From the rear, Shi Hao silently watched. He stood in the corner alone, with no one paying attention to him. He was currently searching for his grandfather. Even though he saw his parents, there was no way they could meet each other. Otherwise, Immortal Palace, Heavenly Country, and other powers, perhaps even Immortal Mountain, will secretly take action to kill him. Grandfather, where are you? Shi Hao said softly. He searched through this group of people, sweeping his eyes over many people. He knew that his grandfather might have truly come, because the old man was full of sentimental emotions. He would likely come to see his own grandson and meet with the only loved ones he has left in the higher realms. Shi Hao was extremely worried, fearing that his grandfather would reveal weakness that would then be discovered by others. He searched bitterly through this group of people, feeling extremely worried. He felt that his grandfather should be the same, also silently watching his loved ones. Only there were just too many people in the ancient city. It was bustling with activity and packed with people. There were even many divine birds and vicious beasts roaming about, making it hard for him to find his grandfather. This was a distinguished meeting, and quite a few famous inheritances had received invitations. They were all province-shaking great sects, so that was why so many extraordinary figures showed up at once. The city was incomparably bustling. The streets were packed with creatures, all of them cheering and discussing among themselves passionately as exceptional talents and heavenly geniuses descended from the skies one after another. Great commotions continuously broke out. Wu, this is the Golden Luan race's young supreme being. His physique is tall and upright, the golden symbols around his body like armor. His eyes are like those of a phoenix, heroic and imposing. How powerful! Yin Yang Academy's child of light has arrived as well. He really was like how the rumors say, having a body of light and full of yang energy. Formidable! Brilliant figures appeared one after another, drawing everyone's attention. Every single one of these supreme being youth were destined for greatness. Sure Hao stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at these holy children, exceptional talents, and divine ladies surrounded by halos of light with a calm expression. His heart wasn't stirred up like the ordinary people around him. Unfortunately, he still never discovered any traces of his grandfather, unable to find any clues. Sure Hao didn't know whether he should feel happy or disappointed. He didn't see his grandfather, which meant that Heavenly Country's assassins wouldn't easily have their goals realized. However, if it continued like this, how were they supposed to reunite? Grandfather definitely came. Right now, his mood shouldn't be too good. I need to see him, Sure Hao said to himself. He didn't give up and continued to search through this enormous city. 5 days later, the people that should be present were pretty much all here. Heavenly geniuses all came, and heroic talents emerged one after another. They were all extremely stunning individuals that came from great provinces. Now, it was close to being time for Origin Sky Secret Realm to open. Everything was happening amidst wildly beating gongs and drums. The distinguished meeting was about to start. This day, regardless of whether it was the inns, restaurants, or other places, they were all incomparably crowded. Too many cultivators came, and this enormous city long ran out of places to stay at. There were just too many creatures. Even the small towns a bit further out from the enormous city were filled with people, all for the sake of this distinguished meeting. They were going to come and take a look. Apart from this, there were many other people eager to give it a try and participate. Instead of being just a bystander, they were going to enter the secret realm and seize some natural luck. Of course, obtaining the qualifications to enter Origin Sky Secret Realm wasn't that easy either. Even if it was just a competition to exchange pointers, a meeting called a small-scale distinguished meeting, the targets of Immortal Mountain's invitations were all the heavenly talents of a province. It was not easy for ordinary people to participate. For the sake of making this confrontation a bit more lively, Immortal Mountain did not stop them from entering. The rumor was that apart from the people that were invited, they would allow another 400 people from the outside world in. There were also other people who were saying that the limit was 500. It was because entering the Origin Sky Secret Realm might mean that they could obtain Archaic Supreme being true blood, divine medicines, inheritances, and other things. They wouldn't allow too many outsiders to plunge these resources. This secret realm belonged to 5 Elements province, so only this province's great sects could send large amounts of their disciples inside. During these past few days, the sects all consulted with each other to see just how many people they were going to place inside exactly, as well as setting up the regulations and tests. Only outstanding individuals who met the requirements could have a chance. I definitely have to make it inside. Whether or not I can obtain a holy medicine or other natural luck is secondary. The main thing is that I want to observe the exceptional talents' incomparable great battle. I cannot miss out on this, some young experts said. They were extremely excited, feeling that this was a rare opportunity. There were others who shook their heads and said, Do you really think that is some nice place? That is the remains left behind by a supreme being's nirvana failure, so it will definitely be extremely dangerous. Even though there are special laws that prevent sect master level figures from entering, it is similarly terrifying inside. Rumor has it that there are vicious beasts and fierce birds who have ignited their divine flames inside. The so-called mysterious realm was a little thousand world. There were all types of creatures inside, and all of them were extremely powerful. There was someone else that said to himself, I am going for archaic true blood and those forbidden inheritances. If I can obtain them, I will definitely rise to greatness in one go. Most people harbored these types of thoughts. Origin Sky Secret Realm had many opportunities. As long as they could obtain one, then it would change their path of life, and from there on make them completely different. Only everyone also knew that if they obtained those divine objects, it would be extremely dangerous. Their lives would be at risk. At the very least, those supreme being youth, divine ladies, and others would all be present. If they ended up encountering them and overestimated their abilities, they would undoubtedly die. When the time comes, it would be good as long as we avoid them. We definitely cannot conflict with those individuals. If they eat meat, it'll be enough if we just drink soup. A few individuals comforted themselves like this. Of course, there were other people who were full of ambition. They carried all types of powerful magical artifacts and wanted to fight it out. If they did end up discovering some world-shocking natural opportunity, they just had to risk it all. During these days, everyone discussed among themselves spiritedly. It was incredibly bustling with many arguments breaking out. Xianxia was always looking for his grandfather, wishing to meet him. However, he never found any traces or clues, leaving him feeling quite worried inside. Ever since he spread the information about Immortal Mountain scandal, it added even more fuel to the flames. Many people were discussing this. He believed that his grandfather would definitely feel alert, and that was why he did not reveal himself. There are some traces. Xianxia walked within the enormous city and secretly used the dual pupil. He unexpectedly found the Angel of Light, which made him tremble inwardly. This assassin was a dangerous individual. Eliminate him. This was what Xianxia decided. He wanted to teach Heavenly Country a bloody lesson. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, this was Origin Sky City, and many great figures had arrived. As soon as he takes action, there was a chance that a sect master-level figure would interfere. The Emperor Butterfly fluttered about and released a weak light. It released divine senses fluctuations. As a result, they found some ordinary butterflies and wasps. Soon after, a few ordinary butterflies and wasps entered that residence. These were all ordinary bugs that could be found everywhere inside of a garden. Half a day later, several wasps flew out in succession. The Angel of Light did not discover my grandfather, and his face is rather gloomy too. He actually wants to have that pair of extremely powerful young geniuses from Heavenly Country enter that secret realm. Xianxia was astonished. He didn't decide to attack the angel as a warning to Heavenly Country and instead temporarily backed off. Since the Angel of Light didn't discover Grandpa 15, this was already the best news. Good news, this time Immortal Mountain and the other sects are making the decision together, allowing the people from the outside world in. The limit is an entire 3,000. When this information was released, it immediately raised an uproar. This place became incomparably noisy. No one dared to believe this. It was just too many, far surpassing what they expected. It left everyone stupefied. They actually produced such a huge quota. It really is unbelievable. Truly generous of them. I believe that for the sake of convincing the other sects of Five Elements Province, Immortal Mountain definitely paid quite the price. Worthy of being an undying inheritance, doing things so generously. Many people praised, cheering with joy. An extra slot in the quota meant another opportunity. Quite a few young experts wanted to go inside. However, there were people who laughed coldly as well, disapproving of this. All of you are too naive, not understanding the inner details at all. Qin Clan isn't some charitable group. How could they act so selflessly? The secret realm is full of dangers with all types of divine bugs, fierce birds, and many dangerous areas. Having so many people go inside is just to attract some of the vicious creatures inside. To speak with a bit harsher words, this is just to divert the attention of those poisonous bugs and ferocious beasts, delivering them some food. The more people that go inside, the more those exceptional talents can fight with each other. There's no way that any of you can fight over natural opportunities with them. Quite a few people discussed softly like this, not daring to proclaim it out loud out of fear of provoking Immortal Mountain's people and bringing about a disaster onto themselves. Soon after, the selection and the test were about to start. They were going to fight over the entry slots. Many young experts were eager to give it a try, their eyes burning with passion. Exceptional talents and heavenly geniuses from various sects did not need to pass this trial. Their power dominated their provinces respectively. All of them Immortal Mountains enthusiastically welcomed leading figures. When the time came, they could directly enter. Apart from this, 5 Elements province had a few other great sects, and the Qin clan was included inside of this as well. They had their own designated quota. As the owners of this Origin Sky secret realm themselves, they could directly send their disciples in without needing to undergo a test. It was clear that this group of people were extremely special. Even though 3,000 slots was quite a bit for the outside world, once they fought over them, there weren't enough to go around. It was because more and more people were coming with experts from every great clan. In a spacious area outside the city, there was a high platform where a few experts stood, overlooking the people below. Rumbling sounds rang through the air. Exceptional talents will fight for supremacy, and heavenly geniuses will stand off against each other. Who will be the true number one? Signs will appear in this power struggle. Those who are ambitious come. Finally, the test for outsiders began. They were going to determine the candidates for the 3,000 individuals. Xianxia stood inside this crowd and calmly watched. Suddenly, he saw someone. For some reason, he had a type of indescribable feeling well up. He said with a trembling voice, "Is he Grandpa? He is going to enter the secret realm." This was a type of intuition. He felt that that person was a bit special and familiar. He had a feeling that there was some blood connection between them. This made his heart jump wildly. Xianxia's mind was shaking. He felt incomparably excited. This was not something seen through the eyes, but rather a type of instinct, an innate type of intimacy. It was the same type of feeling as what he felt on Fiend Island. Xianxia was extremely nervous. He didn't know if he saw the wrong person. It was because the cultivator was too young, only looking 20 or 30 years old, not aged at all and surging with blood energy. He was clearly a young man. His appearance was different from Grandpa 15 as well. "Is it grandfather?" He brought out the dual pupil, but he still couldn't see through it. This person did not show his true appearance. "Why? I feel like he is quite similar, a type of intimate feeling of the same bloodline," Xianxia said to himself. He found it hard to calm down. However, when there were so many people here, he couldn't reveal anything. He stood far away, using the dual pupil to observe that person. He found that the other party's pupils would become deep from time to time, carrying a trace of great changes. This was a bit strange, and only with the dual pupil did he notice this change. Xianxia remained calm and collected, using the true primordial record to hide his aura. No one could detect anything different from him. He looked completely ordinary as he silently watched that person. Soon after, he saw that person accidentally look towards Immortal Mountain's people, as if he was searching for something. This made Xianxia's mind tremble. Perhaps this truly was his grandfather. Even at this critical point, his grandfather still came. Maybe he still wanted to see Xianxia and the others, reluctant to give up on those emotions. Xianxia noticed that this youth, that had been accidentally detected by him, signed up to take one of the 3,000 slots, wishing to obtain the qualifications to enter the secret realm. What is Grandpa trying to do? Could it be that he wants to see Xianxia and sees a chance where they can be alone? When he thought of this possibility, Xianxia's mind trembled. This was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. He carefully thought to himself and silently analyzed the situation. He wanted to confirm whether or not this was his grandfather. In the end, He felt that he could confirm with 70% certainty that this was his grandfather. Sure Hao could guess how his grandfather was feeling, and he slowly understood. Grandpa 15 was feeling great emotions, but he didn't want to have any interaction with Immortal Mountain. He just wanted to secretly see how his other grandson really was, so he was going to enter the secret realm and silently take a look. Grandfather, Sure Hao felt rather sore inside for him. Grandpa 15 truly signed up, wishing to enter the secret realm. His broke arm? Could it have been regrown? This was the only part that didn't make sense, being a bit different from Grandpa 15's unique self. However, Sure Hao thought of the things his grandpa said. He obtained the demonic sovereign's true blood and refined a portion of it, which lead to quite great effects. That was the same as an exceptional precious medicine. If he had time and continuously refined it, perhaps he might be able to regrow his flesh. Could this be the reason? However, not that many days had even passed. The changes were a bit too fast, making him a bit doubtful. Apart from this, Grandpa 15's appearance had changed greatly as well, and he was young and vigorous. He was clearly a young man. Even with the dual pupils, he didn't see through that much, making him quite puzzled. Grandpa had said that he obtained a type of symbol from the demonic sovereign's true blood. I wonder if it has anything to do with this. Regardless, this young man wouldn't draw too much attention. The Qin clan, Angel of Light, and others that wanted to eliminate him should not associate him with Grandpa 15. After a moment of hesitation, Sure Hao walked up to sign up. He was also going to go inside and follow this young man who was most likely his grandfather. He was going to meet him inside and confirm this. In the spacious land outside the city, people were gathering, filling this place densely. It was unknown just how many creatures there were here exactly. Every sect contributed to maintaining order. Eventually, they had no choice but to separately select the best. There were close to 10,000 individuals in each group, and like that, they still ended up with 60 to 70 groups. This left everyone feeling stunned. The creatures that had signed up were a bit too enthusiastic. Let me say it again. Those over 100 years old cannot sign up. We will have to ask experts that ignited their divine flames to withdraw as well. Do not waste everyone's time. A sect master was incredibly dignified and imposing, transmitting this loud sound. He coldly swept his eyes over everyone. It was as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, making everyone feel suffocated. Origin Sky Secret Realm had special natural laws that allowed those who had ignited their divine flames to enter. However, the number was limited, and Immortal Mountain as well as the other sects definitely wouldn't give these slots to outsiders. The selection began. A great formation shone, releasing green symbols and creating a hazy expanse. This was the first trial. Only geniuses that made it through this trial had the qualifications of taking the test. The 10,000 individuals from the first group moved together, rushing into that formatin. As soon as these people entered, mists soared into the heavens. Everyone scattered apart. The formation was vast and boundless. Many people immediately got lost. In the end, only 1,000 people successfully made it through. Many people were huffing and puffing, tired to the point of collapse. This formation was extremely profound, leaving them exhausted. The remaining 8,000 or 9,000 were all trapped in the formation. Quite a few people went unconscious from exhaustion. This was a shocking great confusion formation. So difficult, everyone sighed and said. However, they knew that this was how it should be. There were only 3,000 slots, which meant that most people were going to be washed out. The second group, third group, they were all like this. Of the 10,000 that entered, only a tenth made it through. The young man suspected to be Grandpa 15 was placed in the 21st group. As soon as he entered, he smoothly made it across, not making Sure Hao worry much at all. It was Sure Hao's turn. He was in the 49th group. After he entered the formation, great mists covered the skies, accompanied by the wailing of ghosts that attacked at one's divine senses. Illusions erupted one after another. Sure Hao intentionally didn't move that quickly, intentionally slowing himself down. However, he still made it through smoothly. Of the 600,000 to 700,000 creatures, only around 60,000 individuals remained. They were all well-known figures. However, there were still too many because there were only 3,000 slots. Are you kidding me? Didn't they say that this was just a small-scale distinguished meeting? Why did so many experts hurry over? A few people were upset. What was rather shocking was that everyone saw a Taotai calmly stand there, making all the nearby creatures' fine hairs stand on end. This was a formless type of pressure. Taotai race's young supreme being, he. Why did he also come out of isolation? This doesn't make sense. The number of slots was small to begin with, and now, even the heavenly geniuses of such a great race were here to fight against them over it. It was quite likely that it might just accidentally sweep through large numbers of cultivators. It made everyone feel a sense of powerlessness. Someone else cried out from the other side. A white-clad young lady appeared who radiated gentle light from her entire body. She had beautiful eyes and teeth, and she shone brilliantly like jade. It raised quite the commotion. That's Moon Jade Hair Race's #1 fairy maiden. One shouldn't see this as a name that isn't as great as some others. This was definitely a super powerful race. After the Moon Jade Hair Race's most powerful expert died, it turned into a silver moon that suspended itself in the heavens. Then, a golden divine vine appeared, as well as a black-colored orchid. Everyone couldn't help but back up. The former came from Sun God Vine Palace, and the latter came from a forbidden land, Black Orchid Mountain. They were plant-type experts as well as their race's geniuses. They were the worst to provoke. Immortal Mountain's people hurriedly appeared, asking these great creatures to please come with them. This created quite the commotion. There were actually some young supreme beings who came uninvited, leaving everyone even more excited and hopeful. Everyone understood that the secret realm's exceptional talent power struggle would definitely be an incomparably fierce one. The second test began, a test of strength. There were several stone steels up ahead. Everyone was required to smash down on them with all of their strength and examine just how strong their battle strength was exactly. Sure, How had left his mark on the demonic sovereign's divine monument, so he naturally didn't fear that he wouldn't pass this test. Instead, he had to be careful of not breaking these monuments. As a result, he was ranked in the 2,900th or so place, almost not making it. It was because he had restricted himself too much. So dangerous. This left How feeling stupefied. He almost didn't make it into the secret realm. He was a bit speechless. That young man naturally passed smoothly a while ago. In the end, the ones that failed numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They were incomparably dejected. This was not even including the older generation figures that did not meet the requirements. It could be seen how great the effects of this secret realm starting up were. To prevent an accident from happening and to prevent you all from confronting each other, that was why this limit was set. A sect master that was full of vigor said, his voice resounding through the air. He swept his eyes over everyone and said, I will repeat once more here. Origin Sky Secret Realm is extremely dangerous with all types of divine bugs and ferocious beasts. There are fatal dangers lying around every corner. All of you have to properly reconsider if you want to enter. No one backed out. They all set their minds on searching for great natural opportunities. 2 days later, the time to open the secret realm came. 108 great stars appeared in the sky one after another, carrying chaotic energy as they spun in the heavens. Eventually, they unexpectedly formed 2 lines, intersecting into a cross. The void was severed by the cross. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. Then, splendid immortal light surged outwards. An expanse of brilliance appeared in the depths of the mist. It was a gate, one that was already opened. It stretched out in the boundless heavens. Everyone was deeply shaken. They actually needed to do this to open the secret realm, using the 108 stars, connecting them into a cross to open up a passageway. It was as if they were going to enter the starry sky and reach the other shore. A group of young, exceptional talents appeared, all of them unordinary. They all occupied their own direction, wrapped around by symbols. They were like a group of divine kings that descended into this world. After the secret realm was opened, they were invited in first. This allowed them to be a step closer to the great natural luck. The stars flickered about. These were all supreme being youths from various provinces. Any one of them appearing in the world would produce a world-shaking effect. Yet today, they all gathered like clouds. This was definitely a great, distinguished meeting. These people were all children of destiny. They all had their own great fortune. Today, they were confronting each other for the first time. Who was the true number one? Who could become unrivaled? All of this would be revealed in the secret realm. Exceptional talents would contend for supremacy, and supreme expert youths would confront each other. Everything was going to unfold from here. 108 stars formed a cross, cutting open the void. The Tao Gate was extremely large. What laid behind it was an expanse of brilliance. There was an altar within the gate. Once they stepped onto it, it would take them to another region in this secret realm. The great figures of each sect personally stood guard to oversee this place. They led these exceptional talents and heavenly geniuses each onto the altar, sending them into different regions. No one wanted these supreme being youth to clash as soon as they entered. If that happened, then it would be a bloody, chaotic battle. Every single exceptional talent that ascended the altar was given a pure white beast bone, leaving the crowd outside a bit confused. This is a sacred object previously brought out from the secret realm. After being carefully refined by immortal heavenly deity, it developed a type of use that could protect your lives. Someone said this softly, making many people's minds tremble. They carefully asked what exactly was going on. This type of pure white beast bone teeth was a rare life symbol. If one was killed in the mysterious realm, it could die in the owner's place and also send them back to the altar. When everyone heard this, they all gasped. This life symbol was too precious. Meanwhile, they all felt discontent inwardly. This was a bit too unfair. Without this type of life symbol, do you think that those undying inheritances, holy children, exceptional talents, and divine ladies would come take risks? Someone sighed and said, this was the reality. The beast teeth symbol could only be used once. Those that held it would be transported back to the altar after being wrapped within the symbols. If they insisted on entering Origin Sky secret realm again and they were killed again, then they could only die. After being cut down once and given another chance, there are still people who would take the risk to go in again? That depends. Some exceptional talents firmly believe that they are unmatched, overlooking a province. If they died accidentally or were killed by a sneak attack, they might slaughter their way back in. Countless people gazed into the heavens. They could only feel envy towards these supreme being youth's protection, because these people had long proven themselves and their lives were sufficiently precious, worth protecting like this. Then, everyone became stupefied. It was Immortal Palace's young great one's turn to ascend the altar, but he brought a male and female with him that were of similar ages. The elders guarding the secret realm's doors were a bit hesitant, but they still agreed to let them in together. How come he ended up bringing assistance? Below, many people were unsatisfied and discussed quietly. With Immortal Palace's inheritor's nature, he naturally wouldn't want helpers. Those are two servants, both extremely formidable experts that are more powerful than many great sects' sacred children and holy ladies. Their natural talents are astonishing. Bringing them in is to have them search for their own natural opportunities. Immortal Palace truly isn't a normal type of strong. They could even do something like this. Fairy Yuchan didn't walk together with Immortal Palace's inheritor, because all of the young heavenly geniuses had been separated, placed in their own region. Some time would pass before they would encounter each other, and then a great clash would occur. Firegold Clan's Tengi sat in the void, behind him a great sun that burned with fiery light. He also entered. Then the Taotai, sun god Vine, child of light, and the others went up one after another. Behind them, lightning streaked across the air. A person's fist lightning could light up the heavens. That was definitely the child of lightning. Then, the one that was rumored to grasp condensed blood at birth, Jingu, who could pierce through everything, appeared. On his back was a pair of golden wings. He also appeared, stepping onto the altar. The witch, with her unique character and crafty face, walked through the gate in a relaxed manner, not appearing worried in the slightest. Huang Wu had a powerful aura around her that made her appear a bit domineering. Her entire body was covered in symbols, making her appear indistinct. She also crossed over. Then Qin Hao appeared. He was the youngest one here, only 14 or 15 years old. However, his figure was tall and slender, making him not much shorter than adults. That is, many people widened their eyes. They saw that he wore 5-colored battle clothes. It was formed from 5 types of divine metals and radiated auspicious light. 5-colored energy rushed into the heavens. So it was like this. Those are long-life battle clothes. A few people cried out in astonishment. This came from immortal heavenly deity's hands. An exceptional set of battle clothes, he refined himself. Regardless of how high your cultivation was, after wearing it, it could promote one's cultivation realm an entire great realm. Previously, many people had their doubts, because even though Qin Hao's natural talents overlooked all 10 provinces, after all, he was still young and didn't reach the supreme expert realm yet. Exchanging pointers like this might result in him taking a beating. Perhaps many people had long planned to test him out, seeing just how amazing those 2 immortal bones were. Now, everyone understood that Immortal Mountain long made preparations. No wonder they invited sacred children, exceptional talents, divine ladies, and others to compare and learn from each other. With these long-life battle clothes, they could fight at the same cultivation realm. Then, Moon Jade Hair, Black Orchid, Golden Luan, and other clans' heavenly talents also went in one after another, each entering a separate place. Then, it was Qin Clan and 5 element provinces' several great sects' turn. The secret realm originally belonged to this province's greatest powers. They sent their disciples inside. In addition, what left others speechless was that there was no lack of cultivators who had ignited their divine flames among these people. Even though there weren't that many, they occupied all of the slots that this realm allowed. Finally, it was the 3,000 cultivators from the outside world's turn. They were the final group to go on their way. The upper levels that guarded the gate began to distribute these people, placing them into different regions. Every single region had a certain amount of people assigned. Of course, every region had an exceptional talent, and then they were paired with this group of experts. When everyone saw this, they were all quite speechless. A few individuals couldn't help but feel like turning around. The so-called great natural luck wasn't that easy to fight for after all. Suddenly, the gate shone. A cultivator was blasted out. The higher-level figures looked at him coldly. One of the elders said, "Your qualification has been revoked." Everyone couldn't help but erupt into commotion. I have already said before that the qualification is yours alone and you cannot use spatial magical artifacts to bring others in. You are breaking the rules. The elder pointed out with his fingers. Purple light shone boundlessly, surrounding this person. A small cauldron flew out from his body, and then it turned upside down, dropping out several individuals. Everyone was speechless. This cultivator was ashamed. He brought his companions with him and quickly fled. Being able to keep his life was already not bad. Hao saw this clearly and sighed with regret. He knew that, with sect master level figures overseeing that place, there was definitely no way of getting any cheap tricks by. Originally, he still had the sleeping silver phoenix, but earlier, he gave it to the divine striking dun along with the emperor butterfly to keep with it. The only unfortunately thing was that the young man that was suspected to be his grandfather had already been sent in, so the 2 of them were definitely not going to be in the same place. He needed to spend time looking for him. Because Hao reserved too much strength during the power test, he was ranked towards the bottom. This group was immediately recognized as soon as they walked closer. The great figures that were overseeing the gate looked at them coldly, completely like they were looking at a bunch of mixed fish. Some of them even coldly snorted. Let me say it once more. It is extremely dangerous inside. A great figure coldly spoke. It was clear that he thought that this group of people were too inferior and most likely wouldn't be able to survive. From the side, an old man actually laughed in a rather profound manner. He personally saw Hao and the others through the altar. You all should just go to my Fire Devil Palace's region. His eyes carried a type of coldness, as well as a type of disdain. This was completely treating them like mixed fish. If he sent these people to the Fire Devil Palace's region, those people wouldn't receive much threat. The others' elders felt rather regretful. If they had thought of this, they would have fought over this group. These trash fish didn't have much fighting strength and would allow their own sex disciples have more abundant harvests. Wait a moment, someone shouted, feeling that this wasn't fair, wishing to seize this group of people that were ranked last. Xianxia was quite speechless. They really didn't treat this last group of people like anything much. This was a bit too apparent, simply looking down on them. However, he also inwardly nodded. The symbols recorded in the true primordial record truly were extraordinary, hiding his aura without revealing his true divine force. Not even these old fellows could see through it. Of the 3,000 slots for the outside world, no one was willing to select the people in the front. They were mostly sent to those exceptional talents regions. These great sex seniors all wanted to fight over Xianxia's group, making many of these enthusiastic cultivators feeling speechless as well. Don't waste any time and hurry on your way. An old sect master spoke from the distance. We don't want to go anymore. We are willing to back out. A few individuals became dejected. This was going too far, and things were definitely not looking good for them. They weren't going to go inside. This kind of situation made others not know what to say. Do the rest of you still want to enter? An elder that wasn't able to win over any people asked. I still want to go in, Xianxia replied. It is very dangerous inside. An elder said, I will not brave death to compete and kill. At most, I will just pluck a bit of medicinal herbs, Xianxia replied. Then just go, someone said. Start up the transport formation and head for my Fire Devil Palace's region. Fire Devil Palace's old man impatiently sent the remaining people inside. Rumor has it that Fire Devil Palace's creatures are powerful scarlet-winged cranes. I wonder what they taste like. Xianxia disappeared inside. The corners of his lips slightly curled upwards as he muttered inwardly. Purple energy rose from the east. It was peaceful. Xianxia and the others descended. They sized up the surrounding scenery. Ancient trees stood sparsely in this region, but they were all incomparably old. Every single one with trunks so thick several people had to work to get to wrap their arms around it. Their old bark was cracked, making them look like dragon scales. These trees were not lush or flourishing with leaves and branches. However, they could still see heavenly light. There was a lot of space between every tree, opening up vast areas of land in between. There were purple mists floating about, accompanied with multicolored light. Most of it poured over from the east. Xianxia and this group of people entered this secret realm, feeling a spiritual essence so thick that it wouldn't thin out. Fire Devil Palace truly are good for nothing. These people were furious. Fire Devil Palace actually looked down on them so much, thinking of them as the most useless muddled fish, sending them to their own sex region. When the time comes, they might use us as cannon fodder, someone said in a rather worried manner. Fire Devil Palace thought that their fighting strength wasn't high and that they were all just there to make up the number. They thought that weren't much of a threat at all, and they couldn't contend against their own sect in searching for the various types of natural luck at all. Soon after, the angered people closed their mouths, no longer saying too much, because after entering here, there was a high chance of them encountering people from that sect. In addition, several dozen people quickly scattered, taking precautions against each other. Once they entered this secret realm, they were rivals. Regardless of whether it was picking medicines or finding supreme being true blood, cooperation would be difficult. It would be full of competition. Xianxia began to move out, walking east. There were quite a few people who even moved out before him, leaving behind some afterimages in that direction. It was because purple energy was scattering outwards, and it was all coming from the east. It's a stalk of hound leaf vine, someone cried out in joy. Before they traveled that far, he saw a stalk of vine at the base of a mountain that took root between the cracks of the stone. It had multicolored light swirling about it. This stalk of medicine was less than 3 feet tall. It looked like it was carved from black jade. Its leaves looked like a vicious hound. They released strands of dark light, and the entire medicine filled the air with spiritual essence. This cultivator squatted down. He took out a jade shovel and carefully dug it out to avoid harming the roots and scattering the spiritual essence. He quickly obtained this spiritual medicine. Chi! Suddenly, a sky-splitting sound rang through the air. A streak of scarlet multicolored light quickly rushed over, and then a miserable cry sounded. This cultivator that could be considered quite powerful as well widened his eyes, showing fear. His face gazed into the skies as he collapsed into a pool of blood. This was a scarlet feather arrow, pierced through his skull, killing him on the spot, fierce and accurate. A single arrow took his life, not leaving him with any chance. The hound leaf vine in his hands fell onto the ground. A bit of blood splashed onto its surface. This made the minds of the cultivators that entered this secret realm tremble. This was too fierce and ruthless. He just plucked a single stalk of spiritual medicine, yet he ended up provoking death. This is a forbidden land. None of you are allowed any closer. Someone released a word of warning from the mountain up ahead. It was a middle-aged man with thick crimson hair. His eyes were like copper, and in his hands was an enormous bow, looking like an iron tower. In addition, blood energy surged, and an imposing aura surged outwards. While speaking, he made a waving motion, bringing that hound leaf vine over to him. It landed in his hands. A dozen or so people came over from his direction. When they saw this scene, they were all resentful. This was just too domineering. Did they really not think their lives were worth anything? Everyone could only feel angry inside. None of them dared to say anything, and they held it all in, because they noticed there were many figures up ahead. There were a few others, clearly Fire Devil Palace's experts. This was a well-known great sect that sent multiple experts with their divine flames lit inside. If they truly fought against each other, with their cultivation realms only being at the supreme expert realm, they would be completely wiped out. Sure How watched this scene from the distance, feeling discontent inside. Fire Devil Palace was too overbearing and ruthless, but this also meant that there was definitely something incredible up ahead that made this sect feel so nervous. There were quite a few individuals who had similar thoughts as himself. A few individuals felt a bit itchy-fingered, but after comparing themselves to the enemy's strength, they had no choice but to shake their heads and helplessly withdraw. There were a few others who were hesitating. They hid themselves among the trees and thus vanished. Sure How didn't fight them head-on. Towards any divine-level expert, he wouldn't underestimate them, let alone the fact that there were more than one. He had to deal with them carefully. However, he didn't want to leave just like that either, instead choosing to roam about the surrounding region to see exactly what kind of divine treasure there was up ahead. There shouldn't be an archaic supreme being's blood pools that appeared, right? The terrain rose and fell. Ancient trees were sparse and thinly spread. One could look very far into the distance. This place was full of spiritual essence, but there weren't many poisonous bugs or ferocious beasts. It was a relatively peaceful, pure land. Sure How stood on top of a tall mountain and gazed into the distance. The heart of this region was a vast and boundless mountain valley. It was incredibly majestic. Purple energy rose, surging upwards. It was as if there were draconic cries that sounded. It was an extremely unordinary and unique place. What a precious land. What is there inside? Sure How said softly. Fire Devil Palace's people protected this valley entrance, standing there seriously and not allowing anyone to come closer. There were many people watching the surroundings as well, strictly locking down this place. Sure How paced back and forth, walking to a zone even further out in search of opportunities, as well as investigating if there were shortcuts to other regions, like transport formations. Before entering, he heard that Origin Sky's secret realm was large to an unbounded degree, but one would often discover some ancient transport formations, making the amount of land one has to travel become much shorter. Things don't look too good. Sure How discovered an abnormality. He only walked a few dozen li, but was already blocked. There was a great formation sealing the skies. He frowned, following the edge of the sealing formation as he walked. He wanted to see if there were any openings. In the end, he was shocked. This area of 100 li was completely surrounded by an ancient divine-level formation with not faults. He couldn't free himself from this place. Just like him, several tens of other people encountered the same problem. While exploring through this region, they instead discovered that their route of advance was broken, and that there was no way to leave this place. What kind of place is this? How can there be a great formation sealing it up? We can't even leave the Fire Devil Palace's people even if we wanted to. Someone's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. That purple valley was the center of a perimeter of 100 li. It was occupied by Fire Devil Palace's people. Could it be that they found something, that there was a path there? Everyone finally understood why this place lacked poisonous bugs and mysterious beasts. It was because this was a sealed earth that was separated from the outside world. Even if there were vicious beasts of divine birds, they couldn't come in. Some people tested things out, wishing to leave this ancient formation. However, they quickly suffered disasters. There were several people who were killed by the symbols, making everyone's expressions change. Forcefully trying to break out was definitely no good. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They really had no way. How followed the original route back, closing in on that spacious valley that was seething with purple energy. Many people returned, watching from the distance. They felt that if there really was no way, then they'll just follow behind Fire Devil Palace to see how they leave. Hong! The valley suddenly released a ferocious noise. Scarlet light rushed into the air. An enormous scarlet feathered crane rushed out. Half of its body was burning, and blood covered it. It fell outside the mountain valley. That place was in absolute chaos. It drew many cries of alarm. It's seriously injured. Hao and the others were astonished. Fire Devil Palace's expert that ignited its divine flame suffered serious injuries in the valley. However, they didn't dare to act recklessly. There should be more than a single divine-level expert that came. I should just search for a few natural opportunities for now, Hao said to himself. He originally didn't want to waste time, but there was no way to leave, so he began to collect the herbs nearby. The others also roamed about, watching Fire Devil Palace's scarlet-feathered crane race's actions. Soon after, the peace was shattered. Hao climbed up to a mountain cliff and discovered a stalk of spiritual medicine. As soon as he wanted to pick it, a scarlet feather flew over, hitting the cliff with a pung sound, making this place collapse. Enormous rocks rumbled downwards. He leapt into the air and gazed into the distance. A sinister-looking youth who had a head of fiery red hair flowing down could be seen. He was extremely handsome, only he was a bit feminine. His eyes were long and slender. With a smile that was yet not a smile, he looked over and said, "You should leave. My martial uncle has summoned you all." The individuals behind him were all Fire Devil Palace's experts. They all raised their bows, their faces cold and full of killing intent. "Is there something you need?" Hao asked. "Less nonsense. If I tell you to go, then hurry up and go." The sinister-looking youth was a bit impatient as he glared in this direction. He didn't put Hao in his eyes at all. Meanwhile, the other cultivators were also herded by Scarlet Feather Crane Race's people, forced towards a certain direction. They were going to bring them into the valley. Hao licked his lips, and then he sized up this youngster. This sinister-looking youth felt a shiver for some reason, but this feeling quickly disappeared, making him wonder if it was a misconception. "Leave, you all don't have any other choice. This place is sealed up by a great formation, and we can only leave through the valley. We need to work together," an elder said. When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other in dismay. Meanwhile, a middle-aged expert appeared. His eyes were like a small sun's, releasing blinding radiance. He descended in this place. This was an expert that ignited his divine flame, representing the highest power here. "Everyone, please go on your way," he said indifferently. Everyone felt helpless and walked towards the valley together. In front of the valley, the spiritual essence became even more thick. The ordinary plants all carried sparkling luster. This was the result of being nourished by spiritual essence for a long period of time. Rather than saying they were inviting several tens of cultivators here, it was more correct to say that they were being escorted like criminals. However, everyone had no choice. Fire Devil Palace had 4 divine-level experts standing guard here. This made everyone feel horrified. Not even an exceptional talent would be enough here, unable to fight over natural luck with them. The valley was surrounded by an expanse of large purple mountains. Every single one was flowing with purple energy and incomparably hazy. The inside of the valley was extremely vast with large areas of historical remains. There were several tens of collapsed enormous palaces. This place was a pure land in the past. The most shocking thing was that there was still a mountain inside the valley that was entirely yellow. It was formed from gold, and it was releasing divine splendor. There was a tree on it. Lightning tree, as few individuals cried out in shock. Even though they were forced inside right now, they were still shocked. Their eyes burned with desire. The golden mountain was majestic and imposing. The ancient tree on its surface was extremely unordinary and incomparably thick. It was entirely pitch black and accompanied by endless lightning radiance. However, there were a few leaves on top of the tree that were green and sparkling, releasing holy radiance without withering. Everyone's eyes were fixated on it. Forget about that golden mountain being different. Just this tree alone was a priceless treasure. Apart from this, there were large amounts of abandoned ancient medicinal fields nearby the golden mountain. Even though it was covered in weeds, there were still some old medicines growing there that released rich medicinal fragrances. Only those places were extremely dangerous. Large amounts of symbols lit up. Everyone. This is a hidden place that might hold a tremendous secret. Why don't we explore it together? Fire Devil Palace's people said. However, even though their words sounded nice, the Scarlet Feathered Crane's people forced everyone forward, having them find a path while they themselves followed behind. Seniors, there is a restriction here. It is extremely dangerous. Someone said in a soft voice. Don't worry. With us old ones here behind you, if there is some changes, we will rescue you. An expert that had ignited his divine flame said indifferently. Everyone's hearts burned with anger. Even Fire Devil Palace's expert that ignited a divine flame was seriously wounded, unable to defend itself. So how could they possibly protect them? Forcing them forward like this was the same as sending everyone to their deaths. Seniors, our strength are lower. Please let us go, a cultivator said with great respect. His face carried a sincere expression as he pleaded with Fire Devil Palace's people not to force them. This is a place of natural opportunity. Could it be that you all do not wish to grab this chance? An expert that ignited his divine flame calmly said. We acknowledge that we do not have that type of good fortune. Person spoke up. His posture was lowered, and his voice was quiet. We cultivators face adversity head-on. If you withdraw as soon as there is danger, how can you obtain any accomplishments? This divine-level expert's face fell as he spoke. Several dozen individuals became silent, but they all cursed inwardly. This old thing didn't even dare walk in front of them, having them lead the way, yet he has the face to say this? However, he was still stronger than the rest of them. You all, prepare yourselves, and then search through the hidden land. We will dig up a tremendous secret together. This divine-level expert said with a fling of his sleeve. This was equivalent to showing the final diplomatic gesture. The number of people from both sides were about the same, but what could they do about the 4 great experts from the Scarlet-Feathered Crane race who were overseeing this place? Just like that, a group of cultivators were forced forward. They traveled through a few ancient formations that were broken through and closed in on the brilliant Golden Mountain. They felt a dreadful pressure. The restrictions of the road behind them were already broken through, but now that they were still proceeding forward, it was extremely dangerous. Stop, Qi Lingkong said. He was the leader of this group of people from Fire Devil Palace, so everything was under his main command. The scarlet divine flame around his body jumped about. His face revealed an extremely overcast expression. You walk up 5 steps, then take 3 steps left. He pointed towards one person in the crowd. That cultivator's expression immediately changed. This was having him explore the way to confirm Qi Lingkong's thoughts and use this to break the formation. It was just too cruel. Senior, please spare my life, that person pleaded. His face drained of color as he continuously begged for mercy. Don't speak nonsense. My martial uncle wants you to go, so there won't be a lack of natural opportunities for you when the time comes. Don't waste time. Fire Devil Palace's handsome but rather feminine young expert Qi Feng berated. I won't go. This person backed up. The divine flame around Qi Lingkong surged. His eyes were extremely cold. He raised his hand, and then this person was immediately locked up, unable to struggle anymore. Just go in. The handsome and cold Qi Feng walked up, preparing to throw him forward. There's no need. Just kill him, Qi Lingkong coldly said. When everyone heard this, they were all horrified. Qi Feng carried a feminine smile. He pulled out a bone sword and began to brandish it about. With a pu sound, that person's head flew off, drawing forth a large expanse of blood. This scene made everyone shiver from head to toe. This was an example for the rest of them, carrying out intimidation and threat. Whoever dared to disobey, this was the result. Ha ha! Qi Lingkong in the air laughed and said, cowering in fear like this, cultivators who have natural luck in front of them but don't dare to obtain it. What is the point of letting him live? What kind of accomplishments can he possibly have in the future? It's better to just end his life here. Many people felt angry inside. This old fellow was truly hateful. If he was fearless, why didn't he go in himself? Dao friend, it is your turn. Grab the chance and search for your own natural opportunity, Qi Lingkong said and pointed at the second person. That individual's face became pale, opening his mouth to say something, but not daring to do so. My martial uncle is talking to you, hurry up and go. Stop dilly-dallying. Qi Feng's feminine and handsome face carried a cold smile, urging him to move. That cultivator was stupefied. In the end, he walked forward. Otherwise, he would immediately die without any other choice. The moment he took a step outwards, symbols flickered about, but he wasn't injured. It was clear that the place where his foot landed was the correct one. He then walked forward a few more times. Right at that moment, light flickered about. This person was immediately hacked into two pieces. Then, with a pu sound, he collapsed into a blood pool. Then, the surging multicolored light quickly crushed him apart, wiping out both body and spirit. Everyone was horrified. A cultivator died so tragically so quickly. You walk up a step, then take 5 steps to the left. Qi Lingkong was extremely calm, continuing to point forward to have the third person walk out. Forgive me. Save me. This person couldn't help but cry out, truly not wishing to die like this. However, when he saw the divine flame around Qi Lingkong surge and raise his finger, he felt absolute despair. While trembling, he walked forward. He had no choice but to risk it all. However, the first 2 steps were fine, but the third step made his entire body turn into a sphere of bloody mist. Crushed apart by the symbols that shone beneath his feet, he died extremely tragically. It was dead silent. Everyone clenched their fists. This was going too far, but they had no choice. It's your turn now. Walk forward 1 step, take 1 step to the left, and then continue forward. Qi Lingkong in the air pointed towards the 4th person. This cultivator raised his head. His face turned green. He struggled inwardly, but he suddenly took to the sky to flee. However, with a pu sound, he directly broke apart in the air, as if he had been hacked by blades. His body turned into more than 10 pieces. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to survive. I forgot to tell you that there is a formation in the sky as well. Even though you deserve praise for your courage, do not randomly rush into it. Qi Feng ridiculed. It's your turn. Qi Lingkong pointed towards the 5th person. I am going to stake it all against you. This cultivator was fierce, rather dying than submit. He suddenly erupted with violence. He didn't attack the cultivator that ignited a divine flame, but instead brought out a magical artifact to kill that young expert Qi Feng. However, he was quickly frozen in place, unable to budge an inch. A little pearl can also shine? Qi Lingkong in the air said coldly. He unleashed his own domain, trapping this person in the void. You dare to rebel? Qi Feng's eyes were malicious. This person wanted to kill him, drawing his fury. The bone sword flickered about, and with a pu sound, He directly removed this cultivator's head. Everyone was furious. They tightly clenched their fists. Everyone, what are you still waiting for? Let's move together, or else our conclusions are set in stone. Xianxia transmitted. He couldn't watch on any longer and decided to take action. There were only 2 people who replied secretly. The others all maintained their silence. This left him speechless. He couldn't bother to care about all of this anymore. Even if others didn't retaliate, he himself was going to take action. However, right at that moment, Qi Lingkong in the air suddenly said, "Let's stop here for now. Let this old one and several others think for a bit on how to break through this formation." When the remaining people heard this, they all released a breath of relief, as if they had been pardoned. However, everyone felt a wave of sullenness. They were being treated like cannon fodder, not treated like people at all. Some of them really were going to take action with Xianxia retaliating together. In the end, however, they still shrank back. When Xianxia saw this, he didn't immediately take action either. The 4 great divine-level experts sat down, discussing among themselves on how to break through the formation. Everyone, there is an ancient medicine field. Even though it's been abandoned, there are still some spiritual medicines growing inside. This is quite an excellent opportunity. Let's pick them together. Fire Devil Palace's supreme expert said. Correct. Let's seize the moment and pick the spiritual medicines from the medicinal field. Qi Feng walked up, forcing a few people. The abandoned medicinal field was just up ahead, surrounding the Golden Mountain. Thistles and thorns grew everywhere. However, there were spiritual medicines that flowed with auspicious multicolored light as well, buried within. Everyone was discontent, but they had no choice. It was still better than breaking through that great formation. Be careful, even though the formations here are damaged, there are still places that are still dangerous. Fire Devil Palace's people kindly reminded. Xianxia thought for a bit, and then he followed everyone inside. He still did not decide to take action. Meanwhile, everyone from Fire Devil Palace walked up. There was a cauldron that already had several tens of stalks of spiritual medicines inside. It was clearly picked when they broke through the formation beforehand. In a bit, we will help everyone store their spiritual medicines. Once you pick 5 stalks, you must immediately come back and place the spiritual medicines into this cauldron. Qi Feng carried a bit of cold intent as he said. Many people wanted to cut him down immediately, but they could only clench their fists. You have to gather 20 stalks. Qi Feng suddenly saw Xianxia, thinking of how he was disrespectful not long ago and said this, giving him a nearly impossible mission. Xianxia didn't pay him any attention and continued walking, not knowing how to appreciate others' kindness. I will be sure to teach you a lesson later, Qi Feng said coldly. It was clear that this abandoned medicine field was extremely dangerous as well. There were formations protecting this place as well. However, the places that could be picked had already been emptied by the scarlet-feathered crane race. The several dozen stalks of spiritual medicines inside the cauldron were their harvest. After coming to this region, there were still a few people who were successful in the beginning, obtaining a few stalks of precious medicines. However, later on, several people died in the formations, leaving others horrified. After the 4 experts finished their discussion, they made a shocking decision, ordering an expert from their own clan to commit suicide. Ah, martial uncle, what is the meaning of this? That middle-aged man was confused. He felt a trace of fear. You have a beast teeth life-saving symbol on you, so when you die, you will be immediately sent back. I want you to return and bring back my clan's 7-level stairway to heaven, said Qi Lingkong. The so-called stairway to heaven was a special type of artifact that could travel across all types of formations. The legendary 9-level stairway to heaven allowed one to even enter a chaotic magical formation without any problems. Meanwhile, the scarlet-feathered crane race had a 7-level stairway of heaven, which was already quite astonishing. It was a treasure hard to find in the entire world. Of course, this type of artifact wouldn't display any offensive use, only being able to temporarily help one cross a formation. In addition, it couldn't be maintained for a long time. Despite this being the case, this type of treasure still couldn't be lightly used. If it was damaged, it would be too much of a waste. There were too many unknown variables once one entered the Origin Sky secret realm. Fire Devil Palace didn't dare to lightly bring it in out of fear of losing it inside. Only now, when they were sure there were no competitors and that there was a tremendous opportunity here, did the four experts decide to bring it after some discussing. In the distance, everyone was speechless. Even something like this was okay. This secret realm belongs to our 5 Elements province, so the entrance should belong to Immortal Mountain and several other great sects like our own. If they can't accommodate this little bit, then that would mean Fire Devil Palace is too inferior. Qi Lingkong sneered while flying in the air. In the end, that person committed suicide, and then he was brought away by Symbol Light. Soon after, he returned, bringing a pure white stairway to heaven. The 4 experts personally set it up, connecting this heavenly staircase to the other side, producing a jade-white passageway that led directly to the Golden Mountain. "You all come over," Qi Lingkong spoke up, inviting the cultivators that were picking medicines over. Symbols flickered about. Sure Hao and 2 others were trapped within the medicine field, temporarily unable to free themselves, so they didn't come over. Qi Feng took joy in their disaster. "If you don't pick 20 stalks of precious medicines, then you can forget about returning alive." Sure Hao turned around, revealing a cold smile on the corners of his lips. He didn't seem to mind at all since he didn't want to go over anyway. "You all, step on the heavenly ladder and cross over." Qi Lingkong pointed at 4 people, forcing them to walk on the white jade passageway. Those 4 individuals braced themselves and walked forward. Surprisingly, everything went smoothly without any dangers. They reached the base of the Golden Mountain. "Carefully search there," Qi Lingkong ordered. Fire Devil Palace's people were incomparably moved. They actually succeeded. A honglong sounded. Someone at the foot of the mountain opened a golden gate, revealing the enormous golden palace within, triggering cries of shock and then cheers of joy from the scarlet feathered crane race. "This is too awesome. You all go as well. Enter the palace and search together." Qi Lingkong ordered the other cultivators to go as well. In the end, these people all safely crossed over, entering that mountain's enormous golden palace. They released cries of alarm and surprise one after another. A great Tao divine sound unexpectedly sounded there. In addition, Symbol Light shone. It was extremely mysterious, but it didn't end up injuring those people. This group of cultivators sat down, as if they were listening to some unrivaled inheritance, entering a state of comprehension. They were all incomparably infatuated, not moving an inch. "Wake up!" Qi Lingkong shouted from this side, waking up quite a few people. He asked them what kind of inheritance it was. "It is extremely mysterious, something related to the true dragon. No, it should be a type of unmatched enormous beast's inheritance." When they heard this, the 4 experts didn't hesitate any longer and stepped onto the heavenly staircase one after another and were about to rush over. This kind of inheritance cannot land in the hands of bystanders. Meanwhile, Qi Lingkong raised his hand, pointing towards the medicinal field. Fiery light dropped down from the sky, and with a hong sound, it directly drowned out Sure Hao and 2 other people. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably deep hole appeared in that original spot. Qi Lingkong sneered. Only by doing this could he relax. Then, he stepped on the heavenly staircase and walked outwards. He also warned his clan's disciples to protect the other end of the heavenly staircase. Soon after, the 4 great experts entered the belly of the Golden Mountain. Inside the hole, Sure Hao's entire body was covered in earth and stone. He silently stood up. In his eyes was a cold light. He climbed out from the great hole. It was quite unfortunate that the other 2 weren't able to survive. They couldn't resist the divine might and were killed on the spot. He walked towards the heavenly staircase. There were 4 people protecting that area, all of them excited and nervous, waiting for the good news of the 4 great experts' rewarding journey. You didn't die?" Qi Feng was shocked. He glanced over at Sure Hao, who was walking over. The others also turned around, all of them frowning after seeing him. "Hurry up and kill him." These people were extremely decisive. Even though they showed great contempt towards Sure Hao, they still didn't want anything unexpected to happen. They definitely couldn't allow this person to draw close to that place. The three supreme experts went forward together, rushing forward murderously at almost the same time. However, the unexpected happened. The young man that walked over alone carried a trace of a cold smile on his lips. He continuously released 3 fists, facing them head-on without dodging at all. Pooh! The 3 elders were sent flying at the same time, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood from their mouths. Their arms exploded simultaneously, producing bloody mist. What? Everyone cried out in alarm, simply not daring to believe what was happening. This was just a weak and easily bullied young expert, so how could he have suddenly become so powerful? One had to understand that several experts that ignited their divine flames had long inspected these people, determining that their strength wasn't enough and couldn't retaliate. They didn't have that type of qualifications. How followed them, moving as fast as lightly, slaughtering out. He added 3 fists, and then the 3 experts seemed to break apart at the same time, turning into large expanses of bloody mist. They all died violent deaths. This was too terrifying. Everyone shivered in fear. Everyone moved together. Hurry and kill him, someone cried out loudly. They also made a report to the other side. Kacha! Lightning streaked across the air. How erupted with power like a young heavenly deity, displaying incomparable fighting prowess. The 8 or 9 figures that rushed up were immediately charred black and blasted outwards. He arrived with just a few steps, standing beside the jade-white heavenly staircase. Hung Long. He lifted this treasure and prepared to collect it. You dare! On the other side, Qi Lingkong and the other experts all rushed over after hearing the activity. They were absolutely furious, but also incomparably anxious. They were about to step on the heavenly staircase and rush back. However, Hao brought out a fist-sized pill furnace that was suffused with an earthen yellow color. It erupted with divine might, smashing down on the heavenly staircase. With a ka-cha sound, cracks appeared on it. The stairway to heaven, this type of magical artifact's value was shocking, but that was not on its offensive power. The 4 great experts stopped moving, all of them trembling inwardly. If they stepped on it, this heavenly staircase would immediately crack apart. They would then definitely fall into the Great Formation and be forever buried here. All of you can't even stop a single person? Absolute trash. Qi Lingkong erupted with rage. On this side, a group of experts flocked over to attack Hao, but what left them incomparably fearful was that the difference between Hao and themselves was too great. Hao's entire body shone. His offensive power was too shocking. When a fist smashed out, a supreme expert directly exploded, turning into a rain of blood in the void. Who was this? Everyone was horrified. Kacha! A streak of electricity flew over. 6 or 7 people were burned into black coal, hacked apart by lightning. During this process, Hao put away the 7-level stairway to heaven, turning it into the size of his fist. He played around with it in his hands, and then he revealed a cold smile. He had nothing to worry about now. He completely displayed his strength, and like a dragon among a pack of dogs, he unleashed a great slaughter. Bloody rain flew everywhere. Pooh! A supreme expert was blasted apart by a kick, exploding in midair. Hong! Lightning flew across the air like flames, burning 4 people into ashes, wiping out their bodies and spirits. During this process, there were several people surrounded by light that tore through the void and left. Beast tooth symbol? Hao's pupils flickered with radiance. At the entrance of Origin Sky Secret Realm, the elders from each sect were discussing among themselves. They were all making guesses at which sect would receive the greatest harvest, or which exceptional talent would rise in glory, sweeping through his opponents. Your Fire Devil Palace really has an advantage. With those waste fish sent along with you guys, your race won't feel the slightest bit of competition. This isn't sincere at all. Some people felt discontent. It is just exploiting trash. Who told you guys to move so slowly? This old one will let them use their strength for something. They are the last dozen or so anyway, yet they just had to overestimate themselves and enter. Who could they blame for sending themselves to death but themselves? Fire Devil Palace's elder carried an indifferent smile. There was ridicule, coldness, and complacency. Right at that moment the altar shone. There were people who held life symbols who were killed and transported back. For people came back at once, arriving at the same time. How pitiful these defeated individuals are, someone said. Not right, Taoist brother. Why does it look like your Fire Devil Palace's people? An elder asked. When the altar stabilized and the symbol light faded, those 4 individuals' true bodies were revealed. Everyone saw that they were indeed all Scarlet Feather Crane race's people. The Fire Devil Palace senior elder that was standing guard here was alarmed. He loudly asked, "What happened?" "Senior elder, the experts from my clan that entered have been practically all killed." Someone cried out. "You, what did you say?" Fire Devil Palace's senior elder turned pale with fright. He stood up and grabbed one of them by the collar. "Senior elder, what kind of devil king did you send to our region?" The supreme expert who had his collar grabbed cried loudly. "It was just too miserable this time." "What? Say it again." Fire Devil Palace's senior elder simply couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. Fire Devil Palace's senior elder grabbed this person and shouted with an imposing voice. "Senior elder, you sent over a devil king. Almost all of our people were slaughtered clean." This supreme expert cried out tearfully. "It was just too tragic. It was just a single person, yet they were all defeated." "Impossible. The group I sent over were all mixed fish without a single expert among them. They shouldn't have been able to fight against you guys at all. How did this type of terrible tragedy occur?" "It did happen. He is a young expert, looking like he hasn't reached 20 years old yet he slaughtered in all directions and killed our people one after another, dyeing the floor red with blood." Another supreme expert added. His eyes were turning red, because he brought his nephew with him to experience the world. Yet he ended up being slaughtered. Even if it was Fire Devil Palace, not everyone could obtain a beast tooth life symbol. This type of thing was extremely precious. These great sects only received around 10 of them per inheritance. A fluctuation of energy rippled outwards. The formation symbols flickered about, and a woman walked out, her hair completely disheveled. She looked like she had received great shock, her face pale like that of a corpse. The last supreme expert from Fire Devil Palace who had a life symbol returned from being killed. Right now, everyone at the entrance of the secret realm were feeling greatly alarmed. This place immediately became quiet. "Senior elder, it is just too tragic. The remaining people all died." This young lady wailed. Her eldest son that she protected and kept at her side was also killed. Those that could obtain a life symbol not only had exceptional talent, their status in Fire Devil Palace wasn't low either. They were under the Great Elder's direct line of descent. Yet right now, they were all so miserable. This senior elder's face was deathly gray. Not long ago, he still carried cruelness and complacency, feeling that he sent over a group of useless trash fish, lightening the pressure his clansmen would face. In the end, there was this result. "What about Qi Lingkong's group of 4? He unwillingly asked. "They were trapped inside an enormous golden palace. It will be difficult for them to escape," replied a supreme expert. "This time, our clan didn't obtain any harvest, yet our losses were severe. Apart from us, all of the other disciples have been killed," another supreme expert said with an ashen face. "We're finished." The senior elder guarding the entrance felt as if the world around him was spinning. Those were all their younger generation talents. So many of them died at once. What has he done? He didn't dare imagine what kind of punishment he would receive when he returned to the clan. The effects of this were too severe. With only a few supreme experts returning, what about the younger batch of geniuses? It was the same as giving up on an entire generation. On the side, the other great sect's senior elders' expressions became complicated. They looked at each other and inwardly rejoiced. Not long ago, they were still discontent that Fire Devil Palace seized that group of mixed fish from them. In the end, such a disaster happened so quickly, making all of these people feel greatly alarmed. They were really lucky that Fire Devil Palace moved quickly. seizing this group of trash fish from them. He is just a single person, so how was he able to deal with 2 generations of disciples from my clan alone and sweep through all of them? This is just too powerful, this senior elder said to himself dejectedly. He might be an exceptional talent, a supreme expert said softly. What? An exceptional talent? The senior elder was furious. Then he fell into deep despair. He had erred far too greatly this time. The other great sex people also sucked in a cold breath of air. An exceptional talent was actually treated like mixed fish and sent into a sex area. Wasn't this the same as sending a lion into a herd of sheep? Everyone's minds trembled inwardly. An entire province might not even have an exceptional talent. Fire Devil Palace was just too unlucky. For the sake of getting an advantage, they ended up provoking a young devil king. It was clear that the scarlet-feathered crane race would from here on out become a model example. Their race would definitely be ridiculed and mocked for years to come. What happened? There were still endless cultivators crowded around the entrance. They were all creatures that weren't able to enter before. These people didn't scatter and waited for the result. There were just too many cultivators here. If something happened, news would quickly spread to every area. Fire Devil Palace would inevitably become a good example to learn from. Within Origin Sky's secret realm, Sherhouse fist blasted through everything in his way. Even the supreme experts in his way were blasted apart. Bloody rain scattered about everywhere. Fire Devil Palace's people were almost all killed. Right now, his appearance was truly like that of a devil king, cold-heartedly sweeping through all enemies before him. He didn't show any weakness. Not long ago, this clan was so cruel, forcing the outsider cultivators to their deaths. They all held enormous bows, ready to kill at any moment. Beneath the Golden Mountain, the 4 experts' faces became pale, and then they became ashen. They were so angry that their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. This was just too tragic, an absolute disaster. Qi Lingkong was almost killed on the spot to return to the altar and come back to save everyone. However, after calculating the time, he decided that it definitely wouldn't be enough. He would only pointlessly exhaust his body's precious beast tooth symbol. This made his hair stand up in anger, but there was nothing he could do. There was still one last person in front of Sherhouse, the sister and handsome youth who looked a bit feminine. It was precisely Qifeng. He continuously backed up, feeling extreme fear. What kind of person was this? Killing Fire Devil Palace's people was like cutting grass for him. He was just too vicious and terrifying. Don't come over. His legs and waist were trembling, almost collapsing on the spot. He didn't have a life symbol, so even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Don't you really like telling others whether they should live or die? It's your turn now, Sherhouse calmly said. Even though he killed many experts, his clothes weren't contaminated by the slightest bit of blood. He still looked as aloof as an immortal. Martial uncle, save me, Qifeng cried out loudly, turning around to look towards the Golden Mountain. Stay your hand. Qi Lingkong found it hard to calm down. He shouted with a grave expression. Do you really think I'll stop just because you tell me to? Sherhouse sneered. He gave that divine-level expert that was berating and oppressing everyone not too long ago a look full of disdain. There were quite a few cultivators inside the Golden Palace. They were all forced inside, and now that they saw this scene, they felt incomparably joyous, feeling entirely free from worry inside. However, no one dared to express this outwardly. Qifeng clenched his teeth. His face was snow-white, vastly different from his previously bossy and domineering self. His entire body shone, and soon after, he turned into a brilliant scarlet-feathered crane. Scarlet multicolored light flew everywhere, and bright mist filled the air. It turned around and ran, fleeing straight towards the valley entrance. The restrictions on this side had long been broken, so it rushed straight into the heavens. Sherhouse picked up a large bow. His expression was indifferent as he immediately added an arrow and drew the bow. With a xiao sound, divine light streaked across the air as this feather flew outwards. In the sky, a crane cry sounded, accompanied by a rain of blood. A fiery red-scarlet feathered crane continuously struggled about, but its aura was becoming weaker and weaker. An arrow pierced through its body, cutting at its vitality. Pong! The scarlet feathered crane landed on the ground, blasting out an expanse of smoke and dust. Blood flowed outwards. Monster! Qi Lingkong roared. His eyes were red, and the corners were starting to split apart. He called him his martial nephew, but Qi Feng really was his familial nephew, but he was killed on the spot. He already couldn't take it anymore. He was about to kill himself and return to the altar so he could come back and kill Shi Hao. Don't be so angry. Let him be pleased with himself for a bit. When we finish comprehending this place's unmatched inheritance, we can come back to eliminate him, advised the other three experts. In reality, they were also clenching their teeth. After all, these were all Scarlet Feathered Crane Race's experts, but they were all wiped out. Shi Hao didn't regret it at all, having a completely clear conscience no less. They were all forced to this state, so how could he not retaliate? Only, leaving Origin Sky Secret Realm will most likely prove to be a troublesome task. However, he had the 72 transformations, allowing him to change his appearance. Perhaps he could smoothly leave. It truly is not just a small natural luck, he said, looking at the bone cauldron in front of him. It was made out of bones, and it was purple in color, as well as gentle like jade. The cauldron was full of spiritual medicines. Every stalk of medicine's age was quite great. They were all treasures. Fire Devil Palace plucked several dozen stalks themselves, and then they forced many more cultivators to risk their lives to pick medicines from the fields surrounded by damaged formations, obtaining several dozen more. There were already over 100 stalks of spiritual medicines total now. Woo! Now I can use the clan's pill recipes to refine medicine and solidify my cultivation even greater now, Shi Hao said to himself. He was going to reconstruct his body. The lower realm's great Tao was deficient, its natural laws incomplete. Even though he already reconstructed himself after entering the higher realms, he still wanted to reform a few cultivation realms. Perhaps he could become even more powerful. With so many spiritual medicines piled up in the cauldron now, it was enough to begin the process. The only thing was that this place wasn't particularly safe. The four great experts were trapped here, but they might return to the altar at any time and slaughter their way back here. That would then be troublesome. Shi Hao stopped and picked up that scarlet feathered crane. He began to remove its feathers, clean it, and prepare a meal. Woo! This is a pure-blooded scarlet feathered crane with great medicinal characteristics. It really is good for the body. I just so happen to need this in the pill recipe. Forget it, I'll first eat my fill, Shi Hao said softly, watching the Golden Mountain situation while working at this meal. Soon after, a fragrance wafted out. He started up a bonfire and began to roast the crane meat. It was golden and shining, its meat sparkling with multicolored light. It would stir up one's appetite with a single look. In addition, that cauldron also released medicinal fragrance, stewing the crane meat. In addition, 2 stalks of spiritual medicines floated within, producing a delicious pot of crane soup. On the other side, Qi Lingkong was spouting smoke through his 7 orifices, truly wishing to slap him to death in one strike. His eyebrows stood on end, and he loudly berated. He really wanted to throw himself over and kill this youth. Don't stop me. I am going back to kill him. Brother Lingkong, don't be like this. The other 3 people also felt great anger. They wanted to take action, but they thought about how great the value of the life symbol was, thinking that doing this was meaningless, so they forcefully stopped him. You also understand hatred and no pain? Shi Hao shot him a look. When he first entered this place, a cultivator had only picked a stalk of spiritual medicine, but he was killed on the spot. Fire Devil Palace's actions were domineering, forcing all of the cultivators forward and casually having them give up their lives, not treating it like anything major. Monster, you should start praying that you don't end up in my hands. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Qi Lingkong was about to go mad. Shi Hao didn't pay him any attention and instead began to gorge himself on the meat. So fragrant. The crane wing was golden and shining. Multicolored light flowed about. When he bit down, the meat was tender and juicy, the taste so great that it made him sigh with amazement. He ate until his entire mouth was dripping with oil. What a pity that Grandpa isn't here, nor is there any wine. Otherwise, it would be even better. The cauldron's soup was sparkling and translucent, flowing with light and vibrant colors. It was already finished. Xianxia drank a mouthful, feeling as if his tongue almost melted. This was definitely the best precious soup. He couldn't help but release a loud sigh of satisfaction. The pores all over Xianxia's body were opened, surging with auspicious radiance. He felt incredibly free from worry, as if his hair and essence were all being cleansed. He discharged a bit of impurity from his body. The bones in his body crackled about like beans being fried. Truly a rare delicacy that cannot be missed. Inside the mountain, within the enormous golden palace, Qi Lingkong and the others sat there, unable to listen to the Tao sounds no matter how they tried. They couldn't comprehend the great Tao. When they heard his sighs of satisfaction, they felt like they might erupt into flames from anger. How were they supposed to comprehend this? They were going to be angered to death instead. Xianxia ate and drank to his fill. When he opened his mouth, scarlet multicolored light would surge outwards. He ate a bit too much. Fortunately, his cultivation was deep enough. If it was someone else, they might already be bleeding from all apertures, and their essence blood would be burning. He stood up and gazed towards the ancient golden mountain. He then stared at the lightning tree at the top of the mountain. When he saw the two sparkling leaves on it, he thought of willow deity. Does this ancient tree have a will? He looked at it again and again. He felt like it was more like a magical artifact and not like a powerful creature. Was it related to lightning? He felt a wave of doubt. If that was the case, it really was what he needed. However, right now he was in a bit of a rush as well. After all, he was still trapped here. Those 4 great experts might use the beast tooth life symbols and turn around to kill him. He rubbed this fist-sized pill furnace, stroking it with his hands. He prepared to attack the Golden Mountain and force the 4 great experts into a predicament. The Golden Palace's 4 great experts were all feeling so much anger that they couldn't comprehend the Tao. In addition, they gradually learned that this divine sound was quite transient and not easy to seize. There are restrictions that still need to be broken through. They noticed something strange, feeling like his Golden Palace had more than one floor and had other secrets. They began to look around. All of you better search carefully for me. Do not miss a single corner. Fire Devil Palace's experts ordered those cultivators to search around. Meanwhile, they themselves were extremely careful, standing at the palace entrance out of fear that something unexpected would happen. All of the cultivators clenched their teeth and cursed. These people were just too hateful, feeling more and more like Xianxia was living comfortable and at ease. Just now, they were truly feeling great satisfaction, but unfortunately, they didn't work together with him before and gave up the chance. A stone block was touched, causing multicolored light to surge. The enormous palace's great Tao sound became even more ear-splitting. There is some special situation. Hurry up and lift up the stone block, Qi Lingkong said. He was feeling quite urgent, wishing to obtain the divine treasury here earlier so he could leave this place and kill Xianxia. When the stone block was lifted up, a groove immediately appeared here. After inspecting it, the 4 great experts ordered someone to press down with their palm and use their divine force. Kacha! This place rang with an ear-splitting sound. Symbol light rushed into the air. Then a passage was formed in the void. There was an expanse of haziness above that appeared together with the flight of steps. There is another floor. There is another palace hall above the enormous palace. Everyone became astonished. The group of cultivators were forced to go up first. The 4 great experts followed behind them. The higher-level hall was extremely spacious. There was a divine image, an ancient beast that was shaped like a mastiff, but with some portions that clearly evolved into that of a dragon's body. It's a lightning hound. To be more precise, it should have undergone rebirth and evolved to an unimaginable degree, becoming a dragon hound. A portion of a true dragon's body actually appeared on it. The 4 great experts were shocked. Under the divine image there was a praying mat, a rather special object. However, in the entire spacious great hall, there wasn't anything else. These 4 people were incredibly careful, forcing others to fetch that praying mat. It was because they saw that it was unordinary with symbols swirling about it. Gotcha! As soon as one of them took action, an arc of lightning flew out, blasting him as well as several people around him into ashes. It was terrifying to the extreme. This is an ancient treasure. Perhaps it is the praying mat the lightning dragon hound used to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. It has its Tao inside, said Qi Lingkong with light shooting out from his eyes. Then they forced several cultivators forward to test it. In the end, another few people died miserably. We are going to stake it all. Many people felt despair. If this continued, they were all going to die. However, these 4 great cultivators didn't force them to do anything else. They noticed some clues. This praying mat might be a crucial divine object. Controlling it might be the same as grasping this entire enormous golden palace. The 4 individuals gave each other a glance, agreeing tacitly. They then sat down to slowly refine this praying mat. In the beginning, things were still going smoothly. The 4 experts were full of experience, making steady progress as they controlled this praying mat bit by bit. However, at the final moment, this treasure released a sphere of blazing radiance, blasting them all flying. What? The 4 individuals were shocked, feeling that there was a powerful will that hazily appeared. It left them terrified. Meanwhile, sounds of the mountain collapsing rang through the air. The 4 great experts' expressions changed. They all rushed towards the first floor. Xianxia stood in the valley, just about to take action. He noticed that 4 symbols rushed into the heavens, and then the mountain began to collapse. The great formation began to break apart. Following this, that ancient golden mountain split apart, and the lightning tree was also going to uproot itself from the earth. Not good. Xianxia was shocked. The restrictions of the valley were disintegrating on its own. Then that scorched black ancient tree poured down lightning. It was extremely terrifying as it hacked downwards. Inside the enormous golden palace, the 4 great experts' expressions changed. That lightning attacked at them as if it was delivering punishment. Run, rush out. The restrictions outside disappeared. This is a great chance. The 4 experts exulted. Then, Qi Lingkong even more so directly stared at Xianxia, revealing a sinister smile, slaughtering forward. What was unexpected was that the streak of lightning the lightning tree released was incomparably thick, turning into a divine shower as it wreaked havoc, locking them down. It immediately drowned out this place. What? The 4 great experts' expressions changed, feeling a chill from their heads down to their feet. They touched the praying mat they shouldn't have, bringing about a huge disaster. They were immediately wrapped around by the lightning in midair, unable to escape. Xianxia felt great desire, to the point where he began to even drool. If this lightning tree was a magical artifact, then it was too powerful. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be a supreme treasure that could wipe out all enemies. He didn't feel fear, nor did he flee. Instead, he activated the pill furnace. This magical artifact was extremely mysterious. It bathed in the heavenly river for endless years, so it had long been suffused with a trace of immortal Tao aura. He tried to communicate with that lightning tree to see if it was going to respond. As a result, it was actually useful. That lightning radiance revealed a trace of fluctuation. Multicolored light flickered about. However, this also allowed the 4 great experts to clutch onto a last straw of life. They used this opportunity to frantically break out, rushing along this wave of aura to charge over. At this moment, Xianxia was horrified. After the connection went through, Xianxia felt that it was extremely dangerous. With a hong sound, an even thicker streak of lightning hacked over, descending like a river. The 4 great experts cried out miserably. Youngster, you cheated us. In all honesty, Xianxia definitely didn't have this kind of intention. It just happened to happen this way. Almost at the same time, the 4 people's entire bodies released green smoke, unable to resist any longer. Lingkong, we will protect you and send you over. Kill him, Among them, one individual was about to die already. He hated Hao to the extreme. He no longer protected his own body and instead activated symbols to protect Qi Lingkong, allowing him to kill Hao. When the other two saw this, they also made similar decisions. Either way, they were going to die anyway, so it was better to let Qi Lingkong give it a try. Hong. 3 people among them were hacked flying. They originally should have been turned into ashes, but in the end, they were surrounded by symbols and transported to the altar. Qi Lingkong came out, half his body scorched black, almost roasted through. There was a smell of burnt flesh. However, he didn't die yet. In all honesty, I really didn't scheme against you guys. Hao had an extremely sincere appearance. You can just go and die for me. Qi Lingkong cried out loudly. This youth still dared to say, in all honesty. He was about to explode from anger. Hao didn't move, simply supporting a pill furnace and opening its lid. What is going on? Qi Lingkong was shocked. He was already seriously injured. Even though he could still take action, his reaction speed was a bit slower. When the pill furnace was opened, lightning radiance surged outwards and immortal Tao energy pervaded the air. It was as if Hao was holding a hornet nest. The lighting would suddenly erupted, hacking out large expanses of lightning. Was even I turned into a target? Hao trembled inwardly, using the pill furnace's lid to cover his head and quickly escape. He didn't dare to try and deal with Qi Lingkong anymore. It was clear that Qi Lingkong was a huge target, because he had tried to obtain the praying mat before. At this moment, lightning radiance surged intensely, and large amounts surged towards him. He continuously cried out miserably. His entire body was charred black from the lightning, blasting his flesh apart. Even his bones were charred black. Hao was also hacked until his long hair stood on end. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough so he did not suffer a serious attack. He put away the pill furnace and turned around. He immediately laughed. Old fella, you are just too disappointing. I still wanted to fight an intense battle against you. How could you allow yourself to be blasted like this? He flew back. Qi Lingkong's entire face was scorched black, and his body was twitching about. He spat out blood from his mouth. His life force was about to run out, but he wasn't dead yet. That was why the life symbol didn't activate. Little bastard, just wait. I will come back to kill you. Qi Lingkong was incomparably resentful. His gaze was treacherous. Then just let me kill you one time first. Next time, I'll kill your real body, Hao said. He picked up a millstone-sized rock from the ground and smashed it towards his body. You? Qi Lingkong was furious. This fella picked up a broken stone, and after infusing it with divine force, he was going to strike his head until it was split open like a gourd, hitting him until his head was broken and flowing with blood. This youth was trying to humiliate him. He was a high and mighty expert with his divine flame ignited, yet he was being beaten like in a street fight, having his head split open like a gourd. His head was in severe pain. Just you wait. He clenched his teeth and committed suicide. However, Hao was even faster. A foot stepped down, trampling his face until it was disfigured. Then, he began to crazily step downwards, stopping him from ending his own life. Pooh! Qi Lingkong was just too sullen. He was so angry he spat out blood, about to explode himself. Hao was quite decisive, his palm descending to remove his head. Then, he kicked the body into the lightning, and with a Qi sound, it turned into charred coal. The beast tooth life symbol was quite miraculous. This was a holy object from Origin Sky Secret Realm. It reconstructed Qi Lingkong's true body, and then a rain of light wrapped itself around him, immediately taking him away. Before Qi Lingkong left, he was full of resentment and wished to go wild. At the same time, he discovered with shock that the Golden Mountain collapsed. The lightning tree's roots wrapped themselves around the enormous palace and pulled it up. All of the lightning radiance and restrictions disappeared. Did they just waste all that effort so that someone else could benefit? He roared outwards, so angry that his body trembled unendingly. He was too unwilling. However, he could only disappear from this place. At the entrance of the secret realm, everyone was discussing among themselves, because 3 of the 4 great experts from Fire Devil Palace died inside at the same time. They were also sent back, stirring up a huge commotion. What happened? Could it be that they were also killed by the young Devil King? Heavens! If that really is the case, another terrifying young supreme being is rising up. One that isn't any inferior to those exceptional talents whose names shake their provinces. Fire Devil Palace really is in for it now. The senior elder that protected the gate to the secret realm almost fainted on the spot. This time, things were really getting out of hand. He was so regretful he wanted to give his own mouth a few slaps. The 3 experts that returned first had ashen faces. They actually died so quickly and were brought back by the life symbol. They had never been so utterly defeated before. Right at that moment, there was another flash of light on the altar. Qi Lingkong appeared. Everyone was in an uproar. This meant that Fire Devil Palace's people were all wiped out without a single person narrowly escaping. Lingkong, why did you end up returning? What about that evil monster? Did you kill him? One of the 3 great experts asked, his voice sounding extremely urgent. When these words sounded, everyone became petrified. Their guesses came true. Everyone's expressions became weird. The supreme experts that were killed and brought back earlier from Fire Devil Palace even more so couldn't help but cry out in alarm. That female supreme expert said with a trembling voice, "That Devil King even killed several martial uncles?" Fire Devil Palace's people realized that now wasn't the time to speak randomly and ask without thinking. Today they had truly humiliated themselves. They would become laughingstocks. This type of military success from that youth was a huge disgrace for this type of great sect. Ah! Qi Lingkong roared outwards, his head of fiery red hair scattering outwards. He couldn't restrain his anger. There were cultivators everywhere outside the secret realm's entrance. They filled this place. News quickly spreads out among the crowd. A young Devil King rose up, shaking all directions. Who was he? Why were there no clues about his existence before? What do you guys think? Could he be that Huang that left his name in the demonic sovereign's divine monument? The mysterious youth that suppressed all 10 provinces with his power. Someone said softly. As a result, this immediately created quite a disturbance. Many people began to discuss this among themselves. It really is something to look forward to. Immortal Palace's inheritor was known as an insurmountably great mountain, and Qin Hao has 2 unrivaled immortal bones. There are also other exceptional talents as well. If this young Devil King encounters them, just what kind of dazzling sparks will be created? Even a few sect masters were startled. They began to pay close attention to this matter. Meanwhile, Shi Xiling and his wife both revealed looks of shock. They didn't know how Qin Hao was inside. If they encountered this extraordinary Devil King, would he be his opponent? Meanwhile, they couldn't help but think of their eldest son as well, feeling a bit dejected. If he was still alive and his true body came here, what kind of battle successes would he have? The golden mountain cracked apart. Enormous rocks tumbled outwards. The lightning tree was entirely scorched black and incomparably thick. The lightning radiance was already collected. Its roots wrapped around the enormous golden palace, pulling it up and suspending it in midair. The golden mountain collapsed, rumbling as it did so. Shi Hao stared at the lightning tree floating in midair. Originally, he didn't feel like it had a will, but now he was a bit unsure. This was all an instinctive intuition. And he suddenly discovered that the enormous golden palace the roots wrapped around changed. In the end, it unexpectedly turned into a skeleton that was incomparably enormous and brilliant. Dragon? No, mastiff. Shi Hao was shocked. This was a golden skeleton, one that was massive and magnificent. It towered over there in a shocking and imposing manner. The enormous palace was actually one of its transformations. It is an enormous beast evolved from a lightning hound, the legendary dragon mastiff. Shi Hao widened his eyes. His heart began to pulse violently. This was a legendary vicious beast. Since the ancient times, there were a few vicious beasts that evolved to the peak. They would choose to transform in the true dragon direction. This was clearly an example of this. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head, and the lower half of its body even more so transformed into that of a true dragon's. The skeleton was sparkling and translucent, incomparably dazzling. There was a type of aura to it that made 10,000 beasts tremble. If not for the fact that the upper half of its body was still that of a mastiff, one would truly mistake it for a dragon. Formidable! Xianxia sighed in amazement. In addition, his eyes burned with desire. This enormous beast definitely grasped the pinnacle of its natural laws and possessed exceptionally great power. He wondered if it left its inheritance behind. The lightning hounds in the present world were mostly archaic descendants, with very few having pure blood. However, once they appeared, they would definitely be terrifying. They would move together with lightning and display frightening powers. This race had a small few divine mastiffs who were capable of devouring the sun and moon. The legendary heavenly hound devouring the moon was related to them, and that was how the legend was left behind. There are some divine mastiffs that can evolve, transforming towards a true dragon, just like this one. In that case, its lightning Dao natural laws are definitely world-shocking. Xianxia's eyes began to burn with increased passion and desire, because he was currently researching lightning precious technique. He needed this type of inheritance the most. Suddenly, a fluctuation rippled outwards. On the enormous dragon hound's skull, there were cultivators rushing out. All of their expressions were pale, carrying great shock. Xianxia was astonished. There were still 20 individuals of the people who were forced inside still alive, not dying yet. Just now, the lightning torrent only directed itself at the 4 great experts, not killing them. Taoist brother, you truly have excellent methods, making those 4 experts that ignited their divine flames nurse a grievance. Worthy of respect. These people felt like they had just obtained a new lease on life. They were full of excitement but also felt fear. They felt great admiration towards Xianxia. If it wasn't for him, their group would have all died. Taoist brother, what do we call you? We should hurry and leave. I believe that Fire Devil Palace's people will hurry back soon. They definitely won't let you go. Some people reminded with good intentions. Xianxia nodded. He naturally knew that time was pressing. However, he also longed for the dragon mastiff's inheritance quite a bit. It was an enormous beast that carried traces of a true dragon, so it was worth risking his life for. Devil King. And that was what the Scarlet Crane race called me. Xianxia laughed and said, making everyone look at each other in dismay. Then, he humbly asked, fellow Dao friends, will you all please tell me what there is inside? These people didn't hide anything, telling him that there was a strange praying mat, as well as a divine image. The 4 great experts brought about disasters upon themselves precisely because they made contact with the praying mat. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a unique wave of aura. He immediately raised his head and looked at the ancient lightning tree. He quickly warned everyone, run quickly. At that moment, the ancient tree without any sound of activity actually produced a hazy will. It surrounded the golden dragon mastiff skeleton, making it release strands of electrical radiance. Even without Xianxia saying this, all of the cultivators' faces turned pale and they quickly ran for their lives. One has to understand that not too long ago, even the 4 great experts suffered a disaster. They would definitely die under a single strike. Xianxia didn't remain here either. He turned into a streak of lightning symbols, surrounding them around himself and quickly fleeing into the distance. However, something shocking happened. The lightning tree released several dozen streaks of lightning. This electricity raining down from the skies all rushed at Xianxia. This is weird. Why is it aiming at me? I didn't provoke you or anything. Xianxia had a feeling that things weren't good. This was a bit unlucky. He had never even entered the enormous golden palace, yet he was targeted. Gotcha! At the same time, he heard a unique sound. That entirely scorched black ancient tree actually reached out a branch. A lifeless branch that carried electrical radiance quickly rushed over. It really did have a living will and is not just a magical artifact? His mind trembled. At this time, the other people also sensed that the originally hazy will seemed to have revived, gradually waking and reacting to the world around it. That tree had revived. Xianxia shivered inwardly. Ancient trees that were struck by lightning but were still alive were the most terrifying. He immediately thought of the willow deity. The one in front of him naturally couldn't compare, but it still made him inwardly alarmed. That strong and forceful branch carried several dozen streaks of electricity as it poured down, quickly descending. It looked like it was going to quickly catch him. This is a great divine ability. Xianxia made this decision. The cultivation realm was extremely high. He didn't know why this existence was hibernating and laying dormant here. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the pill furnace. He opened the lid and prepared to throw himself inside to protect himself. Of course, he was incomparably careful as well, because there were other things inside as well, for example, the immortal tomb's earth, heavenly rivers, lightning, water, and other things. However, something shocking happened. The other party released an enormous wave of power that was terrifying to the extreme. This power was actually competing with it. It wasn't coming for me, but is instead trying to seize this furnace? Xianxia's mind trembled. Meanwhile, the surrounding lightning became chaotic. Countless golden snakes flew across the sky. It was a strange and chilling scene. There were 8 or 9 that followed in the same direction as he did. They were immediately hacked through, blasting apart the void. They turned into a bloody mist, and then even that mist was burnt into ashes. This made everyone gasp. One could see just how formidable that ancient tree was. In the distance, others also saw this scene. They all felt their souls trembling. This strange lightning tree was too terrifying. They quickly fled for their lives without daring to turn back. An older cultivator said with a trembling voice, "Could this be the legendary demonic blood ghost tree?" Xianxia continuously changed directions, only managing to avoid this attack by relying on his shocking speed. He quickly fled, turning into a streak of lightning, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, what was shocking was that another branch appeared, cutting off the route ahead. An arc of lightning descended. Xianxia was blasted until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This was not only because of the lightning. There was also powerful divine force. The moment he turned around, he felt a wave of dread. The entire body of that ancient lightning tree in the distance shone with green light. It was actually going to completely revive. Here, Xianxia pushed the pill furnace over with his teeth clenched. However, he left behind the lid to protect himself and block the lightning and divine force covering the sky. The 2 branches that were like dragons quickly reached out. One of them wrapped around the pill furnace, and the other directly entered the furnace to seize the lightning radiance. It came rushing over for the immortal Tao lightning aura? Xianxia now understood. He quickly moved out of the way, leaving that area. That branch seemed like a dried and withered plant, as if it was waiting for rain and dew. It greedily absorbed the contents, and one could see streak after streak of lightning radiance flying out from the pill furnace and entering the tree's body. Xianxia felt a bit regretful. These were things he exhausted great efforts to obtain from the immortal tomb and the heavenly river. Yet in the end, a portion of them was stolen by this tree. However, he wouldn't feel too dejected even if he died. His eyes flickered with radiance, instead hoping for something. Sure enough, not long after, the branch that was releasing a green light violently shuddered. It began to turn black and yellow, as if it encountered the most terrifying thing. Continuously flung about. Meanwhile, that ancient tree in the distance was the same, and a hole even appeared on its trunk that looked like a mouth. It actually began to retch outwards, and the tree trunk began to bend downwards. Curse. Xianxia was sure that this was the immortal tomb's curse, and right now, it had triggered on the lightning tree, making it suffer an unimaginable disaster. It was because the curse was extremely mysterious. The more powerful the creature, the more terrifying the curse would be after that creature provoke it. In the past, there was an old sect master that fell because of the heavenly river, making others feel a great fear. That was why even after endless years, there was still no one among the great sect masters of the higher realms who dared to step foot in the immortal tomb area. This lightning tree wanted to absorb the immortal Tao aura, but it ended up leading the curse right to itself, bringing a terrible disaster onto itself. A single mishap now would result in its death. As expected, in that instant, the green light it released disappeared, and it became withered up, turning black. It also began to violently shake. Cough? The tree hole on its body became larger. The tree was truly coughing, releasing lightning and spitting out electrical radiance. There were bits of curse power as well. In addition, on its leaves, there were originally 2 green and lush leaves, but one of them quickly withered up, becoming yellow and ultimately directly withering away. The other one also became dim. The situation was extremely terrible. This made Xianxia feel a wave of shock. He never expected that the Immortal Tomb's curse would be so terrifying against higher cultivation realm experts. With a wung sound, the old tree released the golden dragon mastiff skeleton. The roots dropped onto the ground and like feet, it began to run away. Xianxia was stupefied, feeling like this was a bit inconceivable. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. This ancient lightning tree was incomparably fearful of this pill furnace, and it now actually ran. It vomited while running on the great earth, releasing lightning radiance and coughing out the cursed power from its tree hole. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was clearly extremely dangerous and he might lose his life at any moment, but why did this type of comical scene appear now? Then he felt a bit horrified. That tree actually spat out black-colored blood from its blood hole, but it quickly disappeared as the old tree left. He put away the pill furnace and directly rushed towards the golden dragon mastiff without wasting any time. It was because time was too pressing right now. He reckoned that the 4 great experts would return quickly. After entering the skull, he immediately saw that praying mat, as well as the divine image. Xianxia took out the dual pupil and carefully looked around. He was immediately shocked to find that there was a golden sheet of paper inside of the praying mat that was shining brilliantly. His heart beat heavily, feeling incomparably excited. If nothing unexpected happened, this was most likely the inheritance left behind by the dragon mastiff. It made him feel excited and happy to the extreme. He carefully made contact with it, but he noticed that no lightning shot out. He immediately released a breath of relief. The 4 great experts were most likely unable to obtain it before because of the lightning tree. Xianxia inspected it, confirming that even though this praying mat's materials were unordinary, it wasn't anything strange. He quickly got closer and fetched the golden book. Chi! He turned into a streak of human lightning and quickly headed into the distance, not willing to stay behind for a second longer. It was because he feared that the old tree would return. At that time, he would have to bear the consequences. In addition, the Fire Devil Palace's 4 experts that ignited their divine flames were also about to arrive any minute now. Xianxia moved extremely quickly. Electricity streaked across the air, speeding along and catching up to everyone that had left ahead of time. Brother Devil King, you escaped. It was really dangerous just now. Someone cried out, pleasantly surprised. Taoist brother, you are formidable after all. Actually able to protect yourself in such a dangerous place and returning safely. One of them sighed and said, truly respecting Xianxia to the extreme. Finally got out. Everyone released a breath of relief. Being able to live was the greatest thing. A few people sighed emotionally. They were truly unlucky, actually sent to a sealed place, unable to leave even if they wanted to and forced to do what Fire Devil Palace wanted them to. Fortunately, they could now see the light of day again, freeing themselves from the troubles. I reckon our group of people likely had the most deaths. The other region's cultivators definitely weren't as unlucky as ours. A cultivator sighed and said. As soon as he spoke, a loud roar sounded from the distance, shaking heaven and earth, making even the mountains around them tremble. Tens of thousands of trees trembled, sending countless leaves scattering downwards. That is, everyone cried out in shock. In the mountain range in the distance, there was an enormous humanoid figure whose entire body was covered in long and thick black fur. It was beating its chest violently. Around its body, there was even more so a divine flame burning fiercely. It was an enormous ape that was even taller than a mountain range. When it beat its chest, it released a muffled sound. When it roared, the surrounding mountain peaks even began to crack apart. It ferociously leapt up, pouncing onto a mountain ridge to fight against it. That was an enormous python. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was a mountain ridge. It was so large that it made one tremble in fear. There was a green divine flame burning about its body as well. Two divine existences were fighting it out. Everyone became stupefied as they watched. A wave of horror swept over them. "Forget I said anything," the cultivator that was complaining just now said with a trembling voice. They finally understood that Origin Sky Secret Realm was a dangerous place no matter where one went. It was full of dangers, and a single carelessness could result in death. As expected, the so-called great opportunities and natural luck weren't that easy to obtain. Regardless of who came in, they all had to undergo dangers that might cause both their body and Tao to vanish. "I've decided. I'm going to find a place to hide, and when the time comes, I'll immediately leave this secret realm. It is just too terrifying," someone said with an ugly expression on his face. There were others who felt similarly, all feeling that the so-called great natural luck was too far from them. If they were truly going to search and fight over them, it would most likely be difficult for them to survive. "Everyone, we will separate here then," Xianxia said and then turned around to leave. "Many thanks, Brother Devil King." These people expressed their gratitude one after another, watching as he left. They knew that Xianxia was incomparably powerful. He could fight off Fire Devil Palace's people alone, so his origins were definitely astonishing. They already inwardly came to the conclusion that this was most likely an exceptional talent. "What do you guys think? Is he that Huang person?" An elder said, because he saw Xianxia take out that pill cauldron and saw the heavenly river inside, reminding him of Fiend Island's Great Lightning River. "Huang? Why does that name sound familiar?" someone suddenly asked. Could it be that Huang who left his name on the demonic sovereign's divine monument? Someone cried out in alarm, revealing a look of shock. The others looked like they saw ghosts as well, feeling as if they didn't know what to say. They all closed their mouths. They felt like the young Devil King would most likely display his great skill in this secret realm, contend against the exceptional talents from various provinces, and leave the outside world's sects all shocked. If it truly is him, then the secret realm will definitely become lively with activity. A great storm is about to arrive. They didn't dare stay for too long and quickly left as well. What? The golden mountain cracked apart, the lightning was recollected, and the great natural luck appeared, while we helped someone else in vain. At the mysterious realm's entrance, Fire Devil Palace's people clenched their teeth. Originally, Qi Lingkong wanted to slaughter his way back, but Fire Devil Palace's people didn't agree, because that sealed place was too dangerous. They didn't have any beast tooth life symbols left, so if they went back, they might die inside. However, after listening to this explanation and finding out that the great opportunity appeared, no one could sit still any longer. "Hurry up and open the altar. I am going to return and catch that little monster," making him wish he was dead instead of alive. Qi Lingkong felt a wave of fury inside. His face was trampled on, dying in this type of shameful manner. It made him so angry that his lungs felt like they were going to explode. In the end, the 4 Fire Devil Palace experts went in. The others all stayed outside. Xianxia and the others had just disappeared when Qi Lingkong and the others arrived, one happening right before the other. When they saw the enormous golden skeleton that was resting there, their eyes all felt great greed. This enormous palace was actually formed from the skeleton of Dragon Mastiff. Forget about everything else. Just these divine bones alone are precious weapon refinement materials. Its value is priceless. What about that lighting tree? They were confused, because that ancient tree was the true heavenly treasure. The lighting it possessed could hack them to death, so its value was definitely high. And where did that little monster go? Qi Lingkong gnashed his teeth in anger, feeling incomparably resentful. Let's look around. They weren't in a rush to collect the enormous skeleton, instead fearing that there might be some dangers, so the 4 of them were extremely cautious. They rushed in different directions to look for sure how and the others' clues. Soon after, an enormous voice sounded from the west. Lightning radiance flooded the skies. What happened? The three from the other directions were all shocked. Qi Lingkong and the others quickly rushed over, looking in that direction. Save me! Cries of horror sounded from the direction the electrical radiance came from. The expert that ignited his divine flame who flew in this direction discovered the lightning tree. His eyes burned with greed, but in the end, before he even got close, that tree moved, sending attacks at him. This left him completely shocked. This was not a magical artifact, but a creature with its own will. Lightning hacked over, scorching him black. What made him the most horrified was that the tree was coughing. The hole in its trunk was like a mouth, actually spitting out a bit of black blood. When it landed on his body, it made half his body begin to fester with ulcerations. Ah! Don't tell me that this is demonic blood ghost tree? This scream expressed his fear, and it was also the final sound he made. Soon after, he died. His entire body decayed, turning into a puddle of filthy blood. When Qi Lingkong and the other two saw this from the distance, they felt their scalps turning numb. They didn't dare try to rescue him, especially after they heard the name of that ancient tree, which made them even more terrified. The demonic blood ghost tree. It really is that type of creature? They trembled in fear. Legends had it that this type of tree possessed demonic blood. It could turn into a tree, or it could turn into a human-shaped ghost. It was the most terrifying type of existence. Since the ancient times, it was rumored that this type of creature was extremely rare. It came from the higher realm's uninhabited region, just like the demonic cattail tree. It was one of the worst types of creatures to provoke. In fact, in that unmanned region, regardless of what type of creature it was, they were all extremely strange and powerful. For example, there was once a giant who entered the uninhabited region to look around. When he stepped into a puddle of yellow mud, his body and Tao both perished right there and then. There were other powerful sect masters who, after discovering a dewdrop that flowed with brilliance, they touched it. However, just this touch alone made their souls fly and scatter away. There were even people that found a true dragon egg inside that was swirling with chaotic energy. Unfortunately, they didn't bring it out. We are leaving. Qi Lingkong and the other two individuals' faces were pale, not daring to stay here any longer at all. They even more so didn't dare to take revenge. Not good, it was angered. It's chasing after us. Damn it. It is definitely that little monster that provoked this trouble. Placing this debt on our heads, they quickly fled. These people originally came full of joy and expectations to find natural luck, but in the end, they were pursued by this demonic blood ghost tree. We should bring the information out. The higher realms sect masters all want to understand the uninhabited region, and there is an ancient demonic blood ghost tree here, Qi Lingkong said. Could it be that the secret realm was interconnected with the uninhabited region? They felt that the giants will definitely be extremely interested. Only right now, fleeing was of the highest priority. Being able to survive was the most important thing. 9,000 miles out, Shurhao stopped. He was prudent and careful. This region was extremely terrifying. Along the way, he encountered danger several times, almost encountering deities. Hong! Suddenly, inside an ancient hole in the mountain cliff ahead, a black and golden bug crawled out. It was the length of an arm. It spat out metallic radiance that shot out like sword radiance, crushing the mountain rocks and enormous trees to pieces. Black-scaled bug. Shurhao was amazed. This was a strange bug whose body had Qilin scales. It was extremely ferocious and liked to move in a group. What made him remember the existence of this creature wasn't that this species was terrifying, but rather that its medicinal efficacy was extremely great. Stone Clan's pill recipes had mentioned this type of ancient bug before. He originally already picked many spiritual medicines, but he was still lacking some ores, centipedes, snakes, bugs, and other things. He could make up for them with holy medicine, but since he ended up seeing this type of precious bug, he naturally wouldn't pass up this chance. Wang! The ancient hole released a loud sound. Then, several tens of thousands of black-scaled bugs rushed out, numerous and close together. They all spat out metallic energy that turned into sword radiance, as if there was nothing they couldn't overcome. Even someone as powerful as Xianxia had no choice but to retreat. He was greatly shocked. Xiao! Suddenly, the ancient cave flickered with silver radiance, and then a silver bug king appeared. It was only the length of an arm, but its entire body was shining with silver radiance. A Qilin void figure appeared around itself. It was constructed from symbols. Around its body, a silver Qilin could be seen, suspended in midair, appearing mysterious and powerful. A rarely seen silver bug king. Xianxia was both shocked and excited. This type of thing was too rare and difficult to find. It was rare even in the great undying ancient sect's medicinal treasuries. This silver bug king could be considered a divine bug. This type of title showed how precious and rare it was. Many divine pills required it as an ingredient. With its wondrous effects, extremely rare divine medicines could be refined. If I catch it, I can immediately go into isolation and carry out the reconstruction. Xianxia revealed a smile. Based on Stone Country's pill recipe, if he refined those spiritual medicines together with the divine bug in one cauldron, when he reconstructed his cultivation realms and used this to advance, there would be extraordinary effects. He would be advancing another step. This step was extremely useful, taking him closer to perfection. This group of black-scaled bugs actually treated him like prey first, releasing wung-wung sounds and rushing over murderously. That silver bug king even began to shine, producing a Qilin in the void and releasing sharp sword energy, sending them hacking over towards him. Xianxia turned into a streak of electricity, using extreme speed to jump into the air. He used all of his power to reach out a large hand covered in lightning and grab that silver bug king. Suddenly, a streak of purple radiance streaked across the air. It was a brilliant arrow that released demonic sound and was accompanied by terrifying symbols. It tore through the air, piercing through Xiaoxia's lightning hand. Xiaoxia's eyes became cold. He retrated his palm and looked towards the direction the arrow came from. His eyes were chilly. You can leave. I already targeted this bug king a long time ago, waiting all this time. A male descended. He had a large purple bow on his back. He had a large and tall stature, his eyes like bright stars. His expression was calm, confident and unhurried as he stood there, looking at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him, finally recognizing that this young man was one of the male and female pair that Immortal Palace's Great One brought into the secret realm, his servant. However, the outside world were all discussing among themselves, saying that this pair of servants were even more powerful than the great sect's divine children and holy women. Their natural talents were exceptional, and they were incomparably terrifying. You are just a servant, yet you dare speak to me like that? Xianxia sneered. He noticed that this person was indeed formidable, but he didn't feel a single good intention towards Immortal Palace. In addition, the other party even had this type of attitude, naturally making him unsatisfied with his ruthless words. Holy light flickered about. A white-clothed woman descended from the sky, carrying immortal Tao aura with her. Her graceful bearing was exceptional, her figure moving and otherworldly. It was precisely Yu Chan's main body. Qi. Five-colored, multicolored light erupted. A youth with a heroic appearance appeared. He wore long life battle clothes, his movements great and majestic. His divine appearance was intimidating, and his gaze contained confidence. It was actually Qin Hao. He also appeared here. Xianxia was astonished. What was going on? He actually encountered two old friends. They actually both appeared. Yu Chan's main body had beautiful dark and shining hair falling down her snow-white neck. Her beautiful black eyebrows were curved, and her eyelashes were long. Her intelligent eyes flowed with an extraordinary luster. There was an exceptional otherworldly beauty to her. When they met again, Xianxia naturally felt a bit weird inside. He had previously captured her second body, and on their wedding night all types of things happened. And today they met again, and with such short distance between them. He could see her sparkling white oval face that was like jade, her tender and beautiful red lips, and her brilliant eyes. He could even feel her breathing. She naturally gave off a unique aura. Yu Chan's main body looked at Hao, revealing a look of shock. She clearly never met this delicate and pretty youth before. So why was it that as soon as they met, she felt an indescribable ripple in her heart? She released her divine senses to carefully inspect the other party, wishing to see through the youth in front of her. Hao noticed this. She was becoming more and more formidable after all. Her divine senses' strength exceeded that of other individuals, and between his brows, it was as if there was a bright moon shining brilliantly and without any faults. There was a divine aura that it carried. He always doubted whether Yu Chan had a goddess sleeping within her sea of consciousness. I have to admit that I really am at the peak and exceptionally handsome, but you don't have to look at me like this, right? Hao smiled and said. Yu Chan was shocked. The young geniuses that appeared before her would either be completely at a loss, or they would immediately try to convey how extraordinary she was. However, this individual actually teased her in front of her face. Her eyes swirled with waves. Her red lips moved slightly. Taoist brother, this bug king is quite important for me. Could you part with it? I will give you other things to make up for it. I cannot. It is greatly important for me too. Hao resolutely refused. The bowstring trembled lightly. The young man that came from Immortal Palace held the enormous bow in his hands. His eyes were deep, revealing a strand of killing intent. He already added a purple divine arrow to the bow. I advise you to stay a bit further away from me. Hao shot him a look. This male had a lofty attitude. His stature was tall with black hair scattering down. His eyes were bright and full of expression. He had an exceptionally handsome appearance. Rumors had it that he wasn't any inferior to the young heavenly talents of other races. Regardless of where he went, various sects would treat him with respect, not daring to offend him. Even though he was Immortal Palace's young Great One's servant, his status was extraordinary. Are you talking to me? Chun Qing said, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He carried a cold smile as well as a type of confidence. You will regret it. His entire body shone. The arrow began to flicker with symbols, revealing a shocking killing intent. He was about to take action. Wait a moment. Yu Chan stopped him, preventing him from making a move. She had a strange feeling that she couldn't see through this young man, that he was unordinary. This bug king, I want it. Right at that moment, Hao spoke. He wore long life battle clothes, making every movement he made carry an extraordinary type of grandeur. Right now, his entire body was covered in a layer of divine splendor, his armor shining brilliantly. Even though his age wasn't great, his temperament was calm. He was incomparably confident and prideful as he stared at Hao. Hao's expression was calm. Even if this person was his younger brother, he wouldn't let him do as he pleased right now. It was because this silver bug king was extremely useful for him. He couldn't give it to anyone. In addition, he couldn't expose himself to Hao right now. If he empty-handedly gave it over, others would still doubt his actions. If everyone wants it, then let's let skill decide. Hao calmly said as he stood there. He faced the three people in front of him with indescribable calmness. This made the others shocked. Who was this person? He actually refused heaven-mending sect's divine woman, looked down on Immortal Palace inheritor's right-hand man, and calmly faced Hao, who had 2 immortal bones. If it was an ordinary expert, they would have surrendered a long time ago, not daring to face these 3 experts at the same time. Could he be an exceptional talent? But they had never seen him before. Hong! Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang from the distance, accompanied by the roar of vicious beasts and heaven overflowing divine flames. There was another great confrontation being carried out. Someone was roaring. One could vaguely see symbols covering the sky. A bronze Immortal Palace's void figure appeared in the sky, majestic and imposing, terrifying everyone who saw it. Great One, Chun Qing, the young man from Immortal Palace, revealed a look of shock. He could see that under the bronze palace constructed out of symbols, Immortal Palace's inheritor was holding the void halberd and fighting a great enemy. There was golden light flickering about. A divine bird was flying about, one that was extremely terrifying. Hao understood what happened. This place was unordinary, so something might have appeared, or some type of change happened. Otherwise, why would so many young supreme beings come? Hand it over! The young man from Immortal Palace, Xianxia, spoke, his expression carrying cold intent. He raised the large bow high up, the purple divine arrow drawn back flickering with radiance. Time was pressing. They could not waste any time. He wanted to assist Immortal Palace's Great One. Get lost! Hao only had these words. He had a great hatred with Immortal Palace. When faced with this person's threat, he felt even more negative emotions. Yuchan did not stop him this time, standing off to the side. Her eyes were clear as she gazed into the great battle in the distance. That was the true center of confrontations. There were more than just one exceptional talent that was participating. Xiao! Suddenly, Xianxia took action, releasing the arrow. He thought of himself as standing side by side with young supreme beings, that he was one of the characters that competed for supremacy, so how could he care about an unknown young exert? He was going to kill this youth in front of him and seize the Silver Bug King. Hao raised his hand and grabbed towards the divine arrow, not dodging at all. The two collided, releasing metallic sounds and great sparks. With a dang sound, he grabbed the arrow shaft, trapping it in his hands. During this process, Xianxia had long moved. The instant he fired the large bow, he himself rushed forward, displaying Immortal Palace's precious technique to suppress Hao. Meanwhile, Yuchan took action as well. Hao also attacked outwards. They all aimed for that Silver Bug King. And Hao first sent a slap over at Xianxia, and then he turned around, rushing towards the other two, not letting them get their hands on the Bug King. The Bug King was just too precious. When placed in a medicinal cauldron, it could be used to refine the body, making him more complete and perfect. He smashed a fist outwards. Divine lightning poured out like a waterfall, and lightning radiance erupted, blasting the void until it violently trembled. Yuchan turned around, her hand forming a magical imprint. Shining moonlight scattered downwards, making her look spiritual like an immortal. A white hand struck over, and with a hong sound, it collided with the cascade of lightning. Hao stopped as well. The armor on his body shone. He rushed into the sky to face Hao in a physical clash. His fist radiance was resplendent, erupting with endless symbols. It was enough to leave all of his peers shaken. Hong! Hao obviously remained calm. He raised his fist to attack, welcoming his move. That fist force shook the void until it released wang sounds, making many people shocked. This was a great collision of power with them at the center. Divine force rippled outwards, making the mountains ahead collapse inch by inch. That ancient cave was blasted apart. In addition, the black-scaled bugs cried outwards, joining the chaos. They all spewed out metallic energy that weaved across the air like sword radiance, making this place even more disorderly and terrifying. After the strike, Hao stood there calmly. Hao's mind was greatly shaken. The other party's precious techniques were ordinary, but why was his flesh so terrifying? In the great clash of power, he actually wasn't shaken at all. It left him deeply surprised. Yuchan was shocked as well. Who exactly was this person? In that instant, he clashed with three great experts, but remained extremely calm without being on the losing end. It was clear that he wasn't using all of his power. Was he claiming to be on equal level with these three great experts? Xianxia suddenly changed directions, rushing towards the Silver Bug King, wishing to capture it first. Hao's eyes became even more resplendent. His body's long-life battle clothes shone even brighter as he immediately threw himself over. His palm released symbols that carried 5 elements divine light. Immortal Mountain's divine technique? Xianxia was shocked. When faced with this type of mysterious technique, he felt great restraining fear. He moved to the side, dodging this attack. Then he sent out a thunderous fist. When the two experts collided, the black-scaled bugs below were furious. These people didn't put them in their eyes at all, daring to fight on their territory. The Silver Bug King commanded them. Endless symbols rushed up, actually merging together into a great killing attack. It rushed into the sky. Regardless of whether it was Qin Hao or Yuchan, they were both shocked. Meanwhile, Chun Qing even more so bore the brunt of this attack, standing right in front of it and receiving a terrifying attack. He released a roar and quickly rose from the ground. He first clashed with Qin Hao, suffering a great force and leaving his body shaking. Then, he was attacked by the bug horde's interweaving symbols. The metallic sword energy filled the skies, forcing him to back up. Pong! Right at that moment, Shi Hao appeared, descending from the sky, trampling down on the most crucial position. You dare! Chen Qing was furious. Below was an angry horde of bugs that was attacking him at full force, and above was Shi Hao's attack from the sky, moreover a foot headed straight for his head. No matter what, he didn't want his head to be stepped on. That was a type of humiliation. He raised his fist to strike it. Hong! However, the power of the person above was world-shaking, crushing down like a great mountain. Winds whistled about, scraping at his face painfully like blades. Chun Qing's route ahead was blocked, and behind him, endless symbols swept outwards, making his body tremble. He suffered from the erosion released by the black-scaled bug's metallic energy. It was like being swept by sword energy, creating many wounds. Pooh! He spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body staggered outwards, spitting out a mouthful of natural spiritual essence. He immediately felt a wave of weakness. Shi Hao descended from the sky, trampling down like an unmatched deity, sealing the sky with this attack. It made Chun Qing shocked and furious, but he found it hard to avoid this attack. Chun Qing released a roar, producing a several dozen zhang-wide palm of light, slapping into the sky. However, in the end, this was still useless. The great foot descended like a towering mountain, making him tremble greatly. Chun Qing was furious. The bug horde below shone, producing another threatening attack. Sword radiance hacked into his body and blasted him until he was shaking. Meanwhile, the great foot pressed down from the sky, almost sticking to his scalp. At this moment, he suffered a severe injury from the bug horde. He wasn't willing to accept this, but there was nothing he could do. He felt extremely resentful and roared endlessly. Hong! His hands propped up the heavens, finally protecting his body. However, his hair was a mess, and his head was under great pain. Blood even flowed out. He almost had his skull cracked apart. The bug horde fell from the sky. Pooh! Bloody radiance splashed outwards. He continuously suffered the attacks of symbols. They were all metallic sword energy released by the black-scaled bugs. It was just too concentrated, causing him to suffer greatly. Ah! Chun Qing cried out loudly as intense pain racked his body. He struggled intensely, slaughtering towards that bug king. From start to finish, everything happened in an instant, fast to the extent where normal people wouldn't be able to react to it. Chun Qing was still seriously injured. Qin Hao and Yuchan were shocked. However, they couldn't think too much right now. They both rushed downwards to fight over the bug king, because the place where Chun Qing fell was surrounded by the bug horde, so this was a good chance. Shi Hao also descended, attacking selectively, guiding the bug race's leaders to the other three. Back then, when the Emperor Butterfly commanded the large bug hordes, he had watched from the side. His understanding of the bug races was now far greater than that of others. The bug hordes encountered the four great experts' attacks and immediately collapsed. No matter how many there were, they couldn't stop exceptional talents. Hong! Lightning poured down like a waterfall and electrical radiance flowed like rivers. Shi Hao dropped down from the sky with endless blazing symbols around him. He caught the silver bug king in one go, quickly sealing it and tossing it into the medicinal cauldron. The other three looked over. Qin Hao and Yuchan's eyes were deep. Even though they were unwilling to give it up, they didn't immediately attack. They had once clashed with Shi Hao and understood deeply how formidable this person was. Fighting to the death over a bug king was a bit not worth it. Chun Qing's hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in blood. His expression was ashen and incomparably unpleasant. He had his head trampled on by Shi Hao, almost going unconscious as a result. This was a great humiliation. He truly wished to fight to the death. I advise you to stay a bit further away from me. Sure Hao still had that sentence for him. Chun Qing restrained himself. He didn't want to fight in the most terrible state, because his injuries from the bug horde truly weren't light. Sure Hao didn't attack either. He could feel that there were exceptional talents watching in secret. Immortal Palace's inheritor was roaring from the distance. He didn't want to let others take advantage of him. Chun Qing was unwilling, but he still withdrew. Qin Hao and Yuchan also disappeared. They did not want to fight Sure Hao to the death over the Bug King, because there was still even greater natural luck ahead. The people who were longing after this in secret all shivered inwardly. They silently sneaked away. They knew that another young supreme being had appeared in the secret realm, one that could fight against several great experts at the same time. Sure Hao revealed a cold smile from the corners of his lips. With a flash, he disappeared into the distance. He needed to increase his strength right now, making his body reach an even more perfect level. Did Grandpa come? Meanwhile, he threw this inwardly. If that special youth was the great demonic god, then he would definitely pursue Qin Hao and come here. Meanwhile, what he needed to do the most right now was increase his strength and wait for that person to appear. He could then confirm whether that person really was Grandpa 15. Hong! Lightning streaked across the air. The radiance brought about by one's fist illuminated the heavens. Child of Lightning was attacking, fighting a great battle against someone. It was difficult for this region to calm down. The battles were incredibly intense. What exactly was happening? Sure Hao was puzzled. Only an hour later did he meet a few cultivators whose cultivation realms weren't too high. After asking them, he gradually understood that this place might have a bug emperor. Perhaps it could also be called a king of 10,000 bugs. In this area of thousands of li, there were many bug races dispersed around. They were all of different races and all of them had kings. Someone found it inside of an ancient cave. This was the bug domain left behind by Origin Sky Supreme being to raise the king of 10,000 bugs. After endless years had passed, all types of bug kings from different races fought, devouring each other to ultimately evolve a bug emperor. Some people discovered a few divine bug remains. What was shocking was that they didn't belong to any race. Instead, they devoured each other and evolved to the peak, reaching a terrifying level. Everyone guessed that life here was changing. The evolved strange bugs might not be the king of 10,000 bugs, but they shouldn't be too far from it. This shocked a few exceptional talents, making them come in search of it. They wanted to find the bug nest and obtain the king of 10,000 bugs pupa to raise it themselves. There is a bug pupa of the king of 10,000 bugs? Sure Hao was astonished. Correct. Someone indeed found it, and that was why all of these young supreme beings are fighting over it, said a cultivator. He pointed towards the distance. There were 5 divine mountains at the center of that region, and it was suffused with 5-colored immortal light. In that region, there were traces of the king of 10,000 bugs. There were terrifying nests, as well as a few cocoons left behind after rebirth and evolution. What use does the king of 10,000 bugs have? Sure Hao was confused. Was it worth fighting over? There are too many uses. Once it is confirmed to be a king of 10,000 bugs, that means that it possesses a tremendous amount of spirituality. It is worth being called a priceless treasure. Someone sighed and said, based on what they said, the king of 10,000 bugs not only possessed shocking fighting ability, making it able to fight exceptional talents, it could grow up together with the young supreme being and become their most powerful aid. In addition, the king of 10,000 bugs possessed astonishing spirituality. It was sensitive to metals and can discover underground divine or an extract void gold or other immortal materials. It could also aid in the refinement of weapons. There were still others. The king of 10,000 bugs was sensitive towards the world's Tao and natural laws, able to capture all types of symbol traces and search for caves of predecessors in this word. Discovering supreme being traces like Origin Sky Secret Realm was not impossible either. These people talked about different things about the Bug Emperor, leaving Sure Hao stunned and extremely shocked. The king of 10,000 bugs' value was too great, worth making even exceptional talents fight to the death over it. If it was the outside world, those giants would definitely take action. He was moved inwardly. He immediately thought of the Emperor Butterfly. It only appeared once in the archaic era and usually never appeared in the world. Could it be the king of 10,000 bugs? Xianxia was sure that the Emperor Butterfly, for most bug races, was an indescribable type of power. It could order and rule the races like an emperor. Therefore, after understanding what type of natural luck there was inside this place, he wasn't in a rush to fight over it. He had the Emperor Butterfly already, and he didn't think it was inferior to the king of 10,000 bugs. I will go cultivate first and reach perfection. Xianxia flew into the distance, not stopping in this place. Right now, there were exceptional talents competing with each other and creatures with their divine flames lit. It was extremely dangerous and not suitable for going into isolation. Along the way, he noticed many bug hordes and continuously took action, catching a few exceptionally rare species. Scarlet sky centipede, 8-footed blue toad, golden scorpion. Xianxia's eyes shone. These were all wondrous bugs that could be stumbled upon but not begged for. Many of them were almost extinct in the outside world, but he found hordes of them in here. It was really precious medicine bestowed onto him by the heavens. Meanwhile, he was pleasantly surprised that these creatures' places of residence had precious materials as well. The ancient caves had rare ores that were needed for medicine refinement. For example, winged dragon earth and golden scorpion rock. This is too great. Xianxia was overjoyed. With this, he didn't have to use substitutes. He already obtained all the rare things he needed. He activated lightning, turning into a human streak of lightning and disappeared into the distance. Soon after, there was no trace of him left. After Xianxia left, Fire Devil Palace's Qi Lingkong and another expert that ignited his divine flame from the same clan rushed here. They released a breath of relief. That demonic blood ghost tree chased after them the entire time. They were the only two left now. The other two had lost their lives. Little monster, I will never let you go. I will definitely find you and kill you. These two people hated Xianxia to the extreme. When they heard that a bug emperor appeared, they couldn't help but be moved and stay behind here. In Vermilion Village, apart from replenishing his natural laws, he also completed the reconstruction of the blood transformation realm. This time, he was going to reconstruct his heavenly passages. This was actually the cultivation realm he attached the most importance to. He could ignore spiritual transformation, engravement, formation arrangement, and not reconstruct them. This was the only cultivation realm he had to treat carefully, because he could feel that this secret realm was too different. In the past, he opened 10 heavenly passages, shaking the entire wasteland region. This was what allowed his fighting strength to dominate his peers. It displayed amazing power. After he revived, he was always studying the 10,000 spirit diagram, using it to understand the true primordial record. He obtained a lot of benefit from this. He wanted to use this to reconstruct the heavenly passages. He was hoping for another breakthrough, opening a different road. Inside the belly of a mountain, Xianxia opened it and cut it off from the outside world. A purple sparkling cauldron made of bones shone. The spiritual spring inside was already boiling. This cauldron came from Fire Devil Palace, and it came with over 100 stalks of spiritual medicines. It was a divine-level medicinal cauldron and good enough to refine himself and precious medicines. I can forget about the other cultivation realms and not reconstruct them, but the heavenly passage realm has to be remodeled, Xianxia said to himself. He sat in front of the medicinal cauldron and carefully protected it. Soon after, he placed stalks of precious medicine inside one after another. The cauldron began to flow with brilliant colors. The golden ginseng is important for enriching the blood. It could allow precious blood to evolve. Even though he didn't lack spiritual medicines and had every type he needed, Xianxia still wanted to bring out a stalk of holy medicine. He broke off a chunk and placed it inside the medicinal cauldron. The golden ginseng was a foot in length. He broke off a chunk. Golden liquid flowed out, and a strong fragrance wafted through the air. It gave him a feeling of growing wings and ascending. This was quite the extravagant brewing of medicines. He used a true holy medicine, a treasure sealed within the pill furnace. He fished up from the immortal tomb's heavenly river earlier. The golden liquid flowed in, making the medicinal liquid inside the cauldron even turn gold. It was sparkling and brilliant, rich with fragrance. Then, Xianxia placed the black jade lotus, scarlet orchid, golden grass, and all types of precious medicines inside, making the entire cauldron more resplendent. It flowed with brilliant colors, and medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. Over 100 spiritual medicines were placed inside, refined in the same cauldron. It was extremely shocking. Stone Clan's pill recipes really were mysterious, but also very extravagant. It was still only the recipe of the heavenly passage realm, yet it needed so many stocks of spiritual medicines. Of course, to ensure the medicine efficacy was great enough, he put in a bit more. In the end, Xianxia removed his clothes and entered the cauldron to refine himself. This was a shocking scene. He sat inside the brilliant liquid. Stalk after stalk of precious medicine floated around him. The black-colored hound leaf vine, sparkling stellar grass, entirely yellow golden ginseng, leaf fire spiritual flower that surged with flames. It was just too extravagant and incomparably shocking. Even if those undying inheritances saw this, they would be speechless. Even great sects would only be able to do this for a few inheritors. Xianxia sat in the cauldron while silently reciting the true primordial record. The bone texts all appeared in his mind, giving him great insights. Since he obtained the 10,000 spirit diagram and compared this true map with the bone text, he comprehended the true meaning. Inside the medicinal cauldron, apart from various types of precious medicines, there were a few ores and medicinal bugs, for example, scarlet centipedes, palm-sized silver pangolin, entirely golden scorpions. All types of wondrous bugs were floating up and down. Of course, the most precious thing was still the divine bug. It was entirely silver-white, and on its surface was a Qilin diagram. Possessed world shocking medicinal effects. It was precisely the black-scaled bug race's bug king. The medicinal cauldron's liquid was boiling. Multicolored mists surged, creating a hazy expanse and making this place look like the realm of immortals. All types of auspicious radiance surged. The spiritual essence here was so rich that it wouldn't dissolve. Xianxia sat in the center, allowing the medicinal liquid to refine him. His flesh became scarlet red, as if he was going to be cooked. However, his blood was surging, cleansing every part of his body. He was operating the true primordial record's bone texts to inspect himself. Finally, he fetched the cauldron's lid and covered the boiling great cauldron, sealing his body within. The purple bone cauldron was sparkling and exquisite, shining like jade. He continuously refined his body, guiding the great medicine's effects into his body to cleanse his flesh and bones and carry out a breakthrough. Of course, all of the precious medicines were only to assist in this process. The true test still depended on himself. Ever since he revived, he carefully studied the true primordial record. He gained extraordinary insights. At this moment, Xianxia comprehensively erupted. Around him, symbols appeared densely and shone with incomparable brilliance. They illuminated the skies. 10 heavenly passages appeared. Back then, he already opened them, and now he reconstructed them. When the conditions were right, success will follow naturally. The perfect natural laws appeared. However, this wasn't the most important point. He wanted to make it even a step further in perfection. Hong. The 10 heavenly passages burned, using his body as a live sacrifice. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked, thinking that he went mad. Did he not value his life anymore? I am willing to part with it. Willing to part, Xianxia said to himself. He had long comprehended this, and right now he was simply rethinking this thought. He understood his blood vessels clearly, knowing what he was doing and not regretting it at all. Right now, he was realizing his thoughts, forging forward fearlessly to carry out this test. The 10 great heavenly passages ignited, using his body as a sacrifice. This place turned into a sphere of light. He was about to go out of existence. In the end, the 10 great heavenly passages broke, becoming almost half destroyed. Xianxia also suffered severe injuries himself. His blood energy was withered, and his divine essence's exhaustion was severe. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that what he sacrificed wasn't all himself, and even more so the heavenly passage within him, the one that originated from his chest. In the past, when he opened the 10 heavenly passages, it was precisely because the Supreme Being Bone opened a small heavenly passage inside of his body. Now that he abandoned the Supreme Being Bone, that small heavenly passage was still there, only that it dimmed. He was going to sacrifice it again. The so-called willing to give up, it was to burn down the 10 great heavenly passages, sacrifice the small heavenly passage, making them break and then reuniting them. During this process, his flesh was in the middle of it all, so it couldn't help but suffer a great backlash. Truly was like sacrificing himself, an extremely dangerous process. Gotcha! In the end, a cracking sound rang out from inside Xianxia's body. He opened his mouth and coughed out blood. Blood dyed the medicinal cauldron red. That was because his body's heavenly passages had broken. I am willing, Xianxia growled. He circulated the bone texts, connecting the 10 great heavenly passages and merging the broken heavenly passage within his body. If it was an ordinary person doing this, they would have long wasted away, because the 10 great heavenly passages that were opened with such trials and tribulations had already split open, almost being burned down, self-inflicted no less. Xianxia clenched his teeth and continued to persevere through this process, making the 10 heavenly passages that were half-burnt merge, carrying out a recombination. Combine. He used the true primordial records recorded bone text as the needlework, merging these broken heavenly passages and making them connect, becoming one, his body immediately sparkling brilliantly. Then, Xianxia used his own body's insights as the Tao flame, forging, refining, and re-establishing the heavenly passages. Hong! An ear-splitting noise rang out. A heavenly passage shone like an immortal domain. While standing here, it was as if one was looking at immortal light. Multicolored light surged, and all types of irregular scenes could be seen. That place was hazy and mysterious to the limit. The only heavenly passage, there was only one. The 10 great heavenly passages disappeared, merging together with the heavenly passage inside of him, turning into a terrifying and hazy, immortal domain. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He noticed that the medicinal cauldron had long been blasted flying, and that he was sitting in the void. The inside of the cauldron was dried up, and all of the medicinal effects had been absorbed clean. There was only a bit of remnants. The reconstruction is finished. There is only one domain. I've succeeded, Xianxia said to himself without too much joy or worry. His entire body was bright and without dirt. His flesh was sparkling. An endless spiritual essence was currently frantically entering his body through this heavenly passage. The injuries brought about by the sacrifice had natural spiritual essence quickly flowing through them. After they were completely replenished, the natural spiritual essence even went a step further, entering his flesh. It was unknown just how much time had passed. Xianxia's body was sparkling and shining. He descended. The single heavenly passage surrounding his body was transparent, inside and out. As he felt his body's transformations, his eyes flowed with a suffocating radiance. At this moment, every movement he made carried a type of Tao sound. He wanted to go out and get a sense of his new self. He was actually hoping that exceptional talents would show up so he could test things out. Right now, he had an unrivaled confidence. There was a type of feeling that if he was number 2, then there was no number 1 in the world. Xianxia stood at the belly of the mountain. His only heavenly passage wasn't that large, but it shone brilliantly with multicolored lights as it surrounded his body, dyeing even his hair with a layer of sparkling brilliance. Right now, he was without any faults or filth. His flesh was shining brilliantly, and his skeleton was sparkling, flowing with an otherworldly aura. It was as if an immortal was descending. However, with just a slight operating of divine force, endless blood energy surged, roiling outwards, shaking the mountain until it quickly collapsed. When he was calm, he was like a divine lotus that took root on the surface of a lake. When he moved, He was like a demonic god raising chaos in the ninth heaven. Every movement he made contained extraordinary might, leaving every direction shaken. Sure Hao took a step outwards. Like an arrow that left a bowstring, he disappeared from his original place, fast to an inconceivable level. Immediately after, the great earth cracked apart. A youth tore apart the walls of the mountain with his bare hands and walked through the cracks. He was delicate and pretty, and if he didn't do this, no one would have suspected he was like a barbaric dragon. A long cry rang through the air. A ferocious bird swooped down from the sky, its feathers releasing black light. It looked like it was cast from metal, carrying a type of cruel aura with it. Its wings crushed apart even mountain peaks. Sure Hao raised his head and looked at this incredibly sinister archaic bird, who could slaughter a dragon elephant without moving, allowing it to attack him. His only heavenly passage shone, surrounding him with brilliant immortal multicolored light. Auspicious radiance surrounded him, making him look holy and otherworldly. His eyes were clear, and his dark hair fluttered about in the wind. Pong! Mountains swayed about as this ferocious bird swooped down, bringing with it a mountain-shattering might. It was extraordinarily powerful, making the mountain body quickly split apart. However, the figure below towered there without moving. Moreover, when it entered that shining heavenly passage, it felt as if it got into a swamp, unable to break free. His breathing was difficult. It was bound up and restricted. The vicious bird was horrified. It was the bird king of the vicinity and cultivated for hundreds of years. Its Tao was profound and could kill all types of holy birds and vicious beasts, yet now it was caught just like that. Sure Hao raised it by its neck and said, "You want to eat me?" Every black feather of this vicious bird stood on end. It lightly cried out, eyes full of fear. His body was shaking all over. This person was too terrifying. Sure Hao shot it a glance, and then flung it into the sky. "Stay further away from me." The black vicious bird felt as if it had been granted amnesty. It was the bird king of this region, so this was the first time it had experienced something as terrifying as this. He quickly took to the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Sure Hao walked outwards, one step traveling several hundred zhang, disappearing from this place. Ho! Along the way, a golden giant appeared that was 10 zhang tall. Its body was covered in thick and long golden fur. It was incomparably ferocious. In its hands was a stone club. It fiercely smashed that club down at Sure Hao. Sure Hao raised his head and reached out a hand, stopping the 6 or 7 zhang long stone club, preventing it from moving in the slightest. The golden giant was stunned. What kind of power was this? It was many times more powerful than even his supreme expert-level enormous golden body, making him shiver inwardly. Hong! Immediately afterwards, Sure Hao left behind an afterimage in the original place. He appeared in front of the golden giant and raised it with his mountainous strength before flinging this giant outwards. The golden giant smashed into the mountains. Enormous rocks tumbled about. Its complexion became pale, and only after a long time had passed was it able to breathe again. Then, like a frightened rabbit, it ran for its life. Sure Hao returned to that ancient land that was covered in many bug races. However, this place was a mess, full of battle ruins. The cultivators had left a while ago, disappearing without a trace. One could see leftover blood shining here. This was the precious blood of exceptional talents and supreme being youths. There were people who had been injured. There was also fur and other things left behind by vicious beasts who ignited their divine flames. The great battle here was extremely shocking and incredibly miserable. Sure Hao continued forward, arriving into the front of those mountain peaks that shone with multicolored radiance. He noticed that there were several divine mountains that had been destroyed, only having a smaller half left over. On the ground were various destroyed precious artifacts as well as ruined formations. Sure Hao unexpectedly found an archaic cave here. There was an underground palace as well as an ancient watchtower. Only this place had been broken through, and all the things inside had been brought away. He noticed a few coffins inside this archaic cave. They were all the size of a palm, small and simple-looking. They were carved from stone. There weren't many, exactly 9 stone coffins. Being the size of a palm, what could they contain? Xianxia revealed a look of surprise. He looked around him. This region was definitely not ordinary. Even though it had been destroyed by young exceptional talents and experts that ignited their divine flames, it was still seething with auspicious energy. Spiritual essence filled this place. This was a rarely seen divine earth. Cultivating in this type of place would result in twice the effects with half the effort. Who? He turned around and looked into the distance. Several cultivators came into view, their faces full of shock. They were far away, yet the other party could still see them, making them shiver inwardly. They knew that they definitely encountered a young supreme being. We do not come with malice and we're not trying to spy on you. We just wanted to come here to seek opportunities. They hurriedly explained. These cultivators could be considered strong as well and unordinary. However, when compared to exceptional talents, then they weren't much at all. The great battle that took place not too long ago left them trembling in fear. They hid in the distance without daring to come close. Only when everyone left and this place completely calmed down did they approach. They had just arrived. Xianxia wasn't overbearing and was instead quite easygoing, asking them for guidance on what happened here. The Bug Emperor appeared. When these words came out, it made Xianxia shocked. He hurriedly asked for more details. Perhaps it can be called a soon-to-be Bug Emperor and not the king of 10,000 bugs, merely becoming close to one. Someone added, in this divine earth, the boundless underground palace was broken through, and everyone discovered the 9 coffins buried in ice. There were cocoons or pupas inside. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but become shocked. Don't tell me that you all are saying that there are 9 divine bugs that appeared in this world? Exactly. The 9 coffins all released resplendent divine light. That kind of sight shocked the entire secret realm. Someone said with a sigh of amazement. In the end, there was a divine bug that revived from every single stone coffin. Divine radiance pervaded the air. They crawled out from the coffins and triggered a tremendous battle. Rumors had it that these were the divine bug's origin Sky Supreme being nurtured. The 9 bug kings would confront each other in the end and evolve into the ultimate Bug Emperor. Unfortunately, Origin Sky Supreme being's rebirth failed, not having the time to have them devour each other, carrying out the final combination. He hurriedly sealed these 9 wondrous bugs. It was clear that he also had an intention of leaving this opportunity for later generations. After all, he was already going to die. 9 cocoons and pupas, all of them young bugs. In the future, they will become unrivaled bug kings, as well as have the potential to become emperors. One of them sighed in amazement, appearing extremely envious. Immortal Palace's young great one obtained one. The Qin how that has 2 immortal bones seized one. These people discussed among themselves secret methods of undying inheritances, precious medicines, and everything could nurture them a step further. There was no need for them to devour each other for there to be a chance of evolving these bugs into bug emperors. Only, the price to do so was extraordinarily great. When Xianxia heard this, he was speechless. He might be able to see a few terrifying bug emperors in the future. Where did they go? Xianxia asked. Those people might have gone to the immortal pond where the Supreme Being tried to undergo nirvana. One of them replied. Every time the secret realm opened, everyone would hurry over. It was rumored that Origin Sky Supreme Being failed to undergo rebirth in that immortal pond. He left behind supreme true blood and opportunities for descendants. Since the beginning of history, there were only a few people that obtained any of it. Every drop of true blood was precious medicine with mysterious symbols inside. If one can refine it, it would be a great natural luck. Apart from this, if one wanted to obtain the secret realm's forbidden inheritance and open up that Supreme Being's palace, they would also have to pay the Immortal Palace a visit. It was a place one had to go to. Xianxia didn't stay here any longer. After learning about these things from these people, he headed towards the distance. He began to chase after those exceptional talents. Grandpa, will you appear? He said softly. Pure white mists rose in spirals, surrounding this spring's vicinity. This was a pure land with many lakes and countless beautiful mountains. It was surrounded by mist all year round, hazy and beautiful. The so-called Immortal Spring was precisely in this region. It was unknown which lake it was exactly. Moreover, this region was incomparably vast, covering an area of over 10,000 li due to how similar everything looked. People would often get lost here. Xianxia already entered for several days, encountering attacks several times, but he dealt with them all. This place was extremely dangerous. Not only were there exceptional talents and young heavenly geniuses, there were still divine-level creatures from the secret realm. Up ahead, the lake was even more clear and calm, shining like gemstones. There were mists wafting about as well. Giant stones rested by the lake, with two figures sitting on them. "Stay where you are." As soon as he got closer, these two people stood up with incomparably strict expressions. Their eyes were cold, their gaze shooting over like blades. And Xianxia noticed that this lake had arm-length silver dragons swimming about that had silver scales flickering about. They were extremely fast. This was not a flood dragon. He thought of a type of precious medicine, silver dragon lotus. It was extremely mysterious. It was clearly a plant, yet it could turn into a silver dragon and swim in the lake. Moreover, it was extremely fast. This type of spiritual medicine, normally speaking, could evolve into holy medicine. This was why it was so rare and precious. It was clear that there was a stock of holy medicine here. Xianxia could understand what they were feeling, and he did not want to produce any conflict with them. When he heard this, he walked up, showing that he didn't have any intention of making enemies of them. "You, come here." Suddenly, right at that moment, someone coldly spoke from the distance. He even stood up. A wave of intimidating pressure surged over. It was clear that the two before were on sentry duty and that this was the main master. He had a hair of purple hair, and even his eyes were purple. He stared at everyone with intimidating eyes that were like divine lamps. "Is there something you needed from me?" Xianxia asked calmly. "I am missing a few people here. You, get in that lake and help me herd some silver dragons." He spoke with an unquestionable tone, his words cold and cruel. Xianxia sneered. He didn't provoke them first, but he definitely didn't fear them. He was actually looking for an opponent to test his recent progress on. "Do you think you are worth anything? You want me to help you get holy medicine?" he said to that purple-haired youth. Soon after, he revealed a look of shock, because he saw a male and female pair. One of them was still quite familiar, precisely Xianxia. The girl's strength was quite great as well. "Brother Ho, weren't you looking for a servant? This person is perfect. His strength is good, enough to be shoulder to shoulder with the divine children of great sections. He'll be a good fit for you," said Xianxia. "Is that so? I just so happen to need a competent servant." That purple-haired male revealed an interested look and stared at Xianxia. This was a true Ho with strength powerful enough to fight against exceptional talents. This woman smiled. On her head were some plume feathers, bewitching and beautiful. Her entire body had a type of enchanting aura to it. Her eyes swirled with radiance, revealing a look of myriad expressions. You guys might want to be careful. This person isn't simple and is quite strong." He had already secretly activated a secret treasure that already resonated with the formation at the edge of the lake. He was going to capture Xianxia in one move. "Brother Ho, let me go first. I will capture him and deliver him to you as a present," Xianxia said. He naturally did this to purposely humiliate Xianxia. There was a type of coldness in his eyes. Previously, when he was trapped by the black-scaled bugs, Xianxia had taken action against him, stepping on his head and making him full of resentment. He had always wanted to get revenge. "Are you guys done speaking? You guys can all come together." Xianxia spoke indifferently and took the initiative to walk forward. As soon as these words sounded, regardless of whether it was the enchanting woman, Xianxia, or the purple true Ho, their expressions all changed. This was just too self-confident. He actually dared to fight all three of them alone. "Do you think of yourself as an immortal king?" Xianxia berated. He was full of hostility towards Shi Hao and wanted to take action a long time ago. Some people call me Devil King. Shi Hao smiled indifferently as he walked over one step after another. This entire lake began to tremble. His footsteps produced a strange rhythm. Later on, there was actually a sound that made the entire world resonate. A wave of powerful might surged, shaking everyone's hearts. Pooh! The arrogant creatures in charge of standing guard were powerful and at the supreme expert realm, but right now, they coughed out blood from this type of footsteps, staggering backwards. Their expressions turned pale. Who was this person? He could defeat his enemies just with the sound of his footsteps. It was clear that this was a type of power, one of absolute power that could overlook the world. Taoist brother, you truly have quite the imposing manner. Admirable. The beautiful and seductive woman smiled and said. Her body was graceful and tempting. Her entire body was shining, ready to attack at any moment. You flatter me, Shi Hao calmly replied. He continued to walk forward. Those footsteps continued to sound, and the rhythm became more and more powerful. It was as if a heavenly divine drum was sounding. As a servant, your attitude is too overbearing. Today, there is a need to break your bones. The purple true Ho roared. With a hong sound, a secret treasure appeared in the void, releasing endless stellar radiance around Shi Hao. This was a rope that was sparkling and brilliant. It was like a horned dragon as it streaked across the air to tie up Shi Hao. In addition, there were various symbols that shone on the ground to suppress him here. A streak of lightning erupted. A half-foot-long precious pestle appeared. The bone material was gentle and sparkling white. This was the weapon Shi Hao brought with him from the lower realm. It stopped that rope. Then, the white bone precious pestle descended, striking the ground and destroying the formation. True deity magical artifact. The purple true Ho's eyes flickered with radiance. His secret treasure, deity trapping rope, was also this level of weapon, but it was resisted. At this moment, several half-meter-long silver dragons were startled. They quickly disappeared into the depths of the water and disappeared. If you frightened my holy medicine away, then I'll use your blood to refine medicine, the purple true Ho shouted. His physique was big and tall. His purple hair scattered behind him, and his pupils were threatening. Who said those medicines were yours? The silver dragon lotuses are mine, Shi Hao said. All of you, back up, let me. Chun Qing spoke. He had his head trampled on, making him carry great resentment. He wanted to personally defeat Shi Hao. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent out that resentment. You are just a servant. Others praised you a bit, and now you really think you are equivalent to young supreme beings? Really exaggerating your own abilities, Shi Hao coldly said. Chun Qing became furious. His face immediately fell, and his gaze became treacherous. Even though he was Immortal Palace's Great One's servant, in the outside world, he was on equal footing with those sect's great divine children and holy ladies. Who dared to look down on him like this? Multicolored light flickered about. A large purple bow appeared in his hands. The feathers of an arrow erupted with divine radiance. It was immediately placed on the bow. He erupted with killing intent. You provoked someone from Immortal Mountain. Even if you are the divine child of a sect, it will still be difficult for you to keep your life. Watch how I kill you. Chun Qing drew his bow. In that instant, wind and lightning danced about. This arrow turned into a frightening heavenly rainbow. Around it, lightning and void images of demonic figures could be seen. It was incredibly terrifying. In the void, ear-piercing woo-woo sounds could be heard. Lightning and thunder rumbled about. All types of abnormal scenes were produced. This was a killing arrow, one that was aimed to take Shi Hao's life in one strike. He didn't hold anything back. The scene was incredibly terrifying. On the side, that female and purple true Ho couldn't help but nod. Being able to fire this type of arrow was indeed formidable, enough to kill many powerful supreme experts. However, Shi Hao stood there without hiding at all. Around him, an expanse of hazy light appeared, surrounding him like the sun and moon. It formed an immortal divine disk. The divine arrow entered this domain, entering this demonic earth, quickly weakening and ultimately almost stopping. It was easily grabbed by Xiao's hands. "This is the arrow you shot out? What child's play? You even dare to compare yourselves with the divine children of different sects and talk nonsense about taking my life when this is all you can do." Xiao sneered. This type of attitude, this look full of contempt made Chun Qing's face completely red. He continuously fired the bow and said, "Less insolence. Watch my 7 arrows, punishing the divine." Chun Qing leapt into the air and stood in the void. He continuously fired out. Around him, flowers blossomed one after another. Those were mysterious symbols, dazzling and brilliant. Chi. The first arrow shot over. Flames overflowed into the heavens. Chi. The second arrow shot over. Metallic energy surged as if 10,000 swords were crying outwards. Chi. The third arrow arrived. It was as if the great earth was rolling over and over. A great continent smashed towards the air. These were 5 elements divine arrows, displaying the power of all 5 elements. Their power was astonishing. As they whistled through the air, even the purple true Ho revealed a grave expression. Meanwhile, this wasn't everything. When the final 2 arrows shot out, one was a heavenly sun that was incomparably dazzling and difficult to look at, while the other was dark like a pitch-black cloud, gloomy and void. The final 2 arrows displayed the light and dark, profound mysteries. The symbols they swirled with were mysterious and complex. They were exceptionally powerful. Xiao frowned. Through Chun Qing's profound mysteries, he could feel how terrifying Immortal Palace was. This servant alone could obtain such astonishing inheritances, able to see through 1 or 2 of Immortal Mountain's secret foundations. Hong Long. Xiao moved. His soul heavenly passage completely opened, becoming even more brilliant. Meanwhile, he himself rushed at Chun Qing as well and attacked at full force. "Break apart!" Chun Qing roared. The 7 deity punishing divine arrows erupted, chasing after Xiao with incomparably terrifying power. They exploded one after another, turning into the most dazzling symbols to kill this opponent. However, what left him shocked was that the domain field around Xiao's body completely wrapped itself around these exploding arrows, preventing them from approaching him. Meanwhile, the deity punishing arrows symbols were quickly dimming, gradually disappearing. "What is going on?" Chun Qing was shocked, revealing looks of confusion. What was that, a heavenly passage or some special body protecting holy light? Why was it so powerful? Protection from all attacks? From the side, the flirtatious and graceful girl said to herself, feeling greatly shaken. "No one can achieve something like that. It is just some special body protecting holy light that is a bit more powerful," said the purple true Ho. He began to have his own suspicions. He felt like that was a heavenly passage, but why was there only one? "Kill!" Chun Qing shouted loudly. The hand that held the enormous bow fired again. Meanwhile, his body erupted with 7-colored radiance, and then he rushed at Xiao, taking the initiative to fight him head-on. Hong! A brief collision broke out. Neither of the 2 individuals were blasted back, using their flesh to fight against each other. Symbols interweaved about. This was a forceful clash of power, a true competition of strength. They both wanted to suppress the other party. Pooh! Chun Qing coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and quickly retreated. His face distorted, because his hand was already blasted apart by that fist. He simply couldn't believe that he would suffer this kind of loss. One has to understand that he has soaked in the Vidra divine elixir before, using it to refine his flesh. Even though he wasn't a cultivator that refined his body, it was still extremely unordinary. There was someone that could blast his palm apart with a single fist. A servant is just a servant. Others were giving face to your Immortal Palace by not bickering with you. But I don't have any good impressions of Immortal Palace, Xiao said. These words hacked into Chun Qing's heart like a blade, making him incredibly uncomfortable. He raised his heads into the sky and roared. Then he attacked again. "Brother Chun, come back!" The female shouted. She also took action. A divine arrow that was like a divine sword shot out, aiming for Shao's head. Kacha! Shao pointed outwards. Lightning hacked down like a waterfall, attacking outwards like a divine domain. Meanwhile, his main body's speed didn't decrease either. Without changing directions, he attacked Chunqing to kill him here. I will have you understand that even if I am not Immortal Palace's true disciple, I am still enough to kill you. In front of my Immortal Palace, you are not enough to even look at. Chunqing roared. His face carried a cold smile, and his body seethed with killing intent. The green bronze rust in his palm flickered outwards, turning into endless light. It exploded in the void, drowning out Shao within. This was Immortal Palace's copper rust curse, the most terrifying curse power that made Shao fade away in the lower realm. Took him a year's worth of time to trump over death and revive. When he saw this green copper rust, Shao's eyes became ice cold. He opened the heavenly passage, surrounding all of the green copper rust symbols. This place rumbled with Tao sound as it was trapped within. And what? Chunqing was shocked. These symbols were the most terrifying, almost guaranteed to kill the other party. How did the other party capture it? There was an exceptional talent in the lower realm who overestimated his own abilities and was even killed. So how could you? He trembled inwardly. When he heard this, Shao's heart became even colder. He turned into a human-shaped streak of lightning and rushed over. In addition, he shook his only heavenly passage, making this green copper rust completely explode. Ah, don't! Chunqing roared. His face became deathly white. He was caught up in this attack with green light all around him. He immediately began to roll on the ground, crying out endlessly. Shao could easily unravel this curse power, because he had already experienced it before. No matter how well this type of symbol was concealed, it still wouldn't escape his perception. He could restrict it into his hands. A servant will just be a servant. Shao walked over. He kicked him high into the air with a single movement, and then half his body immediately exploded in the void, turning into a bloody mist. Chunqing's remaining half was still there. It landed on the ground and rolled about. Pooh! Immediately after, Shao raised his hand, sending out a streak of sword energy, hacking off his head. Symbol light shone. He turned into a rain of light, quickly recombining. He was brought away by the beast tooth life symbol back to the entrance altar. Just a servant from Immortal Palace, yet he can have a life symbol. Ha! After a moment of shock, Shao sneered endlessly. At the entrance of the secret realm on top of that altar, Chunqing appeared. He was full of resentment and indignation. His face was green and white. He couldn't help but release a great roar. Everyone was stunned. Many people recognized him. Wasn't this that young servant Immortal Palace's young great one brought with him? The one that was shoulder to shoulder with divine children and sacred ladies? How was he killed so quickly? Then, everyone became shocked. This meant that someone was taking action against Immortal Palace. It was quite likely that they were going to take action against Immortal Palace's young great one. Little friend, who was the one that killed you? Fire Devil Palace's senior elder asked. Hang! Chunqing released a cold snort. His face was incomparably ugly, not wishing to reply. What kind of opponent did you end up facing? Tell us. At this moment, another elder seated in midair outside the secret realm spoke up. It was clearly an old sect master. Chunqing shivered inwardly. He still didn't dare to treat this type of character rudely. He hurriedly showed some courtesy and said things as they were. He even described that person's appearance. Young Devil King, it's him again. Fire Devil Palace's people cried out in alarm. Then this place erupted with commotion. Everyone had a feeling a while ago that this mysterious youth would rise up. He might become a black horse. Now, their predictions were gradually coming true. He first killed Fire Devil Palace's people, and then he killed Immortal Palace Young One's follower. What kind of temperament was this? He was absolutely fearless and was going to sweep through experts from all sides. I wish to return, Chunqing said. This? The people protecting the altar hesitated. If they sent him back, if he was killed, there would be no chance of revival. Bring me to the Great One. Chun Qing clenched his teeth. He stated the coordinates. He also understood that looking for Shi Hao again was equivalent to sending himself to death. At this moment, within the depths of the secret realm, roaring sounds shook the skies by the lake. Shi Hao was currently fighting against a purple hoe that had turned into its true form, striking him until he continuously coughed out blood. When the purple true hoe fought against Shi Hao in his human form, he was defeated, breaking several of its bones. It then turned into its original form and angrily shook the heavens with its roar. This type of creature, once fully matured, would turn into an extremely powerful expert. When it roared and attacked with full strength, it was enough to make divine moons fall out of the sky. It would become incomparably terrifying. This type of roaring sound was a great divine ability. This power was astonishing, and the sky was full of symbols. It drowned out Shi Hao, but it was still unable to defeat Shi Hao. Hong! Shi Hao dropped down from the sky, trampling down on it until it staggered backwards. In the end, he forcefully sat on it and said, "Why don't you serve as my mount?" Ho! The purple true hoe was furious. Within its race, it was unmatched within its generation, but it was actually sat on by someone and suppressed like this. This was a truly great humiliation. Not far out, that woman was shocked. She turned around and ran. "Hey, I still want to refine a 5-bird fan. Dao friend. Can you help me with that and lend me a feather?" Shi Hao asked. It had long recognized that this girl was a divine bird, one that also had a rare primordial true feather. It was difficult for even one of these feathers to appear even from countless divine birds. "You?" The girl was alarmed, furious, as well as humiliated. In the end, the true hoe was suppressed by Shi Hao, unable to budge. However, it still wasn't willing to submit and become a mount. After all, it was still an outstanding talent from its race, so how could it willingly bow down to another? "Then you should just go on your way," said Shi Hao. He was extremely decisive, removing its head in one go. Then Shi Hao chased after that girl. She fled with great speed, but the human-shaped streak of lightning still quickly caught up. This was unexpectedly a dragon sparrow, a divine bird with a shocking lineage. She fought a great battle against Shi Hao, sending dragon and phoenix cries echoing into the horizon. Both sides erupted with endless light. However, Shi Hao was like an immortal king. As they traded vicious blows, each time Shi Hao struck out, his fists would be accompanied by lightning and roiling with blood energy. The dragon sparrow was shaken until it continuously staggered backwards. On the altar, Chun Qing had just disappeared, but a true hoe appeared, making the crowd shocked. This was a young heavenly genius from the purple golden hoe race, yet it was actually killed. "I need to kill him, actually daring to make me his mount." His roar resounded in all directions. It still hadn't recovered mentally from the great battle yet. These words made everyone stupefied. Someone dared to treat him like a mount. This was too shocking. "Wake up!" a sect master shouted, startling it awake. Then, when he said that it was a delicate and pretty male that killed him and described this individual's appearance, this place erupted into chaos. It was that young devil king again. Then, before the purple golden hoe left the altar, another figure appeared with a flash. A female appeared, flustered and exasperated. Her impressive chest rose and fell, and her face was pale, as if she had been deeply frightened. What? Dragon Sparrow Race's heavenly genius was also killed. At this moment, the ones protecting the gates weren't the only ones who were surprised. The sect master figures all revealed looks of shock as well. "Who defeated you?" It was a youth with clear eyes, but when he took action, blood energy overflowed into the heavens. The outside world completely erupted into commotion. The young Devil King took action, killing a few of the most powerful heavenly geniuses of the secret realm in succession. It left everyone trembling inwardly. "I am going back in." Zi Xiaoquan stood on the altar, his head of purple hair dancing chaotically about. His pupils released divine radiance. He looked like a demon that had gone mad. He was a true hoe. Originally, he wanted to take Shi Hao as his servant, but in the end, he was sat on top of by the other party, instead asked to be his mount. This make Xiaoquan go mad. It was just too humiliating. Just come back. Outside the secret realm, a shriveled elder sat in the void. He looked like an air-dried tangerine, looking dry and wrinkled. However, when his eyes opened and closed, purple light shot out like lightning, so sharp it made everyone break out in cold shivers. His hair was thin and sparse without many strands left over. He was extreme old. He stopped the purple golden true hoe and said, "Even if you go, you aren't the other party's opponent, so don't act so rashly already. There are no opportunities for you here." When Xiaoquan heard this, his face turned completely red, and he wanted to retort. But in the end, when he opened his mouth, he only spat out 2 words, "Old ancestor." When everyone heard this, they were first shocked, and then they broke out into a commotion. The purple golden true hose race only had a single old ancestor, so did that person truly come? Triggered a huge uproar. This was a great figure even in the archaic era. He was definitely a legend. When the true Ho race opened its mouth and roared, it could devour the sun and moon. It was precisely this individual who started that rumor. In the battle back then, a group of enemies died just under his roar, among them no lack of sect masters. It made silver moons fall and stars drop from the sky. The divine might was matchless. The most inconceivable part was that even though he looked withered up and shriveled, he was still alive all this time. After the endless passage of time, only heaven knew how terrifying he was now. This was an archaic great vicious beast that was just as famous as the old Taotai expert. Normally, they rarely moved about. Very few people were able to see him. Brother Zimeng, if the younger generation wishes to learn through experience, then let him go. Why don't I send him another beast-tooth life symbol? Immortal heavenly deity appeared, his appearance just like his name, looking around 18 or 19 in age, young and full of vitality. His appearance was handsome as well. The only thing that was a bit different was that his eyes carried a bit of great changes. Let it be, that doesn't conform with the rules. Even though he calls himself a true Ho supreme being, he is still a step behind exceptional talents. My true Ho race truly doesn't have any qualified successors. The true Ho sighed and said. On the side, Xiaoquan's face was ashen, but he didn't dare retort in the slightest. Disappointing thing, you walk together with other people's servants, and even then, you can't even contend for supremacy. You still dare to call yourself a supreme being in front of others after all of that. The old Ho, Zimeng, swept his eyes out, making Xiaoquan's ears ring as he spoke and his face pale. He wanted to scream out. What he did back then was just to give others face, wishing to associate with Immortal Palace's inheritor. So it wasn't good to offend his servants. However, he couldn't shout these words out. In the end, Xiaoquan still toughed himself and said, I still want to go inside, even if I die there. He turned around and faced the secret realm, not willing to back out. Send him to my Qin clan's region. When the time comes, help each other out, Qin Chongqing said. He spoke formally, but he was reaching out and giving Xiaoquan a bit of help. I'm not going back. Dragon Sparrow Race's young lady's face was pale as she said. She suffered a severe psychological blow, making her body shake back and forth. She quickly left the altar. Everyone was shocked. What kind of person was that young devil king? He killed Immortal Palace Great One's left and right-hand people, as well as a true Ho race's young outstanding talent. The Dragon Sparrow Race Heavenly Lady was defeated so badly she didn't even want to go back inside. This was absolutely astonishing. Inside the secret realm, that azure spiritual lake, mists rose in spirals, pure white like clouds. It was as if he was in an immortal realm. Sure How admired a brilliant feather inside his hand, feeling extremely satisfied. The symbols on it were extremely concentrated, and with a light wave, it was as if an immortal sword swept out with penetrating divine radiance. In addition, it was accompanied by a haze that was incomparably brilliant. This was a shockingly valuable primordial true feather that belonged to the Dragon Sparrow race. I wonder if that true Ho or Dragon Sparrow will appear. I don't have time to wait for them though. Xianxia put away the true feather. He sat on one of the rocks by the lake and fetched the ancient dual pupil to observe this pure and sparkling lake. He was looking for silver dragon lotuses. Why did they disappear? He revealed a confused expression. The lake wasn't that large, so he could see all the way to the bottom of the lake. He could see all types of fish and prawn, but he didn't find any traces of that stalk of precious medicine. Put on. Xianxia jumped into the lake and quickly arrived at the bottom. This place was extremely calm without many abnormalities. There was a faint fragrance here that seeped through the lake water into the base of his heart. Worthy of being a holy medicine. Soon after, Xianxia realized where the problem laid. The lake had underground rivers that connected to other rivers. He quickly moved along, not willing to miss out on a rare precious medicine. This underground river was extremely long, and the flow of water was rapid as well. There was a sweet fragrance wafting about. Xianxia revealed a look of surprise after discovering its traces and began to chase after its trail. The entire pursuit took several hundred li, and only then did the waters gradually calm. It began to rise up and merge into an enormous lake. Hong! A shocking streak of sword energy hacked down, almost hitting Xianxia. This made him quite angry. Someone took action against him as soon as he arrived in this great lake. It was unforgivable. Chi! Another streak of scarlet-red sword radiance hacked outwards, slicing apart the waters and even making the lake fall apart. It was incomparably terrifying, but the sword energy this time was much further away from the one from just now. This made Xianxia stunned. The accuracy was a bit too inferior. He didn't even have to evade at all. Could it be that it wasn't targeting him? He carefully stretched out his divine senses, discovering that there was a chaotic battle taking place outside. There were quite a few figures that were fighting in a great confrontation. There were exceptional talents and young supreme beings among them. Apart from this, there were even creatures that ignited their divine flames. When he woke up, he arrived in a chaotic battlefield. It wasn't that someone was purposely attacking him, but rather that he got caught up in some of their battle's attacks. Not good. The silver dragon lotus is a holy medicine and extremely rare. I hope it didn't land in someone else's hands. Xianxia cried out inwardly. He acted extremely carefully, not leaving the surface of the lake. He searched about in the water. The ocean waves surged, rushing high up into the skies, forming a white and boundless expanse. Even he was almost engulfed into the skies. The battlefield in the skies was extremely intense. The waves of this lake that was several hundred li in size rushed into the skies, unable to calm down. There were many symbols that rushed into the waters. Not only was there divine force surging, there were also Tao patterns everywhere. It was extremely dangerous with dangers at every corner. There was a great chance of dying here. Xianxia cursed inwardly. Things weren't going smoothly at all. Pursuing the silver dragon lotus actually brought him so much trouble. Meanwhile, once the holy medicine was discovered by someone, a tremendous battle was unavoidable. The creatures above would all swoop down to fight over it. So that's how it is. He shouted under his breath and continued searching. Fortunately, his speed was extremely fast. He weaved through the bottom of the lake, avoiding the precious techniques and symbols that entered the water streak after streak. I found it. Finally, Xianxia saw a few streaks of silver light. Their speed was extremely fast. Even though they were all only the length of an arm, they were extremely bright. They were shaped like true dragons, silvery white and sparkling, brilliance scattering out from their bodies. Hong! Great waves overflowed into the skies. This place erupted with action. Xianxia frowned, feeling extremely unsatisfied. If not for the sake of the holy medicine, he truly would have gone up to fight it out. He was almost struck by the sword energy. There was even less of a need to talk about the silver dragons. They were panicking greatly, and suddenly Xianxia was shocked. He saw a pure white immortal body that disappeared with a flash, pursuing after the silver dragons. Did someone find the holy medicines and decided to capture them along the way? A hand reached out, immediately grabbing one of the silver dragons. After carefully observing it, This individual's body trembled, seemingly extremely surprised and overjoyed. Sure Hao pressed forward silkently. He saw a female whose body was long and slender, white like jade, elegant and moving. She was just like a fairy. In addition, this person was incredibly good at hiding her traces. Even if one was extremely close to her, it would be hard for others to detect her. Unless they personally saw her, if they weren't close, it was quite likely they would not notice there was a girl beneath the waters. She took action again, catching another silver dragon. Sure Hao knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He already rushed forward, moving like lightning to grab a long, slender, and perfectly straight beautiful sparkling leg, then locking it down with symbols. Then he quickly moved, immediately putting away the 2 silver dragon lotuses she carried in her hands. It was clear that this woman was extremely shocked. Her ivory-like pure white and sparkling body revealed a layer of goosebumps. She was secretly attacked, making her tighten her body. In addition, her entire body shone, using precious techniques to blast away Sure Hao. This made Sure Hao shocked. This pure white like jade perfect long leg was actually sturdier than precious techniques. It released terrifying fluctuations. If it was a normal person, they would have been hacked to death on the spot. You should just get over here. He grabbed the other party's ankle and fiercely pulled to capture her. The woman's head of fine black hair scattered down. She turned around, revealing an exceptional appearance. Her intelligent pupils were full of shock. She recognized Sure Hao because they had met not long ago. Her white clothes drifted about in the water, revealing large amounts of her snow-white flesh. She had an oval face and sparkling pure white skin. Her eyelashes were long, and her large eyes were full of life. Fine black hair scattered down like a waterfall, her entire being so beautiful it made others feel suffocated. Sure Hao naturally already noticed that it was her, Fairy Yuchan. He immediately didn't hold anything back. He released his single heavenly passage and began to seal her. Fairy Yuchan was unimaginably powerful. The space between her brows shone, releasing a terrifying wave of fluctuations. Her sparkling white forehead released brilliant luster, displaying a soul power that would leave all of her peers shaken. Sure Hao felt pain between his brows. Everything before his eyes darkened, and he almost went unconscious. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, their divine senses would definitely explode and they would die here. He became more and more certain that there was an inconceivable power sleeping within Yuchan's consciousness. He suspected that there was a goddess lying dormant inside. However, he finally stopped it. His only heavenly passage opened. Hazy multicolored light flickered about, weakening the terrifying divine sense power and preventing it from piercing through his head. Yuchan's main body couldn't help but feel shocked. Recently, whenever she activated a portion of the soul force, in this close of a distance, it was enough to kill even the heavenly genius of another race without any suspense. This was her greatest trump card. It was precisely because of this that normally, exceptional talents wouldn't easily confront her. And now, the most powerful attack unexpectedly failed, not killing the other party. In addition, her sparkling white leg was wrapped around by the other party, trapped within that sphere of light. Kill! Sure Hao shouted lightly. After recognizing her, he didn't spare any feelings. His right hand shone and symbols interweaved, forming a palm blade. It hacked down towards that long and slender jade leg. In the past, him and Yuchan's second body still could be considered to have friendly relations, but towards the exceptional fairy in front of him, he didn't have anything, instead facing off in a life and death struggle. As a result, he didn't show any hesitation and attacked without holding back. Sure Hao's 5 fingers gathered. They were flowing with multicolored light and exceptionally brilliant. Even though it was a palm, it was even more sharp than a sharp divine weapon, enough to hack through flesh and slice through precious artifacts. Pooh! Scarlet multicolored light flickered. Sparkling and bright red blood splashed outwards, dyeing this lake water red. However, following another ding sound, a vibrating metallic sound rang through the air, leaving Sure Hao stunned. He was grabbing Fairy Yuchan's sparkling long and slender jade leg, and could clearly feel its temperature. It was a flesh and blood body, so how could it produce a metallic sound? His right hand hacked at her smooth body, and blood even flowed out, but it was stopped, only being able to cut through a bit. It was blocked by a layer of symbols. In addition, this layer of symbols was still flickering. It quickly rushed out, covering the surface of her body in a layer of divine brilliance, preventing that palm from proceeding further. Was this a flesh body or a metal person? He was a bit confused. He believed that, in this type of distance, not many people's flesh could compete against his. He knew that Heaven-Mending Sect had golden body elixir, and that the dual-pupiled Shi used precisely this to make his flesh comparable to Shi Hao's. He believed that Yuchan's main body definitely used large amounts of the golden body elixir, producing immortal flesh and jade bones. However, what he saw here wasn't this. This was not the feeling flesh should have at all. It was sparkling and shining, cold like metal. At the same time, Yuchan's main body counterattacked. A sphere of golden energy erupted from the space between her brows like a ball of fire. It was also as if a supreme deity was shining. The divine fluctuations were astonishing. The space between Shi Hao's brows was in pain once again. He staggered backwards, but he didn't loosen his grip. His only heavenly passage shone with resplendent brilliance, suppressing everything and weakening the soul force the other party sent surging over. Dang! This time he smashed out fiercely with his fist, but the result was even more clear. Sparks flew out from Yuchan's leg, releasing dang-dang sounds. It left him shocked. This was definitely not flesh. Heavenly cicada clothes. Suddenly, after carefully inspecting it, Shi Hao understood. He could clearly feel that there was a layer of armor around Yuchan's body. It blended with her flesh, transparent and without color. However, it was releasing holy splendor and evolving symbols, blocking his attacks. This was a legendary rare secret treasure, one that was difficult to refine and nearly impossible to find. It was because it needed the legendary heavenly cicada's transparent wings as part of the materials. This type of thing was simply invaluable. Rumors had it that there weren't many heavenly cicadas in the world. Every single one would be sold for sky-high prices. Even the sect masters would show up and join in on the sales. It was because this material was extremely special. It could be refined together with several other exceptional divine materials and grant them a transparent and adhesive nature. Together with some void gold and other materials, it could be turned into an unsurpassed treasure material. Divine clothes produced by this type of material would possess shocking defensive strength that far trumped all other divine precious clothes. Otherwise, how could it make sect masters moved? Moreover, the heavenly cicada race couldn't be provoked. Even though there were only a few left, rumors had it that they still had an old ancestor, the heavenly cicada child, and existence with matchless divine force. As a result, even though this race was practically on the verge of disappearance and their numbers were extremely few, no one dared to provoke them, let alone take their wings to make divine clothes. Good stuff. Shi Hao understood deeply how extraordinary this cicada wing divine armor was. It was transparent and perfect, difficult to penetrate. There was void immortal gold and other magical stones mixed within. Because these rare precious clothes were too rare, Yuchan normally wouldn't expose them out of fear of being targeted by others. She merged it with her immortal jade bones and would only bring them out during the most dangerous times. Dang! Shi Hao tested things out again. His fist descended, sending colors flying outwards. Divine multicolored light shot out in all directions, but it still couldn't break through the heavenly cicada clothes. He knew that this type of forceful method wasn't enough. These transparent divine clothes had immortal gold and other priceless precious materials. Flesh couldn't do anything to it at all. Even if a sect master level figure came, they would still find it difficult to break through this material. Chang! Yuchan brought out a divine sword that erupted with auspicious radiance. 5-colored divine radiance swirled about. It was exceptionally sharp. It hacked towards Shi Hao's head. She naturally couldn't just watch Shi Hao attack her leg without doing anything. She unleashed powerful moves. The otherworldly fairy revealed her cold side as she brandished this heaven-shocking sword. The void trembled. Shi Hao's only heavenly passage shone. When it encountered this attack, it erupted with brilliance, distorting the void and releasing a powerful domain of power that affected the stability of space. The void was restricted. This was not all. The heavenly passage also had the power to obliterate all types of symbols that came from the outside world, so it could weaken all types of precious technique attacks. When this divine sword descended, it immediately slowed down. Not only did the auspicious multicolored lights and various bone texts grow dim, she herself was also frozen in place. Yu Chan's main body gasped. Was that a heavenly passage or a type of body protecting holy radiance? Why was it this terrifying? It truly had the protection from 10,000 methods type of divine might. She has seen something like this before in the lower realm. Back then, the youth with a supreme being bone had opened up 10 unique heavenly passages. When they connected together into a resplendent divine ring, they had the power to confine everything. However, that youth had already died, falling a year ago. In addition, that supreme being youth's 10 heavenly passage weren't able to erase symbols, only trapping them. Who was this person in front of her? Yu Chan was completely bewildered. The light around this person's body was extremely similar to a heavenly passage. It could wipe out symbols and lock down all material substances. Chang. Yu Chan pulled back the divine sword with difficulty. Then she used the soul attack again. This was perhaps the most effective, because otherwise, the divine sword might fall inside of that heavenly passage and be forever lost. The thing that made her the most upset was that after struggling several times, she was still unable to pull her left leg back. It was grabbed by that youth with a deathly grip. This sphere of light that was similar to a heavenly passage was too terrifying. Could lock down everything and wipe out all symbols. Yu Chan was startled, feeling that things were extremely bad. Even the symbols of the heavenly cicada clothes were restricted, gradually becoming dim. This was definitely not a good thing. The only thing that made her rejoice was that the heavenly cicada clothes were sturdy and undying. Not even sect masters could easily break through it. It was a priceless divine treasure. Even if Sure Hao temporarily suppressed the symbols, he still couldn't break through it. If this confrontation was seen by outsiders, they would definitely widen their eyes, feeling that it was romantic and gentle. The two individuals' positions were a bit too intimate. In reality, it was full of dangers. Yu Chan's soul attack was like an immortal sword, ready to cut down the other person at any time. Sure Hao's heavenly passage was unrivaled. It released precious radiance, locking down the other party's leg. He wanted to pull the other party completely inside and forever suppress it. Break! Yu Chan released a light shout. The area between her brows shone, and then a fist-sized little fairy unexpectedly appeared. It was holy and undying. It released a terrifying and shocking power. Sure Hao shivered inwardly. The other party's soul attack was just too powerful. In this type of distance, it could kill a race's supreme being youth. Fortunately, he was powerful enough. His heavenly passage stood out from the masses and broke through 10,000 techniques. It could even stop this soul power, isolating the light sphere outside. This isn't good. Heavenly cicada clothes aren't bad. Can I strip it off? Sure Hao was still carrying that sparkling snow-white beautiful leg, and at that moment, he lightly caressed it. This was an unconscious movement. He was admiring the precious clothes' power. In the end, when Yu Chan saw this, she naturally thought that this was a type of harassment, a leecher's behavior. You scoundrel! Her beautiful eyes flowed with auspicious multicolored radiance, releasing an incomparably forceful look. She berated with Dao sound. Her face that was beautiful to the point of making others suffocated revealed anger. Sure Hao was startled, and then he realized what happened. He roared with laughter in an unrepentant manner and went even further. He carried that leg and carefully groped it, as if he was admiring an incomparable piece of art. This leg is extremely long, smooth, and fair. However, right now it is worth even less than a scarlet-feathered crane leg or tautai leg. Those can at least last me for 2 days of food. Sure Hao licked his lips and assumed a reminiscent appearance. Yu Chan was furious. Who was this kind of person? What kind of comparison was this? She released a light shout. The space between her brows became incomparably dazzling. In the end, a faint void figure unexpectedly threw itself outwards, attacking Xiao's heavenly passage. Even though it was indistinct, it was powerful to the point of making others' hearts palpitate. This was the first time Xiao revealed a grave expression. What was this? Was this Yu Chan's greatest trump card? Her soul was powerful, so could it be something similar to other exceptional talents' innate precious ability, a type of inherent ability? Her soul could unexpectedly form a weapon, sometimes a sword, sometimes a spear. There was nothing it couldn't overcome. It was going to hack into the heavenly passage. At this moment, Xiao suffered quite a bit of pressure. He had no choice but to treat this seriously. Break open for me. Xiao grabbed Yu Chan's jade leg, unexpectedly going to hack her down on the spot. Black with flower patterns. At the crucial moment, he suddenly spoke this sentence. Yu Chan was first stunned, and then her pretty face turned red, unable to maintain its holy and perfect appearance. This scoundrel was too lacking in moral sense, seeing her undergarments and mocking her like this. In the end, she recovered her coldness, activating the hazy void figure that left her body and attacked the heavenly passage. She was going to fight against Xiao in a decisive battle. Xiao tried several times, but he wasn't able to cut the other party down. He was still calm and unhurried, taking out a pill furnace and lifting the lid. He poured a bit of liquid onto the long and slender jade leg. Lightning immediately erupted everywhere. Moreover, he raised the pill furnace and began to smash that mysterious magical artifact on that leg. Dang! Yu Chan's hazy soul figure appeared in the heavenly passage. It unexpectedly carried a great killing weapon as well, a golden cauldron that swirled with divine radiance. It smashed into the pill furnace. Not good. Yu Chan's main body's expression changed. On her thigh, electricity hacked about chaotically, blasting her until her chi and blood surged. If not for the heavenly cicada clothes protecting her, this leg would have most likely not been able to hold on. What kind of lightning did that water contain exactly? However, this was not the most terrifying part. What made her heart beat crazily was that there was a curse power spreading outwards, wrapping around her and entering her body. Break apart, Xiao shouted. With the pill furnace in hand, he ferociously slammed downwards. In addition, he poured out a bit more of the heavenly stream, pouring it over Yu Chan's entire body. In the blink of an eye, lightning radiance covered everything around the heavenly passage, completely drowning out Yu Chan. The most terrifying thing was that the cursed power entered her body through her mouth, nose, and skin. The heavenly cicada clothes were extremely heaven-defying, but they didn't wrap around her entire body. Her face, neck, and other areas were exposed, so the curse was able to infect those areas. Just give it to me, Xiao shouted. He took action with full power, clashing with that soul power. Meanwhile, his flesh struggled against Yu Chan's, and the two individuals tangled together. This scoundrel, Yu Chan cursed. The other party was actually pulling at her heavenly cicada clothes and trying to steal it. Drop dead. Yu Chan was furious. The soul that appeared from between her brows suffered from the curse power and became weak. She couldn't help but back up, withdrawing the void figure. Meanwhile, it was also at this moment that Xiao took action, pulling apart a palm-sized chunk of the armor from her legs. It was sparkling, translucent, and especially dazzling. Yu Chan used this opportunity to struggle free from the restrictions and escape. Her eyes were incomparably cold as she stared at this hateful and shameful opponent. Xiao was incomparably happy. He merged this piece of armor into his knees. It immediately reached out, turning into a transparent cicada's wing and protecting his entire left leg. This type of divine clothes were just a few pieces of armor. When it entered his flesh, it could cover a large region. This was the divine armor that covered the left leg. Yu Chan's intelligent eyes revealed killing intent. These heavenly cicada clothes was something she only obtained after returning to the higher realms, a precious artifact she was extremely fond of. Yet today, she strangely lost a piece. Correct? From her perspective, this battle was extremely strange, making her feel humiliated. How did she end up encountering this type of young devil king and suffer this type of loss? The legendary heavenly cicada clothes. I could actually get my hands on a piece too. Many of those sect masters can't even get one. The more powerful one's body is, the more powerful these battle clothes are. It really is something to look forward to. Sure Hao was extremely satisfied. This made Yu Chan furious. This scoundrel was definitely doing this on purpose, acting so smug in front of her face. Fairy, how about we have a discussion? Can you sell the rest of the precious clothes to me? Sure Hao spoke with a brilliance on his face. Yu Chan didn't say a word. She was composed and holy as she gathered her strength to slaughter the other party. A streak of sword radiance swept outwards. The lake bottom collapsed, triggering a huge earthquake. This was Yu Chan's attack. Sure Hao cried out strangely and hurriedly rushed forward to chase after the silver dragon lotuses. You scared my holy medicine away. Where do you think you are going? Yu Chan chased after him. Soon after, Sure Hao caught up to those silver lights, and after capturing them, he merged them together. Silver multicolored light erupted, and they turned into a lotus. It was extremely unique. Its leaves, flower, and roots all carried silver scales. The fragrance wafted outwards. It was a stalk of holy medicine that was extremely unusual in appearance. Yu Chan slaughtered over, carrying out another powerful attack. Sure Hao turned around and said, "Hey, even though the two of us had an affair, we shouldn't be like this, right?" Yu Chan's brows all stood on end. Her intelligent eyes released killing intent. This fellow only seized her left leg's heavenly cicada clothes, yet he already called it an affair. If news of this got out, it really would be difficult for her to explain herself. Sword radiance shook the skies, immediately drying up the lake water within several dozen li. The water even further away quickly surged over to fill in this place. This left many people in the skies shocked. Yu Chan, by hiding down there, are you trying to ambush me? Why did you end up fighting someone else first? The witch's laughter sounded. She was just like how she was in the past. Her body curvy and wonderful, her black hair falling down like a waterfall. She was beautiful and moving, crafty and intelligent. There was a unique charm to her. She was fighting a fierce battle against a blue-clothed male that was incredibly intense. Sure Hao had never seen this person before. Meanwhile, in the distance, there were various great battles that broke out as well. This was a place of chaos. Sure Hao realized what was happening. Yu Chan was going to ambush the witch after all, only he ruined this plan first. I said the wrong thing. You and I both have a leg. Heavenly cicada clothes, Sure Hao said, explaining a step further. From his way of talking, one could also abbreviate it as having an affair. You crazy disciple, your skin is thicker than even a city wall. Where do you think you are going? Yu Chan's main body chased after him. Sure Hao stopped his footsteps and said coldly, "Without the heavenly cicada body clothes protection, I want to see how you defend yourself. Today, I will capture you." Everyone, he obtained a silver dragon lotus. I believe you all understand the uses of this holy medicine. It is a main ingredient in refining the divine flame pill. Yu Chan suddenly shouted, her beautiful voice resounding through the heavens. The advancement from supreme expert to the divine flame realm, for most exceptional talents, was something that would happen soon. However, most people wouldn't choose to break through and continuously suppressed it. It was because the great battle of geniuses in the higher realms 3,000 provinces had an opportunity only useful for supreme experts. In addition, every single person wanted to ignite the most perfect divine flame so that they could become unrivaled as a deity in the future. It was clear that the divine flame pill was a type of rare precious medicine. When a creature ignited their divine flame, it could help one refine the divine flame, making it take a step further in perfection. The silver dragon lotus was rare, and that was why the divine flame pill was difficult to successfully refine. It was hard to find in this world. Everyone. She has heavenly cicada clothes on her body. Sure Hao didn't hold anything back either and exposed her, dragging her down with him. Hong. The skies entered a momentary silence. Then, endless light erupted, all of them concentrating on these two. A group of experts swooped down murderously. In the heavens, brilliant colors swirled about and the void trembled as if on the verge of collapse. A group of supreme being youths swooped down, and there were other creatures that ignited their divine flames that slaughtered over. If any younger experts saw this, they would all feel as if their scalps were numb. This wasn't a great battle, but instead a slaughter. Chi. A pair of wings appeared on Xianxia's back. One formed from symbols. The golden color carried a holy aura. Electric arcs crackled about in an ear-splitting manner. He moved the wings and rushed into the skies to flee into the distance. He had the strength and power, so he didn't fear exceptional talents, but if he stayed behind, he would definitely be attacked from all sides and killed. It was definitely not worthwhile to do so. Where do you think you are going? You even dare to use lightning natural laws before me? Just a firefly in the face of lunar splendor. Following a cold sound, the sky erupted and lightning poured down like a waterfall. Someone brandished their fists, illuminating the heavens with brilliance. The clouds were all scattered. It was extremely terrifying. This endless light was brought about by the light produced by a single person's fist. It streaked across the air in an unbelievable manner. What kind of power was this? A young supreme being streaked across the sky. His long hair fell down his shoulders, and his body was strong and healthy like that of a true dragon. Every inch of his flesh had lightning symbols curling about it that shone incomparably brilliantly. He trampled on the sky as he rushed over. Child of lightning. This was a true exceptional talent, one that was a chunk better than the self-proclaimed heavenly genius from the purple golden Truho race. It was a young expert that could forcefully oppress several provinces with his power. His reputation wasn't self-granted, but instead an illustrious fame forged through battles. He had his inherent precious technique, so he was known as an exceptional talent. The child of lightning was just too fast. He cut off the route of advance and sent a fist smashing towards Xianxia. Why don't you just stay behind? Who do you think you are, daring to block my path? Is lightning some secret technique only your race has? Xianxia replied indifferently. He raised his fist without backing up and fought him head-on. Hong! This place erupted into chaos. There was lightning everywhere in the void. It was as if the world was being wiped out. Lightning radiance filled the skies, extending outwards 10 to over 100 li. The child of lightning was shocked. The other party wasn't killed. His body still continued to shine. In addition, he stood in the holy light like a deity. There was a self-formed domain there. Xianxia was greatly moved as well. This was worthy of being known as a true exceptional talent, one that grasps the unrivaled lightning Dao precious technique. Those symbols were too profound. That strike alone contained life, eradication, and many other true meanings. I am the greatest in the lightning Dao. You are just showing off your skills before a true expert, the child of lightning said. When his eyes opened and closed, lightning streaked across the sky as if they were going to blast apart mountain peaks. They struck the skies like a vast sea. His power was astonishing. He was incomparably forceful, smashing another fist over. He stood at the peak of the lightning Dao and could defeat all those before him like pulling apart rotten weeds. A single fist could shake heaven and earth. Xianxia released an intimidating glare. Every inch of his flesh surged with symbols. He unleashed his only heavenly passage, and he also used the lightning precious technique. It began to burn like flames. Kacha! This lightning sound was so loud it made all the exceptional talent's ears ring with wong-wong sounds. The world was becoming chaotic. Lightning radiance rushed into the ninth firmament. This entire secret realm was shaking. Regardless of what the outcome was, even if Xianxia was defeated, he was still powerful enough to leave everyone shaken. He could actually compete in the lightning Dao precious technique against the child of lightning. How shocking was this? The child of lightning was born on the night of a thunderstorm. Back then, a streak of supreme lightning struck down, landing on his head. Not only was he not hacked to death, it refined his body, forming a forbidden symbol on the crown of his head. This was why he was called the child of lightning. In terms of lightning symbols, None of the secret techniques everyone else grasped could compare. The Child of Lightning had an innate secret method bestowed by the heavens. In the sky, human figures split apart. The two experts each occupied one area. The Child of Lightning being uninjured was one thing, but the other person was perfectly fine as well. This was simply incredible. What a powerful body protecting sacred light, actually able to defend against the greatest precious technique of the lightning Tao, daring to use lightning to contend against the Child of Lightning. This person is formidable. Everyone's minds shook. This was definitely a powerful figure who no one dared to look down upon. What if he used his own innate divine ability? They all refused to believe that he only understood the lightning precious technique. Your body protecting symbol light is quite extraordinary, but it is still not enough. In front of absolute offensive power, all defensive symbols are similarly useless. The Child of Lightning said. He wasn't exaggerating. The best defense was offense, while the Lightning Tao precious technique was one of the most well-known offensive divine abilities, known to be able to hack apart any heavenly defensive symbols. The Child of Lightning stepped outwards, looking down from the sky as he rushed towards Shihao. He was like a divine monarch that was overlooking the world, one who was going to suppress all of his enemies in this world. In his hands, divine light erupted. Symbols containing a lightning hammer. It smashed downwards with a huge exploding sound. In that instant, lightning radiance overflowed into the heavens, covering everything in a boundless expanse. At this moment, there was a type of mountain-devouring power with every move he made, a type of confidence where he was the most powerful, high above everyone else. His imposing figure was going to oppress Shihao with pure power. From an outsider's perspective, he was just like a divine king that descended from the ninth heaven to punish an evildoer. His aura devoured tens of thousands of li, his valiance unstoppable. Enough! Shihao shouted. His gaze became cold. After he supported that single heavenly passage, his left hand became as brilliant as a sun, and his right hand became pitch black like ink. This was the Kuan Peng power, but its appearance was completely changed. It supplemented the Lightning Tao divine ability. This attack now became incomparably terrifying. His right hand had the great yang power with lightning symbols covering it, while his left hand surged with the aura of great Yin, also wrapped in lightning. Shihao walked out with large steps. He was going to forcefully meet the Child of Lightning head-on. It looked like it was still the lightning natural laws from the outside, only it was now changed into two opposite Yin and Yang forces. However, at this moment everyone was shocked. His lightning force was just too overbearing, his great valiance unmatched. He actually blasted the Child of Lightning until his entire body was streaking with electrical light. What is this? There is someone who could rival the Child of Lightning in the Lightning Tao precious technique. What a formidable person! His innate talent is too great, using a type of foundational symbol to stir on the lightning, forming this world-shocking lightning power. Shihao's movements were extremely imposing. When he raised his hand or moved his leg, there was a type of indomitable aura. He pressed forward with great bravery, simply as if a celestial emperor reincarnated. The Child of Lightning's expression changed. His natural laws were actually blasted apart. The other party's lightning power was matchless, at the very least rarely seen among similarly aged individuals. Upon closer thought, he knew that rather than saying the other party was using lightning to deal with him, it was better to say that he was facing against the resonance of the great Yin and Yang forces. It was a power that oppressed the world and left one's heart shaken. Kacha! A five-colored streak of lightning erupted, covering the Child of Lightning in brilliant radiance. This was a great slaughtering power forged by the lightning profound meaning, but it still couldn't blast the other party flying. He was inwardly shocked. He silently wondered how it would be if the other party used his unique innate precious technique. What kind of result would that produce? The more he thought, the more grave his expression became. The two separated, each occupying a region. Let me have a try. See what kind of figure your distinguished self is. Firegold Race's Tung Yi came as well. He sat in the void, his body surrounded by a great sun. A divine flame blazed about, shining incomparably brilliantly. He was like a deity seated within a great sun. His precious image was solemn and dignified. Sure Hao had fought a great battle against him on the Copper Sparrow altar, but back then, Teng Yi had a time restriction and couldn't stay for too long, so he couldn't display his true power before and chose to leave. It was clear that he felt sure Hao was a terrifying opponent, so he immediately used the precious imprint from the start. A brilliant and sparkling precious pitcher appeared above his head that flowed with multicolored radiance. On the other side, Fairy Yuchan was also surrounded, and the witch was taking action against her. Her white hands were like jade. They erupted with divine light to fight against the heaven-mending technique. The two exceptional heavenly ladies carried out an intense battle. They were like beauties from paintings that could overturn the world. Their figures were wonderful, enchanting and moving. Their arms were spotlessly white, and their jade legs were long and slender. Their clothing fluttered about. Even while fighting a great battle, they were still beautiful to the peak. It was an incredibly moving scene. Hong! Fire gold precious pitcher's imprint formed. The entrance of the pitcher was sparkling and translucent. Colorful, auspicious, multicolored light surged. It looked like it was formed from divine glass, and right now, it erupted with sword radiance. Divine might shook this world, making the expressions of all exceptional talents change. Fire Gold race was known as one of the 10 great races in the archaic years. Teng Yi's magical force could overlook his peers. The Fire Gold precious pitcher imprint was known to have many great races methods merged within. Right now, it was reproducing its race's former unmatched legend. Sword energy flew out like a rainbow, stirring up the entire sky. Symbols filled the precious pitcher, and each symbol was a streak of powerful sword energy. Immortal light shone brilliantly. Thousands to tens of thousands streaks of sword radiance struck over. Right now, Sure Hao was extremely calm. He was now facing Teng Yi again. He knew how terrifying this individual was, however, right now, when he couldn't use his best precious techniques, he was extremely calm. Not long ago, he saw exceptional talents confront each other and heavenly geniuses contending against each other for supremacy. In his heart, the 10,000 spirit diagram appeared, and he gained an indescribable type of realization. The more commonplace, the most ordinary, those foundational symbols interweaved in his sea of consciousness. They continuously evolved, changing continuously. A vermilion bird took to the sky. A swan and eye roared into the heavens. Lightning covered the heavens. A true phoenix revealed a pair of dazzling immortal wings. True primordial record. Changing the rotten into something magical. Sure Hao moved. His hands merged together. They moved in the air, producing endless divine light. All types of symbols surged, producing many ordinary vicious beasts, ferocious birds, and many other powerful races. They all resonated in response, evolving the most ordinary symbols into the most terrifying divine abilities. Hong. When good luck comes, insights appear. He peered into the rotten into miraculous profound meaning, gaining several times more comprehension in this field than in the past. He could now withstand the true supreme precious techniques. What kind of symbols are these? It's so strange. The most foundational bone texts interweave and evolve into the perfect attack. This power is actually so great. A few supreme being youths revealed looks of shock. They were all shaken inwardly. At this moment, primordial bone texts covered everything, continuously evolving and forming the most complex diagram. It sealed all of the endless sword energy in the sky. In the void, Teng Yi revealed a look of surprise. This type of aura made his expression heavy. The thousands to tens of thousands streaks of divine radiance released from the perfect precious pitcher above his head became dim, and then they were wiped out. Great Tao suppress! He released a light shout. The fire gold precious pitcher flew outwards to suppress Sure Hao. Open the skies! Sure Hao also shouted out. His black hair danced about, and his clothes fluttered about. His hands joined together, and then he attacked the skies. The strike released ear-splitting rumbling sounds. Endless symbols erupted, and the world resonated in response. The rays of light made even exceptional talents temporarily close their eyes. it was just too intense. The two individual symbols clashed together. It was as if a mountain or an ocean erupted, as if immortals or devils emerged in this world. Multicolored light shone resplendently and mists pervaded the air like primal chaos. When the world finally became clear again, the fire-gold precious pitcher cracked apart, already disappearing. Meanwhile, the primordial symbols sure how blasted out also grew dim, fading away into the void. Fire-gold race's most profound secret, the fire-gold precious pitcher imprint, was actually broken through? Only after a long time had passed did everyone gasp. This youth was terrifying after all. Let me have a try. A young expert who had a head of golden hair walked over. His body was shining and resplendent with heaven overflowing golden flames. Each time his foot descended, it would make the void tremble. Sure how didn't leave. These exceptional talents were all extremely arrogant and self-confident, not deciding to attack him together. However, these people were too conceited, all of them wishing to give him a blow and size him up. Who did they treat him as? Who are you all treating me as? Whoever dares to come up again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will kill them all. Sherhao's eyes were brilliant as he swept them over everyone, especially the blonde male that was walking over. The blonde male's eyes blazed like a furnace. He walked forward. Was this a warning? This looked like an undisguised threat aimed at him. Are you speaking to me? He said indifferently. His footsteps were forceful as he pressed forward. His entire body was shining and surging with golden blood energy. It was incredibly oppressive. The corners of his lips curled up, revealing a trace of a mocking smile, but even more so a type of coldness. He looked down on Sherhao from high up with an arrogant look. You can treat it like that, Sherhao replied. The blonde male's eyes were bathed in flames. Many golden symbols appeared on his body. The smile on his face became even greater, but it also became colder. With a tone of ridicule, he said, being so arrogant, I think you'll die young, unable to live past today. At your age, if you are killed, it won't even be considered a premature death. Sherhao spoke. Haha. Kill me? To put up such a display in front of me, I'll send you on your way, the golden male said, immediately erupting with divine force. Symbols interweaved. The void was dyed in golden colors. It was as if a great sea that was intensely rising and falling was surging through this place. Sherhao's build was tall and slender. When he was quiet, he was delicate and pretty. His eyes clear and his teeth spotlessly white. When he laughed, it was incredibly brilliant. Right now, he stared at everyone and used practical movement, putting his words into action. He formed a fist imprint and took the initiative to attack. In the blink of an eye, the calmness became a domineeringness. All of his body's blood energy coiled about him like that of true dragon, seeping out from his body and immediately making him look like a demonic god that was approaching the 9 layers of heaven. The blonde male's body was in the sky and looking downwards. With a sneer, he said, my power dominates several provinces, and since the day I stepped onto the path of Tao, I only killed geniuses. I hope that your death today will not dirty my hands. He was clearly implying that Sherhao wasn't good enough, only being barely enough to make him take action. If you want to die, then just come over here. Sherhao's words were concise and to the point. He already finished his preparations for this great battle. He was going to show his power and kill an exceptional talent. Only then would he shake every direction. The blonde male's body was high up in the sky. He stepped downwards, his speed fast to the extreme, only leaving behind a golden afterimage. After raising his foot, he directly trampled down on Sherhao's head. This immediately released thunderous sounds in midair. As he stepped over, golden symbols surged like raging waves beating against a shore, clashing intensely against the void. How domineering was this? A single foot descending directly trampled towards Sherhao's head. This was not only arrogance but a type of humiliation towards Sherhao as well. As soon as he stepped up, he displayed this clear contempt, domineering and forceful. He was going to trample an exceptional talent to death on the spot to display his own unrivaled nature. Kill! Sherhao shouted. His head of hair danced about chaotically. He shifted from calmness to action. His aura changed greatly, as if a demonic god was reviving. His gaze was penetrating and intimidating. The blood energy around him surged. His right hand's fist imprint was resplendent as it blasted towards the skies. It was as if a great sun was erupting. Endless symbols rushed into the heavens, and all of them rushed towards the blonde male. The other party dared to act so domineering, trampling down on him, so he was naturally furious. He released a powerful strike to destroy that foot. Hong! The two fiercely collided. A resplendent rain of light danced about, and symbols erupted everywhere, covering everything. This was a confrontation of ancient precious techniques, a clash of divine abilities. It had to be said that the blonde male was powerful enough. His foot contained world-shaking power that could trample a mountain peak to ashes and make the great earth crack apart. Meanwhile, this strike at full force was stepping down on another person's skull. How forceful was this? If it hit, then the flesh would inevitably collapse and turn into a bloody mist. Dong! Shurhao leapt up. He formed a fist imprint and blasted apart the symbols. He was going to carry out a slaughter. Break for me! That individual was high up in the sky, his foot shining and erupting with incomparable golden symbols. It formed a stellar river diagram that covered the sole of his foot. It was as if a stellar sky was slamming downwards. This madman had his reason for being arrogant. He was truly that powerful, enough to slaughter the geniuses of many great clans. Shurhao's eyes became deep. His fist imprint didn't change, but there were many types of profound mysteries that appeared. Archaic vermilion bird fourfold barrage. A true phoenix spreads its wings. These were all damaged precious techniques, but through the true primordial record's evolution, it changed the rotten to the miraculous. At the same time, he activated the Kuan Peng's true power, merging it together, making this fist especially powerful. It was nearly unstoppable. Even with a lot of distance between them, everyone could still feel the horror and tyrannical power that was contained within that fist. It trembled the void, making the space around it even distort as if it was about to shatter. Meanwhile, these were all hidden within lightning symbols. Shurhao's fist shone, lightning interweaved, erupting with blinding radiance that shook heaven and earth. This made the child of lightning especially shocked. He believed that the other party had other secret techniques, and this was just what appeared on the surface. Hong! Following a tremendous noise, the lightning fist broke through that diagram. It was as if a painting was directly ripped apart, and then it began to burn within the streaking lightning in a dazzling and resplendent manner. This was Shurhao's powerful strike. His fist imprint was like a rainbow, heaven-defying as he attacked towards the skies, ultimately blasting on the sole of that foot. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards, and the sound of bones splitting apart rang through the air. The foot that was aimed at Shurhao's skull split apart, its symbols growing dim. It seemed like that foot couldn't be saved. Meanwhile, Shurhao's fist imprint changed into a claw. With a pung sound, it grabbed the ankle and forcefully pulled downwards. It was just a single grab, but everything below the ankle couldn't hold on anymore, splitting apart everywhere. Then, sparkling bone fragments and blood appeared. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone was greatly shaken. This battle had just began, but this youth seemed like he was already going to win. Shurhao fiercely pulled, and with a pu sound, blood dyed the skies red. That ankle separated as well, forcefully tearing off the other party's leg. Many people erupted with noise. Haze covered this place. Symbols interweaved, making this place indistinct. And, suddenly, Shurhao felt as if something wasn't right. He didn't hear a miserable cry, but the scenery around him became indistinct. This was not the sign of victory. Oh! Finally, he noticed that the soul he tore off turned into a small piece of a vine. The so-called blood also turned into golden liquid. It wasn't blood. Vine! Who is this person? A cicada is shedding its carapace. This isn't its true body. All of the spectators were shocked. They all focused their attention on searching for the blonde male. For long golden vines appeared in the mists and multicolored light, each binding around one of Xiao's limbs. It was strange and terrifying. Then, heaven overflowing golden light erupted. "Break for me. Not too far away," the golden male said coldly and ruthlessly. His true body couldn't be seen. There was only a pair of pupils in the mist that shone with a deep and cold radiance. He was going to break apart Xiao's 4 limbs. "Break!" Xiao released a short grunt. He opened his heavenly passages, restricting the 4 vines that wrapped around him. The flickering symbols quickly grew dim. He fiercely struggled, and several brittle sounds rang through the air. It was as if metal was cracking apart. The 4 golden vines broke off. Meanwhile, the blonde male in the distance released a muffled grunt. Xiao's eyes flickered with radiance. He stared forward. Firegold Race's Tung Yi clearly didn't take action. So who was this person? How could he use this type of vine? The mist scattered. The blonde male stood there, a golden flame jumping about around him. His face was cold. Both his hands formed an imprint, and a powerful wave of aura erupted. "I know. He is Sun God Vine Palace's divine child. His name is Jin Lai," someone said, recognizing his identity. This shocked everyone, and then they shivered inwardly. That was definitely a terrifying place where sun god vines grew. There was naturally no need to doubt that race's powerful heavenly genius. Xiao had once seen sun god vine race's giant in the lower realm. It had been hacked through by Willow deity, and then it fled, returning to the higher realm. He never expected to meet someone else from this race. He admitted that this individual named Jin Lai did have reason to be arrogant. He was indeed very powerful. "I, Jin Lai, from the moment I have been born, have never suffered a defeat. Today you've made me suffer a bit," the blonde male said to himself. His gaze became even more resplendent, surging with flames. Immediately afterwards, he was surrounded. Vines covered everything and they quickly grew, covering the void. They were all golden ancient vines, and they were accompanied by raging Tao flames. Sun God Vine Race's highest precious technique, Divine Vine Tao Flames, someone said softly. Even more people released strange expressions, their expressions becoming grave. That fiery light was terrifying after all, burning the void until it distorted. There was still the endless vines flickering with symbols, forming a killing formation. The divine Vine Tao flame occupied the sky, surrounding Xiao and trapping him at the center. "Who cares how many different methods you have? I will still be unmoved," Xiao said to himself. He opened his heavenly passage to protect himself. He looked coldly at Jin Lai. Everyone was astonished. When that terrifying Tao flame closed in on Xiao's sphere of light, it actually grew dim, and the killing power weakened. When that golden vine pieced inwards, it even more so became dispirited. The symbols disappeared, a sign of it being wiped out. What a terrifying domain! What is that? Why do I feel like it looks like a heavenly passage? Everyone became astonished. They were all exceptional talents, and all of them were self-confident, but right now they revealed shocked appearances. Jin Lai was shocked. His attack was blocked. He fiercely activated the precious technique, guiding the Tao flame and golden vines to attack that hazy holy light. Meanwhile, with a raise of his hand, a special vine shot out that was like a black crystal and not golden. It released a dark light, immediately piercing into Xiao's single heavenly passage. Xiao reached out his hand and forcefully grabbed it. He immediately felt a stinging pain. His palm actually flowed with blood. That is, Jin Lai has the ability to overlook all his peers, and it is rumored that he has a different vine from his clansmen, one formed from the symbols bestowed by the heavens. Someone said. In that instant, Xiao erupted with action. He operated the true primordial record, harmonizing it with the bone texts of 10,000 races. The ordinary contained the greatest power as he did everything he could to destroy that black vine. Kacha! The black vine's tip cracked apart. Jin Lai released a cry of alarm and quickly backed up. His expression was unpleasant to the extreme. This vine was invincible. able to destroy precious artifacts and devour essence blood. It was successful in everything it did. He had never been defeated before, yet today he was injured. Hong. Hao walked outwards. His heavenly passage shone, protecting him within. Like a great furnace, he rushed forward, defeating all of the divine flame Dao flames and other attacks. His fists smashed outwards to kill Jin Lai. Very good, you are so powerful, so I won't be killing you in vain. Let me send you on your way. Jin Lai spoke like this, incomparably calm and cold. He quickly opened a special stone case that was incomparably simple and unadorned in appearance. There were all types of creatures engraved on it. In that instant, the case released strands of mist, and then a piece of earth the size of an infant's fist flew out, smashing towards Hao. And Hao wasn't the only one that was frightened. Even the exceptional talents who were watching felt their blood run cold. There were a few creatures that ignited their divine flames who quickly backed up. Their fine hairs all stood on end. For some reason, the yellow mud seemed extremely sinister. It released a weak light and carried a trace of mist, unexpectedly filled with an aura of absolute destruction. It made others tremble. It's that piece of yellow mud. Everyone finally thought of the legend. In the past, there was a sect master-level figure who entered the vast, uninhabited depths, but he accidentally stepped on a piece of yellow mud. It released a weak light, and then that old sect master turned into bloody mud. Later on, it was rumored that Sun God Vine Palace's master hurried over. He didn't see that yellow mud, but he found moist soil there. He carefully collected it and refined it. The soil Sun God Vine collected had a bit of the yellow mud's characteristics. Through studying it, they noticed that it was exceptionally terrifying. It was clear that the yellow mud that the Divine Palace's giant obtained was bestowed to this descendant, allowing him to bring it with him into the secret realm. This was a power that could simply kill anyone. As soon as this mud was released, who could be his opponent? This was simply cheating. In that instant, Hao heard their discussions, becoming extremely alarmed inwardly. No wonder Jin Lai was so arrogant and so self-confident. He actually had this type of trump card. He quickly backed up, but the yellow mud closed in quickly. He weaved left and right, but there was no way for him to avoid it. This yellow mud was too strange, actually following him without leaving. It was becoming more and more dangerous. At the crucial moment, Hao brought out the pill furnace, because it was extremely mysterious. There was something unordinary inside of it as well, the immortal tomb's earth. When he took off the lid, it really was quite strange. That yellow mud directly entered and sank into the furnace. It mixed together with the immortal tomb's earth, and then it became calm. Everyone became stupefied. The yellow mud was collected? Even though it wasn't truly that terrifying earthen mud, it still carried a bit of its characteristics. Hand over your life. Hao roared and slaughtered towards Jin Lai. This battle already didn't have any suspense left. Jin Lai was extremely powerful, but he wasn't Hao's opponent. After losing the yellow mud, he didn't have anything else to rely on. He couldn't escape either. Hong! A great clash erupted. Golden flames overflowed into the heavens, and symbols covered heaven and earth. The golden leaves and the vine itself continuously broke apart and fell. Pong! In the end, Hao took to the air, trampling down on Jin Lai's skull firmly and forcefully, doing onto him exactly what he did previously. Kacha! Jin Lai released a miserable scream. Cracks appeared on his skull, almost splitting part. Then, Hao descended like a streak of lightning. With a pew sound, his palm hacked down on his neck, sending his head flying outwards. An exceptional talent was cut down, leaving everyone here shaken. Jin Lai's head flew out. The headless corpse fell and turned into a golden vine. Sparkling liquid flowed out, and the golden symbols immediately became dim. Hao quickly rushed out and grabbed that special branch on that vine. A black-colored vine. Black light flowed about, and it contained innate natural laws. And it unexpectedly didn't break, making him quite shocked. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Hao was cutting off the divine vine's innate precious patterns. This was the same as a human race exceptional talent supreme being bone or dual pupil. This was an item bestowed by heaven, a complete unique secret method that had never appeared before. This was how the term exceptional talent came to be. The eyes of some existences who ignited their divine flames burned, quietly closing in to make a move. They wanted to take action because this vine was priceless. It contained an innate precious technique. "Break for me," Xianxia shouted. He fiercely exerted force. His arms shone, using all of his power to cut off this pitch-black divine vine. By doing so, he could perhaps obtain some of its symbols. At the very least, he could still obtain an innate precious artifact. Unfortunately, when he exerted force, this black golden vine turned into specks of light. It was wrapped around by the beast tooth symbols and struggled free. "No wonder I couldn't find the life symbol," Xianxia said to himself. He wanted to steal a life symbol this entire time, but he never found it. It turned out that it was stored within the innate symbol imprint. It was precisely because of this that the vine could protect its innate symbol from being seized by another. The reason why Xianxia also failed when he tried to peer into the primordial true bone after plucking out a true feather was also because of this. Golden patterns flickered about. A sun god vine appeared in the distance. His true body reconstructed, forming someone that resembled Jin Lai. He carried bitter resentment and stared at Xianxia. "I will kill you. Is that so? Do you still dare to come back in? I really am looking forward to it." Xianxia's large eyes blinked. He licked his lips, revealing a look of desire. Jin Lai's head of hair danced about chaotically. Golden light surged. He was humiliated and angry, his face full of embarrassment. Multicolored light flashed, and then he disappeared while wrapped within a rain of light. "Truly regretful," Xianxia shook his head. That beast tooth life symbol had an inseparable connection with this secret realm. It contained this little thousand worlds' mysterious natural laws. He couldn't stop it from bringing Jin Lai away. The atmosphere was rather strange. Everyone looked at Xianxia, feeling that this fellow's strength wasn't a normal type of strong. Jin Lai was killed. Strictly speaking, this was the first exceptional talent that was killed. Even though everyone had traded attacks before, it had never been this intense. Everyone knew that from here on out, the secret realm would be full of dangers. With the first death of an exceptional talent, more were to follow. It was as if a demonic case was opened. No one could hold back their power anymore. The secret realm's entrance on top of that altar. A rain of light scattered about. A human figure appeared. There were many people from great sects here. They were all hoping for their sect's disciples to obtain natural luck in the secret realm. Apart from this, there were endless cultivators who did not have the chance to enter the secret realm. They were all observing this place, leaving this place packed with people. They wanted to learn about the circumstances inside. "This person is Jin Lai from Sun God Vine Palace." Someone recognized him, appearing extremely shocked. Meanwhile, the others broke into an uproar. This wasn't an ordinary type of expert, but rather a true, exceptional talent. He had a unique, innate, precious technique, yet he was unexpectedly killed. One could well imagine how cruel the environment inside the secret realm was. Divine children were battling it out, and supreme being youths were contending for supremacy. The curtains were already raised. Many people's blood surged, truly wishing to go inside and taking a look. That was definitely a grand occasion, but unfortunately, outsiders couldn't go inside. This made everyone feel regretful. An exceptional talent was killed. It is truly something difficult to imagine. Outside the secret realm, everyone discussed this passionately. It was difficult to hide their looks of shock. This made Jin Lai's expression fall ashen, because everyone was discussing him, guessing at exactly who it was that killed him. As one of the defeated, this type of feeling was extremely unbearable. "Little friend, who did you fight against?" An old sect elder spoke up. He sat in the void, his figure blurry. When he opened his eyes, it was as if two streaks of lightning pierced through the darkness. Even though Jin Lai was domineering, when faced against this type of character, he still didn't dare to act too unbridled. He said things as they were. At this moment, the Ho race's old ancestor Zimeng, Immortal Mountain's Qin Changsheng, and the others revealed looks of shock. Several sect masters were shocked. It was unexpectedly him again. The crowd was stunned, not daring to believe what they were hearing. It's that young devil king again. He killed an exceptional talent. That fellow first killed Fire Devil Palace's people, killed the Ho race's young king, then unexpectedly began to kill exceptional talents. Fire Devil Palace's peoples were streaming with tears. Why did they have to be mentioned every time? This truly left them greatly pained. Everyone erupted into discussions. Such a mysterious expert unexpectedly appeared. He shouldn't have a life symbol, so there wasn't any list of names to recognize his identity from. It was clear that this was a supreme being youth that secretly muddled his way in. He definitely had confidence, not needing a life symbol at all. It made everyone feel more and more interested. It truly is something to look forward to. I want to see what other world-shaking things he can do. Could it be that he is going to kill a heavenly genius? Wu, he killed Immortal Palace's Great One servants. So there will definitely be a world-shocking great battle. I really am looking forward to seeing what happens when they meet again. Outside the secret realm, everyone's moods had been stirred up. They were excited, longing for the great confrontation in the secret realm. Within the secret realm's depths, there were lakes everywhere. Mists rose in spirals. Xianxia killed an exceptional talent, making everyone reconsider his strength. Even though there were many who were fearless, they still did not wish to fight a great battle without a good cause. In the secret realm, there were many natural opportunities. A silver dragon lotus was precious, but it wasn't important to the extent of fighting to the death. Not far off, the witch and fairy Yuchan's battle were still going on. These two individuals' powers opposed each other, and it was difficult for either side to kill the other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tangled against each other all the way from the lower realm until now. Xianxia thought he would be beaten up by the crowd, but now, it looked like these people were quite arrogant and refused to do something like that. Perhaps it was because no truly heavenly defying natural luck has been seen yet. Once Origin Sky Supreme Being's inheritance was discovered or his supreme precious blood appeared, it would be different then. The heavenly cicada clothes are a supreme treasure. Are you all that rich, actually not caring about it? Xianxia muttered. His knee shone, revealing a piece of transparent armor. It released wong sounds, as if a cicada's wings were moving. It completely covered his left leg with symbols flickering about it. It was extremely beautiful. This kind of precious clothes was who knew how many times more valuable than a silver dragon lotus. It wasn't on the same order of magnitude. Fairy Yuchan, since you gifted me with a piece of heavenly cicada armor, then you should do the deed fully and send another piece so that I can have symmetry. Xianxia said smugly. Everyone became dumbstruck. This fella obtained Yuchan's heavenly cicada clothes? Moreover, it was the leg piece. How did he obtain it? It was definitely not gifted to him by Fairy Yuchan. Ayaya, older sis Yuchan, you are too generous, even giving this type of sparkling, body-merging, most precious armor to someone else. How bold! The witch giggled, her eyes rippling with brilliance, as she timely delivered a mental blow. The imprint between Yuchan's brows flickered. The spiritual attack became even more powerful, and a void figure rushed out to kill the witch. Io, fairy, what happened? You want to kill someone to make them shut up? The witch smiled slightly and defended herself from this attack. Even with a battle of our level, you still want to vainly use words to try gain an advantage? Truly meaningless. Yuchan was calm. Her skin was pure white like jade, her temperament outstanding. She wasn't affected at all. If I want to peel off another piece of heavenly cicada armor, it really will be hard, Xianxia said to himself. He moved around the two girls, looking like he was going to take action. Everyone became stupefied. This fellow peeled it off himself? They all revealed a look of shock. These people looked at Xianxia, and then they looked at Yuchan's long and slender, sparkling snow-white jade legs. They made a type of association, feeling like the scene was definitely one that was rather sensual. Ha ha! The witch roared with laughter, not worrying about her outer image at all. Her body swayed to and fro, but it wasn't ugly, instead possessing a unique type of beauty. Her beautiful hair fluttered about. Her figure was graceful and moving, with a gorgeous appearance. Her beautiful eyes shone like gemstones, and her skin was snow-white like that of a fairy. There was a great charm to her. "Older sis Yu-chan, what happened to your leg? Even though it is sparkling white like ivory, there seemed to be some fingerprints." The witch giggled. She was clearly purposely speaking nonsense to anger Yu-chan. The group of people all revealed looks of shock, and then they looked at Xianxia. Someone said softly, "Where is that person from Immortal Palace? Didn't he walk close to heaven-mending sex fairy? Why didn't he take action? He's not here." Hong! Right at this moment, a blinding light emerged in the horizon. A great battle erupted. There was a figure there brandishing a void halberd in his hands, stirring up heavenly winds as he did so. In the chaotic skies, endless symbols swirled about. It was as if the dome of heaven was going to be hacked apart. His divine appearance was absolutely intimidating. On the other side, a golden light shone. A similarly tall and big youth stood there. The two individuals opposed each other with equal harshness, about to carry out a great confrontation. That region was extremely hazy with immortal mists curling about. There was a talisman that rushed up. The two individuals took action at the same time, currently fighting over it. "That's the bone symbol required for entering the inheritance land." Everyone was shocked, and they all rushed over. If one wanted to enter the inheritance land, they had to have a bone symbol. Even though there were more than one, obtaining one earlier and entering before the others naturally allowed one to obtain more natural luck. When everyone rushed into that region, Xianxia prepared to kill Fairy Yu-chan. The two of them had enemy relations, so he naturally wouldn't let this chance go. However, right when he prepared to take action, someone also aimed at him, quickly rushing out from the darkness. There was a divine flame that was brought along. He fiercely slapped outwards. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Fairy Yu-chan, who was currently fighting intensely against the witch, quickly shifted to the side to dodge Xianxia's terrifying attack. Meanwhile, Xianxia was also shocked. He quickly leapt up to avoid the powerful strike from the divine flame expert behind him. "Qi Lingkong!" Xianxia finally saw who it was. "Evil monster! Hand over your life!" Qi Lingkong and another divine flame expert from the same clan assaulted him. "Old thing, I don't have time to deal with you now. I am going to grab a bone symbol and kill you all when I come back," Xianxia said. His eyes flickered. He saw that the witch and Fairy Yu-chan had separated and were rushing forward. He also followed. The two experts chased after him. However, Xianxia's speed was too fast. With the Kuan Peng technique merged into the lightning, concealing its true appearance, he was incredibly fast. With just a few flashes, he disappeared from this place. "Go, we are going as well. It is vital that we obtain that bone symbol. If we can open up the forbidden inheritance, that will be more important than everything else." Qi Lingkong clenched his teeth and said. When he entered this region, the mists became even more dense. A chaotic battle erupted with everyone trying to seize the bone symbol. Hong! As soon as Xianxia entered, someone sent a palm at him. Multicolored light shone in thousands of streaks and divine force surged. Once he entered this region, everyone became opponents. And he was shocked. It was actually Xianxia. The long life battle clothes he wore were shining. He didn't want to fight to the death with this little brother of his. Even though he was attacked by a palm, it was an attack that passed through the air, and there were no other attacks. Did grandfather come too? Xianxia retreated to the side and searched around. He knew that if that person was his grandfather, he most likely came for Xianxia. That is... His mind was greatly shaken. He never expected to truly see that special youth. He was on that mountain peak not too far off, currently looking at Xianxia. That person's expression was complicated. There was a doting love, but also a feeling of distance. There was also memories, but even more sorrow. He really wanted to walk up, but he then stopped. When Xianxia saw this, his heart trembled. He quickly closed in,